Chapter 1, The Sister Who Trampled Me Under Her Feet. Ah, Lyndon, how many times have I told you? Tell you not to turn off the lights at night. Don't turn off the lights. You think you're in the countryside? Who wants you to save on the electricity bill? You asshole, get your ass over here. The second floor of the lavishly decorated and spacious villa. The 18-year-old girl sat on the ground in pain and wrapped her arms around her legs. The bathroom behind her revealed warm yellow light hitting the young girl's body. A pair of bright white long legs were slightly curled up, and the white bathrobe only lightly covered half of the girl's round and white buttocks, while the original jade-like knees showed a purple-red color. The girl's long eyelashes slightly trembling. A porcelain white face reveals the adolescent girl's unique tenderness and youthfulness, coupled with that beautiful tearful face, can be described as a masterpiece. However, the young girl's mouth was still screaming that unpleasant language. Lin Chen, do you hear me? Get your ass over here. Otherwise you'll sleep on the street for me tonight. In the midst of the young girl's shocked curses, a thin figure slowly stepped out from within the large black curtain. Messy long hair covered the boy's tense face as he carefully groped the wall and moved in front of the young girl bit by bit. Xuanning, I'm sorry, I thought you were asleep. Lin Chen. Zhang Xuanning looked at the boy in front of her. This scruffy vagabond, waste of a senior brother who had suddenly intruded into her home 7 years ago, with a face of undisguised dislike. My house doesn't want you to turn off the lights at night. How many times have I told you? Do you think the whole world is like you in the countryside? Needing you to save that little electricity bill. Just because you're my mom's senior brother's disciple. My mom had to search for you back in the first place by all means. Why should I bring you home? People like you are only worthy of wandering around outside. Know what? Zhang Xuanning used the most spiteful words towards the boy in front of her as she continued to lash out. A pair of beautiful eyes that were beginning to show their temperament carrying a strong resentment. Don't help me up yet. Lin Chen's eyes lowered his head without answering. His fingers drooped and hung down beside his body. Only after hearing these words did he dare to slowly raise his head, but his body was slowly approaching. 7 years, he had long gotten used to the senior sister's strength, and the moment he raised his head to help his senior sister, what came into his eyes was a carcass filled with youthful hormonal flavor, long white thighs, the half-covered bathrobe. Dang, knock. Lin Chen could feel his heart beating extremely fast. His throat, which was originally devoid of any abnormality, actually felt dry at this moment as well. What are you looking at? Look again and gouge out your dog eyes. Zhang Xuanning yelled. Feeling Lin Chen's strange gaze, she was so angry that she grabbed the bathrobe beside her and stiffened for a moment before finally not throwing it out. As the young princess of the Zhang family, growing up with a golden spoon in her golden clothes, how many men had seen her with a respectful expression? No one had ever shown such greedy eyes as those of Lin Chen. That's right, he is greedy. He coveted my lady's beauty. This incompetent waste of a man. He didn't take a piss and look at himself. If not for the poor intake, he might still be a vagabond. A pair of eyes carried a bit of vigilance, but covered the bathrobe more tightly, scrutinizing the wasteful senior brother in front of him. Come here, help me back to the bedroom. Lin Chen hesitated, turned around and walked to Zhang Xuanning's side. His lowered head began to tilt to the other side, not daring to look at the jade in front of him, just maintaining this posture. He slowly waited for Zhang Xuanning to approach. After a burst of noise, a soft sound rang out beside Lin Chen, and he did not look up. It didn't take long. Lin Chen's arm sank. That young girl's fragrance continuously surged into his heart from the tip of Lin Chuan's nose, causing his heart to also beat faster and faster at this moment. And at this moment, Zhang Xuanning looked at the wasteful senior brother in front of him, who was only a few months older than him, and then after confirming that he wasn't staring at him, he let out a soft hum in triumph. If you were more obedient, it's actually not impossible for you to marry some big family lady. After all, my mom is still treating you better. As it happens, there are many such classmates around me. As long as you're obedient, how about introducing a few to you? Lin Chen's body visibly trembled, but there was no response. Zhang Xuanning grabbed the hair at the back of Lin Chen's head and slapped it. Humph, I still don't know what you men are thinking. All day and all night, only those things in your head. Don't go yet? Lin Chen supported Zhang Xuanning and groped his way through the darkness with the memories in his mind, sending the person to the door of the room. Pausing for a moment, the sound of Zhang Xuanning unscrewing the door to her room was heard. Another cry. Go in. A long time. The young girl's boudoir was covered in a cozy warm yellow glow. Lin Chen stood against the wall in a disciplined manner, his head lowered, not daring to look casually. However, his afterglow could see some of the black silk, white silk, flesh silk, small bras, small underwear and whatnot used by the young girl's usual COS, appearing very casually in all corners of the room. If not, unique aroma like an itchy scratch, is constantly scratching his heart. In addition to these, there were more dolls that were nearly everywhere. The entire room was decorated in a pink color, and Lin Chen knew that such a sight was not common. Because Jiang Mother had been traveling abroad on business for the past half-month, there was no one to control her, so Jiang Xuanning naturally liberated her nature and did whatever she wanted. In the past, in front of Jiang Mother, although Jiang Xuanning would also be angry with him, but never this bold. Jiang Mother's tutelage is very strict. Thinking about this, Lin Chen's mind couldn't help but think of that poised figure. If it wasn't for Mother Jiang, he would probably have died on the streets a long time ago. Chapter 2 Jade Ring. Jiang Xuanning, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, first wrapped her bathrobe around her and looked at her cell phone for a while as if no one else was there, seemingly looking to see if there were any messages. Then her eyes fell on Lin Chuan, who was standing against the wall. Her eyes carried a few teasing colors, and she opened her mouth and called out, "Come over here. Although you made a mistake today, but this young lady is in a good mood today. I'll give you a little reward." Lin Chen didn't move at first. He even suspected that he had heard wrong. Reward? This bad senior sister, Jiang Xuanning, would still give him a reward? But he couldn't ignore it. He could only slowly move his feet forward, but his gaze was something he would never dare to move again. Just even so, after moving a few steps, Lin Chen still had a scene in front of him that made it almost difficult for him to hold on to. A pair of snow-white thighs were brightly revealed in front of him. It wasn't obvious just now outside, but under the eyes this light shining, it was incomparably perfect. The rounded curves, the white delicate skin, the long slender legs, the half-lace black inner vaguely exposed under the bathrobe, were all the time tingling his heart. And just then, Jiang Xuanning's voice sounded beside his ears. "Does it look good, senior brother?" It wasn't that Lin Chen hadn't heard Jiang Xuanning call him senior brother, but that was all just a reply under Mother Jiang's strict demands in the past. It was a far cry from that kitten-like delicate purr at this moment. Lin Chen's body trembled slightly in the light. He got a hint of a thought that he shouldn't have had. Could it be that he could also have such a day? His throat was slowly swallowing. Lin Chen couldn't even see it with his head down. Jiang Xuanning looked at him as if she was playing with a general gesture. The corner of her mouth hooked up slightly, and a touch of high coldness swept across at her eyes. "Senior brother, kneel on the ground." Lin Chen didn't know why. Ghostly and in accordance with muscle memory, he knelt down quite naturally. However, just as Lin Chen's thoughts were rolling around, a small foot that was white and small enough to be held in his hand appeared in front of him. Jiang Xuanning first stepped on Lin Chen's shoulder and smiled in satisfaction. And then, like a demon, she placed the foot in front of Lin Chen's face and whispered softly, "Senior brother, this is a reward for you. Want to touch it?" Jiang Xuanning saw that Lin Chen had no reaction. Laughing again, she said, "A bite is also fine, but it can't be too heavy. I'm afraid of pain." Lin Chen forced himself to resist the urge in his heart. After so many years, he had long had experience with this senior sister. This was definitely a prank, but there seemed to be another voice within him that did not allow him to ignore it. What if it was real? It would be good to play with it, right? Unable to help himself, he just extended his hand to make a move, but he was violently kicked to the ground by a powerful kick. Lin dust calm extremely fast. It was nothing more than a dream waking up. However, in the next second, a cold voice made his body go cold. He only saw that Jiang Xuanning's face was full of coldness. Her eyes were sneering, and in her hand, she was holding up her pink iPhone lens and aiming it at him. "Lin Chen, you deserve it too. Now with this video, if you behave yourself for me in the future, then everything is fine. If you don't behave, I'll let you get out of my house immediately." Disgust rose in Jiang Xuanning's eyes. "Senior brother? Just by virtue of you, you're also qualified to be my senior brother. You don't even look at what you are. Don't move. I've opened my mom's VX now, and I can send the video with a single point of my hand. Try it if you dare. From now on, be good at home. Understand? Also, my family's assets have nothing to do with you. Got it?" Lin Chen's body was ice cold, looking incredulously at that high and mighty senior sister. "Xuanning, I don't like to fight with you at home, and I've never wanted to fight with you about anything. Can you delete the video?" He was now an adult and didn't want to worry about not being able to support himself outside like he did before. Even if he was kicked out of the Jiang family, that wasn't what he was worried about. He was afraid that Jiang Xuanning would really send this video to Queen Mother Jiang, and that would be the end of it. He had never had anything since he was born. The only thing he was grateful for was his mentor and Mother Jiang, who were already buried in the mountains. Lin Duan, who Jiang Xuanning was looking at, smiled disdainfully. "Delete? Impossible. Get out. When I'm happy, I'll naturally delete it." Lin Chen still wanted to save, but by the iceberg-like Jiang Xuanning glared and roared, "Get out!" Bang! The door of the room was vigorously closed behind him, and then there was the sound of a very loud and dynamic locking of the door. Lin Chen's body stiffened as he walked towards his room and the next room. Back in his room, Lin Chen vigorously pounded his hand on the quilt. He thought of a lot. The master who had rescued him in a small pit in the mountain forest. It was a deserted place with few people passing by, and at that time, He had long been numb without strength and was at the end of his life, but did not want a master but found him. So far will bring him back to the mountain nurturing 11 years. 7 years ago, Lin Dust buried the master in front of the master's tomb, do not eat or drink morning for 7 days, and finally fainted in front of the tomb. After being rescued by a passing well-wisher, he was brought back to the city, but the Good Samaritan disappeared without a trace after paying the hospital bill, and Lin Chen was kicked out of the hospital and spent the whole day wandering in the streets, drinking mineral water dropped by other people when he was thirsty, and picking up garbage to survive when he was hungry. Eventually, he was brought home by a richly dressed lady. The past scene by scene in Lin Dust's mind go horselight, whether it was bitter or sad, or that rare sweetness. Lin Dust had never resented heaven for being unjust, he just wanted to simply live. But why was it so difficult? Lin Dust leaned on the foot of the bed and silently cried his tears dry. Shivering, he pulled out a small, inconspicuous wooden box from under the bed. When he opened the wooden box, there was a jade ring with a blood stain. He lost his voice as he took the last relic left to him by his mentor and clutched it tightly in his hands with his 5 fingers. In the midst of various dreams, Lin Chen slowly fell asleep. However, his tightly clenched right hand never loosened. It seemed that he had a nightmare, and it also seemed that the heavens had a sense of meditative providence. A huge force that came violently crushed that ancient jade ring at once. The shard pierced his palm. A few drops of palm blood seemed to be guided, slowly dripping down the shard, and finally even more completely absorbed by the jade ring. The wound was healing without realizing it, and the shattered jade was emitting spiritual light, enveloping Lin Chen's body. I don't know how long it took for everything to calm down. Lin Chen had a very long dream. He dreamt that he was back in the mountains and forests. The old physician with the long white beard accompanied him as he grew up in the mountains, giving him knowledge of the medical path, teaching him to practice medicine to save the sick, and passing on his way of being a human being. At the end of the picture, the old physician sat on the green stone and waved his hand to invite him in with a smile. Idiot child, you should not have lived in this world. But the old man wasted 108 years of Taoism. But at least for you to cut off a line of life. Go, take on the old man's inheritance. You will no longer be bound. Chapter 3 Perspective Eyes. It was hot and dry, like being on fire. In his dream, Lin Chen suddenly felt like his blood was boiling hot and blazing. It was as if his body was undergoing a shocking change. He was uncomfortable all over, yet he had to endure it bitterly. Tap, 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 tap. Lin Chen heard a light footstep in his dream. A strong sense of uneasiness suddenly grew within him, as if a hostile intent was approaching him. In that endless high heat, finally, he opened his eyes violently. A figure was found standing at the door of his room. Snap! The lights in the room lit up. Jiang Xuanning had changed into a cartoon pajamas by now, and looked coldly at Lin Chen, who suddenly rushed in. When she saw Lin Chen looking towards her, she was a little surprised, but she said in a cold voice, "I told you to get out. Are you unable to understand human language, or do you think it doesn't matter if my mom sees that video? At most, she will just kick you out of our house?" Jiang Xuanning stared at Lin Chen icily, word by word. "Do you know that everything you eat, live in, wear, use, everything, is given by our family? You don't really think that after you leave my family, you'll still have all of this, do you?" As Lin Chen listened to the still familiar scolding voice, his mind was chaotic and his thoughts seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. However, the scene unfolding in front of him caused his throat to lock up and he could not make a single sound. In his eyes, the skin on Jiang Xuanning's face appeared on his retina in an extremely subtle state. When he gazed into his eyes, he even easily penetrated the skin and saw the layers of flesh and blood. There was even more excitement in Lin Chen's heart as he was appalled. This was the eye of the medical sage that his master had once told him about? A glance to see through the patient's lesions. Seeing and hearing only requires the word see. But isn't this a legend? And, Lin Chen carefully shifted his gaze downwards and aimed it at the cartoon pig on the pajamas. A slight gaze. The cartoon pig transformed into countless fibers in his eyes and was finally pierced through in an instant. Immediately following, what appeared in front of him was a flawless, youthful, sexy principle. Every part of it was like a heavenly creation. The white and clean skin, the white and flat belly, the waist that could be held. Lin Chen could not help but move down a little bit more. The heat of the day, more and more hot. In 18.5 years, never having seen this kind of reaction, Lin Chen could only feel a dry heat at this moment, coupled with the majestic heat contained within his body that had been temporarily suppressed. The two were superimposed. The heat that had been briefly suppressed was suddenly vented. Lin Chen could feel that his consciousness seemed to be burning, and everything in front of him was slowly becoming distorted. In a dreamlike state, for a moment, he actually forgot whether he was in a dream or in reality. It should be in a dream. He heard Jiang Xuanning's angry scolding. "You punk! Rubbish! Waste! I'm going to gouge your eyes out. How dare you look at me like that? You're dead. I'm going to send the video to my mom." I'm going to sweep you off your feet. Get out of my house. You unwanted piece of trash. Just you deserve to be delusional. You disgusting piece of trash. Lin Duan. What are you doing? Lin Dust. What are you doing? You stay away from me. I told you to stay away from me. Ah, don't. I beg you. Don't. Really don't. Rip. Linden. Don't. I'm your senior sister. I'm your senior sister. Let go of me. Oh, please, let go of me. It's my first time. It's really my first time. I lied to you when I told you that I've had boyfriends and played with many men before. Please, Lin Duan. I'm wrong. I won't send the video. I don't dare. Lin Chen felt that this dream was too long, but it seemed like he was enjoying it. A dream of boundless beauty. He dreamed of Jiang Xuanning's angry scolding of him. Yet, he also dreamed that his power had actually become countless times greater in his dream, easily grabbing Jiang Xuanning and pressing her underneath him. He didn't know what he was doing either, even if it was a dream. He was also unable to realize what he was doing in his dream. He could only feel the parched realization, the fire that seemed to be consuming everything. If there was nowhere to vent it, he might possibly sink down in this realization. So he went with his heart. It didn't matter if what was in front of him was his senior sister or not, if it was Jiang Xuanning or not. It was just a dream anyway. So he followed his heart, realizing all the ideas that he had thought about before but didn't dare to. Ta. It was 4 in the morning. Lin Chen slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Oh, he heard a small cry. In his heart, he was alarmed. The cry was inexplicably familiar, much like Jiang Xuanning. Fixing his eyes on it, a fair jade-like young girl was curled up in his arms. Tears had long since dampened his chest. One of his hands was resting on that perky buttocks, while the other hand was cradling the young girl from underneath her. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Penetrating eyes. Was it real? Gazing again, what he saw was flesh and blood. Not right. He shook his head. That marvelous feeling disappeared, and fixed his eyes again. The naked Jiang Xuanning was coincidentally raising her head, a desperate to the point of being deplorable little face looking at him. Xuanning, Lin Chen panicked for a moment, instantly letting go of his hand, his entire body bouncing up like a spring. He was actually open with Jiang Xuanning. He stood at the edge of his bed in panic. Jiang Xuanning pulled over the quilt on his bed and looked at Lin Chen with hatred. The tone did not match the viciousness of the past. It was more calm at this time, yet it carried a bit of anger. Are you satisfied? Chapter 4 Homelessness. You men have nasty things in your heads. Disgusting. Now, are you satisfied? Lin Chen, I'll remember you for the rest of my life. I'll kill you. You deserve to die. You really deserve to die. Wrapped in the quilt and filled with resentment, Jiang Xuanning left the room as if she was fleeing. Lin Chen stood there dumbfounded. His gaze rested on the bright red on the bedsheet. His throat slid up and down. The good news was that it seemed like he had really acquired a powerful physique and perspective eyes. The bad news was that this wasn't happening in a dream. Lin Chen stared straight at his hands, controlling his consciousness as his eyes gradually became lax. The eyes passed through the palms of his hands and clearly saw the vascular tissue beneath the skin. This situation was different from last night, more realistic. When Lin Chen withdrew his mind, a slight feeling of dizziness hit him. A highly focused consciousness obviously couldn't be sustained for a long time. It seemed that more practice was needed before he could do so. Bang! A sudden loud sound came, pulling Lin Chen back to reality. Having been immersed in joy just a moment ago, he immediately thought of what he had done last night. Putting on the clothes that were messily thrown on the floor, he timidly pushed open the door to his room. Only then did she realize that the things inside her room had been thrown out piece by piece. Jiang Xuanning was like a mad lioness. Her messy hair was like a chicken's nest, and her frost-covered face suppressed the anger that was about to erupt. With a bang, the cabinet where Lin Chen had put his clothes, he pushed it hard onto the floor. What is this? For? Lin Chen instinctively shouted. Jiang Xuanning's gaze was like two sharp knife lights, and Lin Chen immediately swallowed back the latter half of his words. The pale and absolutely beautiful face was bloodless. There was only anger, madness as well as hatred. Get the hell out of this house from today, or I'll call the police. Jiang Xuanning clenched her red lips as she didn't say those two humiliating words, but her body and mind had been humiliated by the man in front of her. A trash that was picked up, a shameless bastard. When she remembered what happened last night, a flash of panic and helplessness flashed across Jiang Xuanning's pale face. Trembling hands clutched her arms helplessly. Like a frightened little animal, she crouched in the corner without any support. Lin Chen watched this scene with mixed feelings in his heart. His feelings towards Jiang Xuanning were complicated. There was gratitude to the Jiang family for taking him in, fear of Jiang Xuanning's cowardice, and guilt over what happened last night. Just like this, he stood by the door, silently watching her like a statue. Never dared to take a step beyond the thunderstorm. Perhaps having vented enough, Jiang Xuanning suddenly raised her head. Her cold gaze was filled with killing intent as she gazed at the person she had belittled and spoiled. I told you to get lost, do you hear me? Jiang Xuenning's words were fierce, and the blood color on her face that had just recovered became pale again. Lin Chen didn't say anything, just silently picked up the scattered clothes on the ground, not even daring to enter the room. Packing the boxes, he took another look at the house he had lived in. His eyes fell on the figure in the corner. Inexplicable emotions welled up in his heart, and he walked towards the kitchen on his own. The Jiang family's house was large, and so was the kitchen. There were all kinds of ingredients prepared in it, and on weekdays Jiang Xuenning never entered the kitchen. She had her own small refrigerator for snacks. Only the nanny and Lin Duan used it on weekdays. Jiang Xuenning didn't allow the nanny to make food for Lin Duan. Said a picked-up waste, does not deserve to eat the same things as her. Lin Dust could only learn to do it himself. The pots and pans and chopsticks and spoons used for eating were all separate, in order not to mix with Jiang Xuenning. Jiang Mother once asked Lin Dust, why do you want to make a separate one for yourself? Lin Dust can only perfunctorily answer, he likes to cook, but a former lonely wandering outcast, can eat is already lucky, and how to cook some research. He simply made a meal to replenish his qi and blood and placed it on the table. Fondly, he glanced back, with the gorgeous decorations and expensive furnishings. Lin Chen stood there looking out of place. One could not fit in here after all. Xuenning, I'm leaving. Lin Dust shouted towards the inner room. There was no response. Or maybe that was the response. Dragging his heavy feet, he left what was once his home. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of weak footsteps came from the room. A pair of bloodshot eyes gazed in the direction of the front door. Jiang Xuenning's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent as she saw the table with food on it and walked over. There was also a note pressed underneath, densely written with many words. Jiang Xuenning swept a glance and only saw the 3 words at the beginning. Sorry, tear. Without any hesitation directly tore the note into pieces, grabbed the food on the table and ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. Bang! Fragments of the broken porcelain bowl splashed out, like the missing corner of Jiang Xuenning's heart. Viciously grabbing the fragments on the floor, she allowed the sharp-pointed corners to cut her palms. Like a demon that had fallen into madness, she let out a low hiss. Lin Chen, I want you to die. I must want you to die. Jiang Xuenning let out a vicious curse, the lingering nightmare from last night haunting her. She wanted revenge. Revenge. Otherwise she would break down, completely break down. Leaving the Jiang family, Lin Chen had to walk aimlessly through the streets. With skyscrapers as far as the eye could see, he was like an outsider, out of place with everything in front of him. How many times had he woken up in his dreams alone? The feeling of loneliness never seemed to leave. It just went from one place to another. Sitting on his suitcase he contemplated his future. There was a place to live and a job to find. The school is not going to go for the time being. He and Jiang Xuenning attended the same school. Jiang Mother had arranged it this way in the beginning, wanting to let Lin Chen quickly integrate into the environment, not realizing that it would end up being an obstacle for both of them. Walking along the street facing the traffic, Lin Duan stopped every now and then to ask the stores next to him if they were hiring. What was exchanged was a refusal, as well as a disgusted look. Wandering. Once again, he stepped on the wandering. This time, the pace was significantly heavier. Perhaps it was the comfortable life of the Jiang family that made Lin Chen forget this feeling. Just walking aimlessly, like a walking corpse. Suddenly several sedans whistled past. They stopped 10 meters in front of them with a bang, and a group of people came down from the car, lifting an old man from the back seat with all their hands and feet. The old man's face was pale, and he seemed to have fallen into a deep coma. Letting the people around him manipulate his limbs, they carried him into a store. Looking up, it was actually a medical center. Lin Chen was suspicious in his heart. Shouldn't he go to a big hospital if he was sick? Why did he come to this small medical center? With a few points of curiosity Lin dust forward to put together. Who knows not yet stood firm. Was a group of people watching the crowd crowded in. Chapter 5, Just a Bite to Eat. A large group of people crowded around the door of the not-so-spacious hall. Countless heads looking inside. The old man's face is ashen, but in front of a young female doctor in her early 20s. Her brow was furrowed into a Sichuan character, and she was hesitant to speak. How is my old man doing? A middle-aged man in a suit asked. The young female doctor shook her head bitterly. It's too late. Bam! As if announcing a death sentence. A crunching sound, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Only when they looked back did they realize that a large black iron pot had fallen to the ground, and the pale-faced young man was picking things up in a panic. The result is that the more you pick up the more things you drop. The young female doctor frowned and asked, "Are you here to see a doctor?" The young female doctor's face was not happy, and the patient's family was secretly angry. The old man who was about to die was in critical condition, but there was still a kid who didn't know what was important and came here to make trouble. Look at his body clanking and banging a large pile of things. Do not know thought it was a rag collector. The young female doctor gave a wink to the male assistant next to her. The male assistant immediately got up and rushed towards Lin Chen. Go go go, don't mess around here. I'll call the police if you don't leave. Sorry. Lin Chen hurriedly apologized, picking up the pot on the floor and dropping another pair of chopsticks, picking up the chopsticks and dropping a spatula. The comical movements drew laughter from the surrounding people, but the more this happened, the more flustered Lin Chen became, and the more things he dropped in his hands. The young female doctor's embroidered eyebrows knitted slightly, eventually suppressing her raging anger and rushing to the patient's family. The old man's situation is not optimistic. You guys have to be psychologically prepared. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged woman of about 40 suddenly bawled, grabbing the young female doctor and said, Dr. Chen, save my father. How much money I am willing to spend? The woman called Dr. Chen shook her head apologetically. All sorts of cries resounded in the hall for a while. The people watching around were also affected by this emotion and secretly started wiping their tears. Everyone's sadness was different, except for Lin Chen, who had his head bowed thoughtfully. His eyes seemed to be permeated with a strange luster, like a clean crystal that reflected various colors through the sunlight. With his gaze, Lin Chen's appearance as he stared at the old man changed slightly. The skin of his body was peeled off layer by layer, presenting a blood vessel like a river. The blood vessels were a dull black color that lacked vitality, flowing all over the body and finally converging in the middle of the heart. Only a blockage formed in the blood color flowing somewhere in the heart, and it seemed like it might completely close at any time. Myocardial infarction caused by a blood clot. This was a very common disease of the elderly. Although Lin Chen knew the cause of the disease, he was just about to open his mouth when his shoulder was pushed. A sense of powerlessness hit him. The young male assistant waved his hand like a fly, driving a kind of watching crowd to the door, which also included Lin Duan. Lin Dust stumbled and fell, spilling his belongings on the floor with a clatter. This pissed off the patient's family as well, and a man angrily grabbed Lin Duan's collar and questioned, Are you finished? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Rag picker trash, get the hell out of here. The man pushed Lin Chen with force, and Lin Chen directly fell down the steps of the medical center. The steps were only 4 or 5, but he flipped over twice before stopping. Perhaps it was because his body had been strengthened. Lin Chen didn't feel much pain, he just looked very wretched. The patient's family didn't pester him too much, and with a burst of crying and shouting, they carried the old man back to the car and left in a hurry just as they had come. The people watching dispersed, and Lin Chen silently picked up the things on the ground. At this time, Dr. Chen came to him and looked up and down, slightly apologized and squatted down, helping Lin Chen pick up things. Lin Chuan's eyes were a little evasive, and he inadvertently swept over Dr. Chen's badge. Chen Zhu, professor at the Medical University Hospital. Lin Dust froze for a moment and looked up at the signboard of the medical center. It was just an ordinary name, but Chen Zhu's chest plate was clearly not a doctor here. Are you alright? Chen Zhu casually asked when he realized that Lin Chen's gaze was a bit dazed. Lin Chen hurriedly shook his head and got up, ready to leave, when he suddenly remembered something and said, That old man just now had a clogged blood vessel in his left ventricle. If he goes to the hospital in time, he can still be saved. Lin Chuan reminded out of kindness, but Chen Zhu grabbed his hand and asked with astonished eyes, You know medical skills? I've learned it before. Lin Chen nodded his head. Chen Zhu was even more surprised. This all rags and tatters get the uninformed thought it was a garbage collector. But just now, Chen Zhu could be sure that this young man just stood in the crowd of people watching and skimmed. How did he see the old man's condition? You wait. Chen Zhu immediately called out to Lin Duan, who was ready to leave, and called the patient's family just now. The call was quickly dialed and a few words were said briefly. The patient's family members who were rushing back home immediately reversed their direction and rushed towards the best heart surgery hospital in the city. After another half an hour, Chen Zhu's phone rang. The old man's situation has been determined, and Lin Chen said not a minute difference, and people have been sent to the operating room. Whether it can be saved or not is still a matter of opinion. Chen Zhu hung up the phone, and his heart was in shock. He personally issued a death notice. Originally thought that the old man must be hopeless, but did not expect this young man in front of him a sentence. The patient from the death line back. He boasted that he was a professor of medicine and knew this kind of disease like the back of his hand, but never thought that there is also the time to look away. Looking at the young man in front of him, Chen Zhu felt that he had found a piece of treasure, wanting to leave the person behind, but not knowing how to speak. He looked at the suitcase beside him and asked, Are you here to look for a job? Lin Duan nodded. Any work experience? Lin Duan shook his head. Then what university did you graduate from? Chen Zhu held up the last glimmer of hope as Lin Dust shook his head helplessly. I'm still studying. Still studying? Looking at the slightly mature young man in front of him, Chen Zhu was continuously shocked in his heart. Looking at him, he should be about the same age as himself, but he didn't expect that he was actually still studying. But this was good. This is a diamond in the rough. If it can be carved and refined, it might become a talent. Chen Zhu raised the heart of love for talent and pointed to the medical center behind him. This is my family's medical center. Are you willing to work here? You can start as an apprentice. Lin Chen looked at the opulent medical hall in front of him. His heart was a little stirred, but he hardened and suppressed it. Timidly asked, is food and shelter included? Just give a bite to eat. Chen Zhu froze for a moment and took the initiative to take the suitcase in Lin Chen's hand. Come with me. Chapter 6, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. Saying that, he led Lin Chen towards the back of the medical center. This was the dormitory of the medical center. It was clean and tidy. There was no need to rush at all with 4 people to a room. It was just that when Lin Chen came in, everyone's eyes were on him. You'll be staying here from now on. Xiao, take him to familiarize himself. We'll get him a work permit later, and we'll start work today. Chen Shu quickly beckoned, and a young man about Lin Chen's age walked out, wearing a pair of wide-rimmed glasses. He extended his hand in a very friendly manner. My name is Xia Zhiyong. You can call me Zhiyong, or Brother Zhiyong. Xia Zhiyong spoke in a friendly tone without any disdain or arrogance, shaking Lin Chen's hand before leading him into the dormitory. Looking inside the dormitory, Lin Chen finally had a trace of warmth, but in the next second, the door to the room was suddenly shut. Xia Zhiyong, who had been showing a gentle smile just a moment ago, suddenly pulled down his face. Several young men similar to him fishtailed into the room and quickly surrounded Lin Duan, forcing him into a corner. Several people revealed unfriendly gazes, and their bodies exuded thick hostility. Even Xia Zhiyong, who had been pleasant just a moment ago, now looked as if he was looking at Lin Chen with displeasure. Lin Chen didn't know where he had offended these few people, and a moment later, he was squeezed into a corner. Xia Zhiyong looked at him coldly and said, from that school? Ling Yang Noble School. The crowd looked at Xia Zhiyong with a shocked unison. The ones that could be labeled with the word noble were all private schools, and those were the ones that only people with money and backgrounds could get in. This kid was flat and looked like he was at the mercy of others. Could it be that he is the son of a big brother with a heavenly background, coming down to experience life? But why would this kind of person squeeze into a dormitory with them? This kid must be lying. Xia Zhiyong made a decision in his heart and looked at Lin Chen a little colder. Kid, I don't care what background you have. I'm in charge here. All of us are preparing for graduate school. The internship is important to us. No matter what you do in the future, you're not allowed to steal the limelight from us. Xia Zhiyong told Lin Chen about the rules here. Don't look at the fact that this was just a small medical center. It was very hard to get an internship spot, and the evaluation at the end of the internship was very important to them. Originally, this small group was already saturated and everyone had reached a consensus. Unexpectedly, a Lin Chen suddenly came. It was like a stone suddenly being thrown in on a calm lake, causing the original balance to be upset. Xia Zhiyong was very resistant to Lin Duan's arrival, and so were the others. Pointing to the spot by the door, he said, from now on, you'll sleep here, and the dormitory's hygiene should be kept clean at all times. The dormitory was very particular about assigning beds. The best were the beds on the balcony by the window. The sun didn't come in easily, and there wasn't any cold wind at night. The second is the balcony by the door of the bed. Winter north wind. The door opened and closed, the cold wind whooshing blowing in. The next best thing is the back door of the bed. Here is a blind spot, but also the health of the natural dead zone is not very good. The worst is the door of the bed. Both ends of the door blowing wind. The closest to the light switch. Every night to take the initiative to turn off the lights. And every time you open the door, the first thing you see is this position. Privacy is not good. Many people do not like to sleep in the bed of the door. Xia Zhiyong arranging it this way was obviously making it difficult for Lin Duan. Only Lin Duan did not care about this. Compared to the days when he had to sleep and eat, it was already very comfortable to have a bed. Who cares what position the bed rushes to? Silently picked up his luggage and started to make the bed. Xia Zhiyong and the others were all full of smiles as they watched Lin Chen's actions. Just now, they were worried that this guy was too big to be messed with, but they didn't expect him to be a rebellious waste. But thinking about it, it was also true. How much background could someone who was crammed into a dormitory with them have? Only when the crowd saw that he took out various pots and pans from within his luggage, everyone's expression was not calm. This guy was bringing out all his household goods? You can cook? Xia Zhiyong asked suspiciously. A little bit, Lin Chen answered truthfully, which made the crowd surprised, and at the same time, a hint of an idea rose in their hearts, especially Xia Zhiyong, who had eaten instant noodle boxed meals all the time and had long since gotten tired of it. It would be a comfortable meal to have someone make a home-cooked stir-fry. In the future, you'll cook and sweep the floor and wash the clothes. You'll do everything in the dormitory. Xia Zhiyong didn't give Lin Chen a chance to refuse and left the dormitory with the others. Before leaving, a few people even looked at Lin Duan playfully. I really don't know how there could be such a stupid person. Without even a word of refusal, he was arranged in such a clear way. After everyone left, Lin Chen silently lay on the bed. It wasn't that he didn't compete. Now he was fighting. But where was the meaning? I also don't know how Jiang mother is doing? She was still on a business trip and shouldn't know that she had left. Jiang Xuanning must still hate himself. When he thought of the madness of that night, Lin Chen had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was as if the beast that had been pent up in the bottom of his heart for many years had broken free of its cage and run out. That feeling of wanton venting made one forget everything. When he thought back, Lin Chen seemed to see Jiang Xuanning's spiteful eyes again. He suddenly woke up with a jolt, and his forehead was already covered in sweat. Lin Chen tried his best to calm himself down. Looking up at the window, he realized that it was already dark. Forgot to cook. Remembering Xia Ziyang's words before he left, Lin Chen got down from his bed. At that moment, he heard bustling laughter and curses coming from the doorway. The interns of the medical center had just returned from work. F***CK. Why is this floor still so dirty? Where's dinner? Who said we're cooking today? It's that new kid. He dares to fool us. After a few more angry roars, the door of the dormitory was pushed open with force, and Xia Ziyang came in with a few people in a rage. Seeing that Lin Chen was still sitting dumbly on the bed, anger instantly surged to his heart. Old man asked you to work and you're resting here. Teach him a lesson. Xia Ziyang didn't care. With a command, two people immediately pulled Lin Chen's over. In front of everyone, they ruthlessly slammed their fists into Lin Chen. Of course, although Lin Chen didn't like to fight with them, it didn't mean that you guys hit me and I stood stupidly still. Lin Chen also struck out. Hiss. The imaginary scream did not come. Instead, Xia Ziyang's clenched fist paused. The back of his reddish hand had swollen a large chunk, and a few of his finger bones clearly showed a hint of deformation. F***CK. This kid's bones seemed as hard as stone. With that punch just now, Xia Ziyang felt as if he had hit granite. On the contrary, Lin Chen had an innocent look on his face. Other than some pain in his arm, he didn't suffer multiple injuries. Brother Ziyong, you've broken a bone. Chapter 7 The Money Tree That Lays Golden Eggs. A companion saw Xia Ziyang's injury and immediately judged the situation in front of him. Xia Ziyang had taken the initiative to hit someone and ended up breaking his own hand bone. Beat him up for me. Xia Ziyang was enraged and ordered everyone to come together to teach Lin Chen a lesson. Lin Chen subconsciously swung his arms, although he had strengthened his body before. After all, he hadn't trained and could only rely on brute force to counterattack. One of them saw this and kicked towards Lin Chen's body. Ka-ching! A sound of bones breaking came out, and the kid who had just kicked someone, covered his leg and fell down. The leg bone was bent, just like it had been broken by the kick. Everyone looked at each other for a moment. They had never seen such a bizarre scene. The person who counterattacked was fine, but the one who hit was injured and fractured. All present are studying medicine. A glance can distinguish. Fracture injured place is broken by themselves. What exactly is this kid? Why is his physical fitness so horrible? Just as everyone was surprised at Lin Chen's indestructible body, only to see him slowly stand up, and for a moment everyone dared not wear the atmosphere and retreated to the corner. Don't mess around. What do you want? Come over again and I'll call the police. Xia Ziyang kept bracing himself, but his legs and stomach were already trembling non-stop. Lin Chen didn't choose to continue to make a move, but silently took out his own iron pot from under the bed. He had just been moving around and he was also a bit hungry. I'm going to cook now. Lin Chen's actions baffled the crowd. It was obvious that he was so physically strong, but his personality wasn't that strong. Xia Ziyang and the others didn't know. During those years when he used to wander, how many blank stares Lin Chen had endured, how many rejections he had gotten, and how many people he had been expelled from, not having enough to eat or sleep, living in fear every day. All the angles have been smoothed out by reality. Only know that the years are quiet. Do not know how to argue with anyone. Otherwise, he would not have obeyed Jiang Xuanning. Even after doing something so outrageous, he couldn't face her bravely. Perhaps Lin Chen had that kind of non-contentious character in his bones. That was what made everyone think he was a waste. Looking down on him, targeting him intentionally or unintentionally, even ostracizing him. After tinkling and banging in the kitchen for a few minutes, several plates of delicious dishes were brought to the table. Lin Chen looked at Xia Ziyuan and the others who were far away from him. Without rushing to sit down, he asked, "Are these dishes enough to eat?" Gulp. A person behind him swallowed hard. The dishes on this table did not look good, but the flavor was really fragrant. Not caring if it was good or not, they hooted and hollered and sat down. Except for Xia Ziyang and the guy who kicked and broke his leg. The two men looked at each other, and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. If I had known not to mess with this kid, I would have broken 2 bones for nothing, and I wouldn't even be able to eat. What's your name? Lin Chen. Lin Chen answered truthfully, and Xia Ziyang nodded. When Xia Ziyang came to Lin Duan's side, he heard Xia Ziyang mutter to himself, "Let's forget about today's matter for now. How about we don't count it as a fight?" After Xia Ziyang finished speaking, he also looked at the other few people beside him, and the other few people also hurriedly coped. Xia Ziyang was also afraid. This kid's bones were hard as rocks. Not moving a muscle and letting them fight could break the bones. If he really dared to make a move on them, the dormitory group of people together might not be able to take the person down. Lin Chen nodded. He didn't want to cause trouble either. It wasn't easy to have a place to stay nowadays, so why bother with all that trouble? When Zhang's mother was away on business, Zhang Xuaneng left all the chores in the house to him, and even Nanny Auntie let her go back on vacation. Looking at a few other people who were somewhat naive and stupid in Lin Duan, Xia Ziyang moved slightly and quickly hit his part of the heart, helping the guy who had kicked and broken his leg. He limped out of the dormitory. It looked like it should be going to the medical center to look for medicine. It was just that from now on, no one dared to bully Lin Chen anymore. All the work in the dormitory was left to him alone, and the people were happy to be free. Early the next morning, Lin Dust followed the crowd to the medical center to work. As trainee apprentices, most of their work was simple. It was just organizing herbs, counting inventory, decocting and boiling medicines, and so on. The medical center had a lot of patients on weekdays, and most of them were regular customers who came to get their medicines. They came here with their own prescriptions. From recognizing, weighing and sorting, these things were all done by apprentices. Lin Chen had learned before, but Xia Ziyang had warned him that he couldn't work harder than them. Lin Chen could only pretend to be a newcomer with little knowledge and slowly learn behind the others. In the afternoon, Chen Zhu came to the medical center to see the doctor. Usually, apart from having to be busy with the medical school, he would just come to the medical center to see the doctor. When Chen Zhu saw that Lin Duan was honestly studying behind the others, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. When it was time for a break, Lin Chen found a corner to sit down, silently recalling what he had done today. A familiar voice came from his ears. Mr. Wang, how is the old man's surgery? It's already safe. That's great. It's fortunate that I found out in time yesterday and informed you guys to go to the hospital to take a look. It's fine. It's fine. It's all what I should have done. Lin Chen looked over in that direction and realized that it was Chen Zhu on the phone. Originally, eavesdropping on other people's speeches was very impolite, but once he heard that it was that old man from yesterday, Lin Chen unconsciously listened. Mr. Wang is too polite. I've been learning from my grandfather for many years. I still have this bit of craftsmanship. Forget about sending a banner. This is a doctor's duty. Investment. That would be great. I happen to have a research topic in my hand. Chen Zhu cheerfully negotiated a project with the other party, and seemed to have pulled in a considerable amount of sponsorship. However, he didn't mention a word about Lin Duan since the beginning. This made Lin Chen a bit puzzled, but he didn't take it to heart. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhu dialed another phone number. This time, she appeared unusually excited, and without waiting for the other party to speak, she hurriedly said, Grandpa, just now the Wang family sponsored us with a sum of money, a considerable amount. Of course it's because of what happened to Elder Wang yesterday. If it wasn't for a kid reminding me, I almost made a mistake. That's for sure. The person has already stayed. I think that kid is quite spiritual, and I intend to cultivate him. Don't worry, Grandpa. Let that kid stay. I'll claim the credit if there's any, and let him take the top if there's any faults. The more Chinju spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had dug up a piece of treasure. But these words fell on Lin Chan's ears. But it was a different story. He himself had been taken advantage of. Yesterday, it was clearly himself who reminded Chinju, but in the end, all the credit fell on her. That family was obviously not small, and all the benefits were taken by Chinju, but he himself became an unnoticeable apprentice in the medical center. Chapter 8: The Night Shift in Luck. At this time, even if Lin Chen stood out and stated his own merits, others would only think that it was the medical center's good cultivation, and it had nothing to do with you. He had already fallen into a huge trap. In the eyes of others, he has become a money tree that lays golden eggs. Lin Chen felt aggrieved and kept his head down in silence until someone pushed him. Only then did he realize that Xia Ziyang was standing beside him. Xia Ziyang had a bandage on one hand and was holding a ruler in the other. What are you freezing for? Go to work. Xia Ziyang drove Lin Duan away without letting him say a word more. When he got off work in the evening, Lin Duan wanted to talk to Chinju. Instead, he found that she had already left early. He had no choice but to return to the dormitory, and when he returned to the dormitory, someone had already made the meal. When dinner hadn't been eaten yet, Xia Ziyuan started. After you finish eating later, take the key and go to the medical center on duty. Duty medical center still has to be on duty at night? Lin Chen hadn't heard the others mention the duty thing, so he thought that these people were intentionally hiding it from him. Duty is a very tiring thing, especially at night when there aren't many people and there are a lot of broken things. It was said that once, a drunk who was bitten by a dog came to seek medical treatment. While gesticulating, he bit into the hand of the man on duty. 12 teeth marks are still clearly visible, right on Xia Ziyang's arm. Lin Duan reluctantly took the key, and in his heart, He wanted to refuse. Just at this time his own cell phone rang. Picked it up to see that it was his homeroom teacher who called. The ringing of the phone was urgent, just like Lin Chan's apprehensive heart. Originally, he had planned not to return to school to avoid meeting with Zhang Xuanying. Now that his homeroom teacher was calling, could it be that the east window had broken and the homeroom teacher had come to ask for punishment? Lin Chan shook his head quickly, shaking those mixed thoughts away. If something had really happened, it would have been the police who called, not the homeroom teacher. After waiting for the phone to ring for 5 or 6 times, Lin Duan finally picked up the phone. A thick female voice with a hint of majesty came from the other end of the phone. Lin Duan, why didn't either you or Zhang Xuanying come to class yesterday? The class teacher's words confused Lin Duan. He had just left the Zhang family yesterday. Originally, he thought that he would write off his life with the previous one. He didn't expect the homeroom teacher to suddenly ask about it. But instead, Lin Chen didn't know how to answer. Zhang Xuanying didn't go to school either? This was Lin Chen's first reaction, and then 2 impatient questioning voices came from the other end of the phone. Lin Chen, speak up, what happened? Zhang Xuanying is the school's top student. If you bring her down, the teacher will immediately call and inform her parents, and write a written statement to me tomorrow. Be serious, be profound. The homeroom teacher didn't notice Lin Duan's abnormality and chopped his head off to give her an education. Zhang Xuanying's grades were also a top existence in the school, and compared to her Lin Chen's grades were a bit miserable. After all, he was still begging for his livelihood today when others were living a superior life. The gap of many years had led to Lin Chen's grades being consistently bad. He was ostracized everywhere, and the class teacher had a bad impression of him. The first thought was that Zhang Xuanying's absenteeism was caused by Lin Duan. Lin Chen wanted to interrupt the class teacher's ramblings, but he was worried about causing more trouble. He wanted to just tell the homeroom teacher that he wasn't going to school and dropped out. But when the homeroom teacher mentioned Mother Jiang, Lin Chen hesitated. The place in the school was gotten by Jiang Mother. This favor Lin Dust always remembered. But if you want to withdraw from the school, you need to get the consent of Mother Jiang. This matter can't be known to Mother Jiang. Lin Chen made up his mind in his heart and immediately explained. Teacher, Zhang Xuanying is sick. Sick? The class teacher's tone was filled with skepticism, as if she was making sure that Lin Chen was lying at this moment. After waiting for a moment, the class teacher's tone eased up a lot. There was no longer the questioning and skepticism from before, but instead, he said in a serious tone, it's like this. This child, Zhang Xuanying, grew up without a father, and it was hard for Jiang Mother to pull her up all by herself. Now she also travels a lot and doesn't even have a single person at home to take care of her. If Zhang Xuanying's situation is better, let her go back to school without having to take a vacation. You'll put a written note and leave of absence on my desk tomorrow, and if you're late again you'll get a demerit. The class teacher's voice carried a majesty that couldn't be defied, and Lin Chen was bitter inside. The same 2 people. The difference in treatment was just too great. But on the contrary, Lin Chen never said a word of dissatisfaction. Perhaps in the long term, Lin Dust's bones were aware of the class teacher's majesty. He obeyed her words and didn't dare to inform the homeroom teacher of what had happened, because by doing that, Mother Jiang would definitely know. Jiang Mother must be very disappointed with what she had done to Zhang Xuanying. It may not be possible to attract the police, and the consequences, Lin Duan has not dared to imagine. He promised the homeroom teacher that he would go to school tomorrow, but his heart was always mixed. After hanging up the phone, still in a state of wandering soul, like a puppet without a body toward the direction of the medical center. The medical center was very quiet at night. Most of the time on the night shift was very leisurely. It was just that Lin Chen was always loaded with things in his heart, absent-mindedly leaning against the counter, gazing at the street with the traffic, as if that bustling scene was always out of place with him. Just then, a middle-aged couple, holding a 5 or 6-year-old baby doll rushed in. Nervously, they yelled at Lin Chen, Doctor, come quickly, my daughter got stuck eating something. The middle-aged man, who was supposed to be the little doll's father, looked nervous as he pulled on Lin Chen's clothes. Life and death was just a split second away. The little doll was already suffocating, coughing hard to spit out what she had eaten. The throat was clogged with a foreign object. Lin Dust ran up immediately. This situation is already too late to go to the hospital. Not delayed a minute, the little doll is dangerous. 1 point. It could be life-threatening. Lin Dust immediately focused his mind, his eyes bursting out with a strange luster. The eyes penetrated the little doll's chest, through the skin, through the blood vessels, and gradually saw the internal organs. A dark sour date was stuck in the middle of the trachea and esophagus. If it was not handled in time, it would likely lead to death by suffocation. Bear with it. Lin Chen broke open the little doll's mouth and snapped her throat with his fingers. A feeling of regurgitation like a bodily instinct made the little doll feel uncomfortable, and with a vomit of acid mixed with all sorts of filth she vomited on Lin Xuan. Then snot and tears flowed down and her body trembled uncontrollably. It hadn't been vomited out yet. Lin Dust could see the situation of the little doll's body and once again prepared to buckle her throat. But at this time, the middle-aged man became anxious and grabbed Lin Duan's collar and questioned. What kind of doctor are you? Making my daughter cry and not saving her. Are you trying to kill someone? Chapter 9. What's coming is coming. Facing the man's questioning, Lin Chun unexpectedly subconsciously avoided his sight. But this was a sign of weakness in the man's eyes, and a wave of nameless anger surged through his heart. He threw a vicious punch at Lin Chen's cheek. Bang! Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by a piercing wail. The middle-aged man looked at his fist incredulously. The joints of his palm were red, and the bones had broken several sections. This time, the middle-aged man was not calm anymore. He did not expect Lin Chen's cheeks to be as hard as stone. Just as he was about to scream, the little doll's mother let out a cry of surprise. Spit it out! Nui Nui, spit it out! Meeting the child's mother's line of sight, Lin Chen and the man realized that amongst the vomit that had just been thrown up, a thumb-sized sour date had suddenly appeared. The little doll's face turned dangerously pale, and aggrieved tears rushed out like a river breaking its banks. The man then couldn't care less about the dazed Lin Chen, and pushed him away. Coming to his child's side, he nervously stroked the little doll's fragile and frightened little face. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. Go! Let's go home. Not here. The man glared resentfully at Lin Chen and left with the still crying little doll in his arms, leaving behind only a mess, and an overwhelmed Lin Dust. Looking around still alone, Lin Chen had never enjoyed the importance of being protected by his parents. Every lonely night, he could only sob alone, fantasizing that one day, there would be someone to protect him as well. But the reality was like the puddle of vomited yellow water on the ground. It's blinding, disgusting, filled with the stench of putrefaction. Like every day and night spent curled up next to a trash can, Lin Dust took out a mop and cleaned silently, cleaning the stains on the floor. But he couldn't clean up the mess on his clothes. 12 o'clock in the morning, Lin Dust silently closed the door of the medical center. The first day of the night shift was in a terrible mood, and in the middle of it came two waves of drunken men who wanted to buy medicine to relieve alcohol. One of them didn't even pay and wandered off. Lin Chen wanted to go up and stop them, but he was afraid that his strong body would hurt the other party. He could only watch the drunks leave. Back in the dormitory, snoring was everywhere in the room. Everyone had already gone to sleep. Only Lin Dust silently took off his clothes and carefully cleaned the stains on them. There was not a single ray of light in the dimly lit environment, because he didn't want to disturb other people's rest. Lin Chen could only do things in the dark, hanging the somewhat whitewashed clothes on the balcony. Exhaustion finally reached its peak. Leaning against his bed, he fell into a deep sleep. This night was quiet, and Lin Duan slept very deeply. That was until the alarm bell woke him up early the next morning, and the entire dormitory let out a piercing wail. Who rings the alarm early in the morning? Turn that thing off, Xia Ziyang shouted. Lin Chen also ignored his impotent rage. Tiptoeing on his clothes, Lin Chen sleepily walked into the restroom. Everyone else in the dormitory hadn't gotten up yet. As college students they had plenty of time to rest, but Lin Dust still had to step on time to go to school. Perhaps today was the last day to go to school. He wanted to talk to the homeroom teacher. It would be best if he didn't have to inform Mother Zhang to drop out of school. But according to Mother Zhang's character, she would definitely pursue the matter to the end. And I'm afraid she would know more by then. With trepidation, Lin Chen silently left. Meanwhile at the entrance of Lin Yang Noble School, a luxury car was parked next to the dedicated driveway, and the students who came down from the car were either rich or noble. Behind every single one of them were families that were worth over $1 million. Their surfaces were polished, but their faces carried a transcendent arrogance. Not wearing uniforms, they instead had a school badge pinned to their chests. This was a symbol of identity and a characteristic of Lin Yang Noble School. And beside the school's main gate, a handsome young man of about 1 meter 8 tall was anxiously searching for a certain figure in the crowd. His name was Lu Hongkai. His father was one of the school managers of Lin Yang School, and his family had prominent assets of over $100 million. He also held the position of student council president. He would be graduating in a year, and would go directly to a foreign country to further his education at that time. 4 years later, he would return with a diploma from a prestigious university and enter the family's company, becoming its heir. All this has been predestined from the moment he was born, until he met someone, Jiang Xuanning, an existence that was breathtakingly beautiful inside the school. She was like a snow lotus that suddenly broke into the mortal world, leaving an indelible feeling in Lu Hongkai's heart. Lu Hongkai frantically pursued Jiang Xuanning. He even made a bold statement that anyone who dared to approach Jiang Xuanning would be his enemy. But on the contrary, besides such an out-of-this-world beauty, there was always a humble piece of trash following her. That trash Lin Chen. Saying that it was some kind of senior sibling relationship was actually an insignificant subordinate. Lu Hongkai had never put him in his eyes. Until yesterday, neither Jiang Xuanning nor Lin Chen showed up. Asked the teacher also said he did not know. A bad feeling arose in Lu Hongkai's heart. That trash couldn't have done something to Jiang Xuanning, right? Anger stemming from unknown imaginations. Lu Hongkai's cold face suppressed a nameless fire, like a volcano that was about to erupt that could go berserk at any time. Even when faced with the greetings of the people around him, he put on a cold look. Just then, a familiar sedan appeared in front of him. That was the Jiang family's special car, which transported Jiang Xuanning to and from school every day. As soon as he saw the car stop, Lu Hongkai immediately ran up to greet him personally. The moment the car door opened, Jiang Xuanning's stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of her eyes. Lu Hongkai felt like flying from hell to heaven. The corner of his mouth even unconsciously smiled, attentive for Jiang Xuanning to take the bag. Xuanning, why didn't you come yesterday? I was worried sick about you. Ha, where's that follower of yours? Forget it, it's not an important person anyway. Xuanning, why don't you say anything? Did that guy bully you? Tell me, I'll help you take revenge. Lu Hongkai spoke with a face full of indignation, thinking that Jiang Xuanning's silence was caused by Lin Chen. But in normal times, Jiang Xuanning had the same attitude towards him. It was just that this time, the frost on her face was even more prevalent, like a snowy mountain that didn't melt all year round, hiding extreme danger in silence. Especially Lu Hongkai mentioned yesterday, Jiang Xuanning's face instantly became pale. It was as if the scenes of that night were vivid in her mind, and everything was like a nightmare. Scram! Jiang Xuanning's sudden roar scared Lu Hongkai into freezing for a moment. Countless pairs of eyes in the surroundings looked towards this place, a gaze that looked like it had peeled away Jiang Xuanning's coat of shame. A rage that could not be suppressed sprang up. Lu Hongkai, I don't want to see you. Get out of here. Chapter 10 Rules are made by the best. The straightforward sentence stunned everyone. Jiang Xuanning actually said such words to Lu Hongkai, the student president, in front of so many people. And Lu Hongkai obviously didn't expect this kind of thing to happen, and watched as Jiang Xuanning snatched her bag and walked towards the school in big strides. That back gradually moved away, like the oxygen being pulled out. It made Lu Hongkai's breathing a little stagnant. Who made Jiang Xuanning angry? This was a fleeting thought in Lu Hongkai's mind. Although Jiang Xuanning had been indifferent to him in the past, she had never been as angry as she was today. That anger was like it could ignite everything around her, and even those who didn't know her could feel the unstoppable flame in Jiang Xuanning's body. Was it Lin Chen? Lu Hongkai thought a lot in an instant. The only discord that came to mind was that the trash that followed Jiang Xuanning was gone. That trash that was picked up was usually like a little follower, but today, it was like it wanted to disappear. Right, that must be it. It must be Lin Chen who made Jiang Xuanning angry. Lu Hongkai thought he had found the source of the matter, and his fists began to unconsciously clench. Jiang Xuanning had been bullied, so he should take revenge for her. No matter what Lin Chen had done, he would make him pay today. Lu Hongkai made the decision to call in a few helpers to stand at the school entrance, and as soon as Lin Duan appeared, he would pull him into the grove at the back. It's very secretive there, and often some unseemly things happen there. The teachers at the school turned a blind eye to this. After all, the students who can study here all have prominent families, and none of them can be offended by them. Only, Lu Hongkai seemed to have miscalculated a little. Lin Chen had indeed come. Only by the time he arrived, the bell for the first class had already started. After bouncing around a few buses, he finally ran into the school at the last minute. He couldn't take 2 breaths before 2 seniors stopped in front of him. F***CK, arriving at this hour, making me late. Junior Lu said to take him away, and Junior Lu is responsible for everything else, said the 2 seniors, one on the left and one on the right, lifted up Lin Chen's arm and walked towards the grove. The 2 seniors were forceful and powerful, dragging Lin Chen around the school building to the grove. Lin Chen didn't think about resisting. He instinctively kept silent, dragging him to an unoccupied corner. A hand pushed Lin Chen to the side. What is senior planning to do? Can you let me go? I'm afraid you guys will regret it later. Let you go? Regret? You want farts to eat? A senior revealed a teasing smile. Offending President Lu was offending the entire student council. No matter how strong that student's background was, they would be collectively rejected by the student council. In this private aristocratic school, being ostracized meant that he and the family behind him would be targeted. No one would disobey the orders of the student council, not to mention a little transparent person like Lin Chen who had no background and no strength. His existence was a stain on the noble school. In public and private, Lu Hongkai would find a way to resolve Lin Chen, unless he withdrew from school himself. The 2 seniors didn't want to waste time and actually used guessing to decide who would do it. Lin Chen wanted to turn around and leave, but was grabbed back by one of the seniors. The opposite party was just about to make a move when a chorus interrupted the 2. A male teacher with glasses walked over quickly, angrily pointing at the 2 seniors. He questioned, "What are you doing here?" The male teacher swept a glance at the 2 men and then looked at Lin Chen who was on the side. It didn't need to be said to guess what was about to happen. Anger intensified on his face and he was about to pull the two seniors away. One of them suddenly said, "Teacher, we're from the student council." At these words, the male teacher's hand that had just been extended paused for a moment and subconsciously retracted. "You guys are from the student council? The student council can't just miss class either." The male teacher changed the topic. The two seniors obviously came prepared and took out their student union membership cards. Looking at the three large, eye-catching words student council, the male teacher's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and his tone immediately eased up a lot. Pointing at the crouching Lin Duan on the ground, he asked, "What does he do? Is your student council catching truants again?" The male teacher directly ignored Lin Chen's pleading gaze, and the two seniors froze. It was obvious that the male teacher was doing the explaining for them, but instead, he cheapened the two. The two seniors immediately laughed sardonically. Right, you're right, teacher. He's just a truant. Look now, the class bell has passed and he's still turning around in the grove. This kind of person who breaks school discipline should be severely punished. They'll be a scourge in society in the future. The two seniors painted a colorful picture, describing Lin Chuan as a student who was unforgivable. Anyway, President Liu had said that he was a bad student, so what could he do if he had no identity or background to slander him? The male teacher didn't seem to like the tone of the two seniors. However, the other party was a member of the student council. Even the teacher had no right to move them. What's more, in the noble school, all the teachers' salaries were paid by the students' parents. There was no need to ruin one's future for the sake of spite. In that case, I'll take him to the teaching office. You guys go back to class. The male teacher's sudden sentence blindsided both seniors. Originally thought that the male teacher was on their side. How did the words turn around like taking someone away? For a moment the faces of the two seniors became unsightly, but the male teacher said righteously, "Educating students is a teacher's duty, and the student council can't just punish others. Let's put it this way, skipping class will be penalized once. You two go back to class first, otherwise you'll be gossiped about." The male teacher's words were like a tranquilizer pill, causing the two seniors' hanging hearts to instantly relax. A demerit was the most serious punishment in the school. It would even be directly recorded in his file, and in Lin Chen's future life, it would accompany him as a stain for the rest of his life. This was more useful than teaching him a lesson. The two seniors were instantly relieved, smiling and nodding like the male teacher. "You're right, teacher. This kid deserves a demerit, preferably a major demerit. Let's see if he dares next time." Lin Chen listened to the conversation between the three men. His heart was already mixed. The bully was treated as justice, while the one who was abused was judged. If Mother Jiang came back from her business trip, she would know that he was the one who violated the school rules, beat up the seniors, and even bowed the women to her daughter. It was impossible to imagine how disappointed Jiang Mother would be. Just thinking about Mother Jiang, Lin Chen clenched his teeth. No matter how much sin he suffered, he could not let Jiang Mother down. Otherwise, Lin Chen would never have peace of mind in his life. Thus, Lin Chen was brought to the teaching office by the male teacher. As soon as the teachers in the teaching office saw Lin Chen on the side, they all frowned. The same thought popped into their heads. Chapter 11. A leaky house gets a rainy night. Did this student just come back from carrying bricks from the construction site? But with the male teacher's series of added explanations, the faces of several teachers in the teaching office became unsightly. These students just owe it to themselves. They're skipping classes when they can't learn properly. If they were in our time, they would have been expelled long ago. Which class are you in? What's your name? Lin Chen? I've got it. Look at these scores. You're a bad student. You should study hard if your grades are so bad. Look at your class. The best and worst are in your class. If you have poor grades, you should study hard. You're discrediting the whole class. You know? The several teachers gave a chopping education, not caring at all what happened. As long as the grades were less than ideal, they were poor students. And Lin Chen was the most typical poor student in their darkness. Lin Dust gripped his school bag tightly, his fingertips rubbing the rough fabric as he clenched his aggrieved back teeth. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know how to do so. The bad grades were only because his foundation was poor. Lin Chen wasn't dumber than others. He just started late. But this little gap was infinitely magnified in the eyes of several teachers, especially in their school. Grades represented their face in addition to outstanding students. No one would delay their future for a poor student. Even if one said out loud that he or she had taught a poor student at Linyang Noble School, it would be a shameful thing. After a few teachers voted, Lin Dust got the first demerit in his life and informed the whole grade. All of a sudden, Lin Chen became famous. But this also made more people start to hold a grudge against Lin Chen, especially his classmates. Lin Chen walked down the corridor back to the classroom. There were people pointing everywhere around him, all dripping with teasing gazes. The people in the teaching office had kept Lin Chen for one class period. By the time they let him go back, the whole year's bulletin had also been issued. This was the first time that their grade had a demerit notification. Everyone immediately gathered on both sides of the corridor like they had discovered a new continent. Which demerit student is this? Which class? That bumpkin from class 4. I heard that he was forced in through the back door. It's him. No wonder he looks like such a loser. How come the school accepts everyone? Someday I'll talk to my dad. This kind of person shouldn't be allowed into the school. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Lin Duan stumbled like a walking corpse to the entrance of class 4. It was just after class time, and there were some resting students standing at the door. When they saw Lin Duan appear, their gazes all revealed disgust and anger. The disgust was that this kind of trash was even in the same class as them. The anger was because of this guy. Class 4 had become the laughingstock of the entire class. Not only did Lin Chen's fame make everyone remember him, it also made everyone remember class 4. Jiang Xuening, your dog is back. I don't know who suddenly shouted out, and Lin Chen's gaze landed on Jiang Xuening, who was sitting against the window. Jiang Xuening's body suddenly trembled violently, trying to calm herself down. Her gaze remained fixed on the window as if she hadn't heard anything. Lin Chen silently sat in his seat. He never dared to look in Jiang Xuening's direction. That night's madness had used up all his courage. Now that he was facing Jiang Xuening, Lin Chen felt more of a burden in his heart than guilt. He didn't know what happened to Jiang Xuening afterward. Surely she still hated him. Should I apologize to her? She definitely doesn't want to see me. Lin Chen's heart was tangled, like an invisible shackle, firmly trapping him. The distance between the two was only 1 seat. However, Lin Chen felt that the two were separated by an insurmountable chasm, and could only look from afar, unable to approach any step. Time passed minute by minute. The bell for class rang again. The lazy thoughts were all pulled back. The students each sat back in their own seats, before they had time to take out their textbooks. The homeroom teacher rushed in with all the wind and fury. Slamming the textbook in his hand hard on the podium, he loudly said, "Lin Chen, stand up for me." Suddenly being called by name, Lin Chen shook violently and slowly stood up in the eyes of the crowd. "Hello, growing up, absenteeism and also skipping class. Now the whole grade knows your great name. You're famous, and along with that, I've lost my face." The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman of about 40, with a bloated and somewhat out-of-shape figure, but unable to hide the majesty of her body. Splitting her head against Lin Chen, she gave him a scolding. This demerit not only left a heavy mark on Lin Duan's file, even more so, her performance was severely deducted by a large amount. The homeroom teacher herself had worked hard for this class, but because of this rat turd she had spoiled the pot of porridge, especially since Lin Chen's identity was a dispensable existence in her opinion. A person who didn't even know his parents' names. How could he be compared to those students with prominent families? Immediately, the class teacher slapped the table and said, "I've always put up with your poor grades before. You're getting better and better now. Things have gone to the teaching office. If I don't care about you anymore, are you going to go to heaven?" The class teacher's words were like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly piercing into Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen was aggrieved in his heart and wanted to retort, but he could never find a chance to speak. At this time, he suddenly realized that Jiang Xuening was looking back at him. In that gaze that was filled with ice-coldness, there was a rare flash of pleasure. It was as if he had suffered the greatest grievance of his life and had finally gotten his revenge. Lin Chen silently lowered his head and did not dare to meet her eyes. The guilt continued to spread, but always like a muffled gourd. Swallowed all the faults personally. Perhaps tired of scolding, the class teacher finally stopped, fiercely picked up a thermos cup and took a sip. Seeing that Lin Chen never said anything, continued, "Go to the back and stand. All of you will stand in class for me today." The class teacher's order was like a final judgment, putting a final end to this matter. Lin Chen took his books and stood silently at the very back of the classroom, looking at the homeroom teacher on the podium. He also looked at his classmates who were flipping through their books while taking notes. Everyone was dressed brightly, with a serious and energetic attitude. Lin Chen was out of place with each of them, as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. Standing at the other end of the scales, never able to fit in, silently flipping through the books, woodenly taking notes on the blackboard. 1 lesson, 2 lessons, 3 lessons, until twilight fell. School life was drawing to a close. When the bell rang at the last moment, everyone was as relieved as if they were relieved. Lin Chen stood for the whole day. His legs were still trembling as he limped back to his place to pack up his things, but he found Jiang Xuening leaving without looking back, not even saying hello. Chapter 12, Darkness. The bitter feeling spread on the tip of his tongue, and Lin Chen lowered his head without speaking. After a few twists and turns on the rickety bus, he finally returned to the dormitory before the medical center got off work. As soon as he entered the door, it was too late to clean up, and Lin Duan dove headfirst into the kitchen. After standing for another half an hour, a table of delicious dishes was brought up. Only this time Xia Ziyang and the others didn't come back on time. After waiting for another 5 minutes, the urgent ringing of the bell was a call from the side of the medical center. Lin Chen, come to the medical center immediately. Xia Zhiyon's voice was like an order that couldn't be refused, demanding that Lin Chuan carry it out immediately. Lin Chuan subconsciously took off his apron and dashed in the direction of the medical center. When he arrived at the entrance of the medical center, he found a large group of people surrounding the medical center. The middle-aged man at the head of the group seemed a bit familiar, and seemed to be the one who had held the child to beg for help last night. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the medical center, countless gazes gathered on him. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Duan, he pounced on him, grabbing his collar and shouting, "It's him! He's the one who injured my daughter last night. All of you guys take a look. The people from the medical center are killing people. A child as young as my daughter actually had the heart to hurt her. It even broke my hand. I'm going to call the police to arrest you guys." The middle-aged man was agitated. One hand was bandaged while the other hand grabbed onto Lin Chen's collar and refused to let go. The surrounding people were pointing at Lin Duan. "All of them, you and I, were counting down Lin Duan's faults." The group of people from the medical center were also furious, especially Xia Zhiyong. He didn't expect that Lin Chen would cause such a big trouble on his first day on the night shift. If this affected the final internship grade, Xia Zhiyong would definitely not let Lin Duan off the hook. Just as the crowd was chattering about this, the owner of the medical center, Dr. Chen Zhu, walked in. What happened? Chen Zhu had been at the medical center for a consultation in the afternoon, and everything had been fine before he left. He didn't expect to receive an emergency call as soon as he got home and immediately rushed over without stopping. The entrance to the medical center was already in chaos, and the middle-aged man with a bandaged hand grabbed Lin Chen's collar and kept pushing and shoving. That angry expression, as if at any time want to eat people in general. Chen Zhu immediately went forward and separated the two, calling an employee to ask, "What's going on here? Why is there a conflict with a patient?" That employee was also innocent and looked in Lin Chen's direction full of resentment. It seemed like all the trouble was invited by this guy. Chen Zhu asked for the cause and his face was also a little unsightly. Originally, it was just a small matter of a blocked esophagus, but he didn't expect that Lin Chen would waste someone's hand. If the matter was made a big deal, it would definitely affect the reputation of the medical center. Moreover, being surrounded by so many people, Chen Zhu couldn't shirk even if he wanted to. He could only politely say to the middle-aged man, "Sir, the responsibility for this matter lies with us. Do you have any requests?" Chen Zhu wanted to solve the matter as soon as possible, even if the other party would ask for a lot of money. As long as the reputation of the medical center could be preserved, a few more losses would not matter. But Lin Chuan, who had caused all this trouble, also had to bear the responsibility. Obviously the middle-aged man also didn't expect Chen Zhu to agree so quickly, and after a brief moment of stupefaction stretched out 5 fingers. $5,000. In addition to this hand of mine, there is also compensation for my inamorata. $5,000. Everyone froze when the middle-aged man said this figure. It was only a broken hand bone. There was no need for so much money. Moreover, he had saved your daughter, so he couldn't ask for so much in a reasonable manner. Chen Zhu's face is very ugly. $5,000 is not a small amount of money, and they are doctors. A glance to know that the man is just a fracture. Even if you go to a regular hospital cannot use so much money. This person, in addition to wanting to make trouble, but also want to knock them hard a sum of money. $5,000 is not available. I'll accompany you for 500 at most. Otherwise we'll go for an injury examination. Chen Zhu's words were loud and clear. Upon hearing about the injury examination, the man's face changed slightly. Just then a housewife ran in holding a small doll. Lin Chen instantly recognized that the little doll in the woman's arms was the one that came over yesterday to ask for help, only to see the woman pulling on the man's clothes, worriedly saying, "The child's father, forget it. Let's go home." The woman was obviously a sensible person, pulling her man back toward the door, but the man still refused to give up. He threw off the woman's arm and said sternly, "What do you know, you loser? I'm fighting for Nui Nui's interests. Everyone come and take a look. My daughter is such a small child, but yesterday she was made to cry by the people from the medical center. Their medical center even broke my hand. How black their hearts are." The man snatched the little doll in the woman's arms and spun around in front of the crowd with the child in his arms. Most of the people around were people who were older. As soon as they saw the little doll's big watery eyes, they immediately felt sympathy and compassion. But no one realized that the woman who had her child snatched did not show a worried look. Instead, she quietly watched the man act as if he were performing. Obviously, the two couples did not care about their children as much as they appeared to. They were just using the child as a tool to gain sympathy. And as the surrounding chatter grew, the medical center side was also met with all sorts of condemnation. People's children are so young. How can the medical center bear it? That's it. He even broke his father's hand. Is the medical center treating or killing people? I won't come to this medical center to see a doctor in the future. The tone of the people around her became more and more unkind, and Chen Zhu's face became more and more ugly. even on the verge of storming out at one point, but she still endured it. After all, her side was the one at fault in this matter, and even if it became a big deal, it might not be beneficial, but also could not allow this guy to act recklessly. Immediately, she came to the man's front and pointed to the top of her head. "Don't you mess around here. Our medical center is equipped with surveillance. A look at the surveillance will tell you who is right and who is wrong. If you have a problem with it, we'll go to the police station and let the police station handle it." Obviously Chinju's sentence spoke to the man's pain, and as soon as he heard the 3 words police station, the man immediately put his child down. After half a minute of agonizing, he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. $1,000 compensation. I've used $800 for the cast. Deal. Chinju very quickly agreed. After all, if this mess continues, the reputation of the medical center will really be ruined. Moreover, it is not possible to talk to this kind of scoundrel. It is better to wait for the police to call the police afterward and let the police slowly investigate. With a cell phone scanning 1,000 to the other side, face to face to complete the transaction, the man cursed and left the medical center. Everyone in the medical center breathed a sigh of relief. Only Lin Chen silently looked at the backs of the 3 men, the ignorant little doll that was waving goodbye to him. "Lin Chen, come to the back with me." Chapter 13, a day like any other. After waiting for the people to leave, Chenju's tone sank all of a sudden. The anger he had just held in his stomach finally found a vent, calling Lin Chuan to the back of the warehouse. As soon as he closed the door he chopped his head off and scolded. "Who asked you to treat people? Do you know how much loss you have brought to the medical center by doing this?" Lin Dus did not dare to move around, can only but raw. "But, that child is dying. What does it matter to me if he dies or not? You're just a trainee apprentice. If you can't cure someone well, others will look for trouble from the medical center. This money today, deducted from your paycheck. If there's anything like this in the future, be careful." Chenju vented all his anger on Lin Chen. The medical center would definitely suffer after this incident today. The reputation that had been built up with great difficulty had been tarnished by this brat just like this. After the 2 of them walked out of the warehouse, Lin Chen suddenly felt numerous piercing lines of sight. They were all trainee apprentices of the medical center, and they all came here for their final internship grades. But when today's events came out, in case it spread to the school, it would definitely bring them trouble, especially since everyone had heard clearly what Chenju had just said in the warehouse when he cursed Lin Chen. If this matter fell on them, they couldn't wait to just run headlong into the ground. It was only people like Lin Chen who wouldn't say a word of resistance. The gazes of the crowd were extremely unfavorable, already treating Lin Chen as their enemy. They even began to ostracize him consciously or unconsciously to isolate him. When they returned to the dormitory, every single person left early, and only Lin Chen silently followed behind everyone. When he stepped through the door of the dormitory, a bag was suddenly placed over his head. Then a stick ruthlessly smashed into his knees. Lin Chen fell to his knees with a painful thud. A series of sounds then came out within the small dormitory, accompanied by the sounds of beatings and dishes breaking. Inside the small enclosed dormitory, a group of people held short sticks and gave a beating to the blindfolded Lin Chen. Learning from the lesson of last time, no one used their fists to try out Lin Chen's hardness. Everyone held a short stick in their hands, specializing in the places that caused pain. Lin Duan covered his head like a rat scurrying around. The prepared meals were overturned on the ground, and dishes and chopsticks smashed down making pinging sounds. I don't know how long it took, but the crowd seemed to have run out of energy and stopped the movements in their hands panting. "Brother Ziyang is almost done, right? Something will happen if we keep fighting." One of them was a little worried. After all, Lin Chen had only been here for a day. If anything really happened they would be held responsible. Xia Ziyang, on the other hand, pooh-poohed and gritted his teeth. "He almost caused all of us to be unlucky. Give him 2 more sticks to make him remember." Hearing Xia Ziyang's order, the others continued to swing their sticks and greeted Lin Chen's body twice. Only when Lin Chen stopped moving did they stop their hands. Dropping the short sticks in their hands, there was no expression of pity on everyone's faces. There was only the unrestrained pleasure of venting. Xia Ziyang made a wink, and one of them stepped forward and took Lin Chen's pulse. It should just be fainting. There wasn't much going on. Exchanging glances with each other, Xia Ziyang then said, Go eat." Saying this, he left the still lying Lin Chen and left the dormitory in style. After they all left, the originally motionless Lin Chen slowly moved his legs. Finally, he struggled to take the bag off his head. His wretched body was covered in dust, and some blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Curling up, he leaned himself against the corner, like a timid rabbit, wrapped tightly around his whole body. Uncontested tears slid down from the corners of his eyes, crying but not making any sound. After about 5 minutes, Lin Chen slowly raised his head, picked up the broken dishes on the ground little by little, and packed up the meals that he had been fortunate enough to make. Those meals had all gotten cold. Even if Xia Ziyang and the others wanted to eat, they would definitely dislike this and that. After organizing all the garbage, Lin Duan mopped the floor again. Finally, he took off his clothes that were already too dirty to be dirty anymore and slowly stepped into the restroom. Turning on the shower, he let the cold water wash over his body. Wanting to wash away all the exhaustion and dust, 2 lines of hot tears mixed with ice water rolled into his mouth. Very salty and bitter. Hanging the clothes on the balcony after washing them, my stomach growled. Having been busy for a whole day, exhaustion had long overwhelmed him. Feeling the money in his pocket, there was not much left. There was still money in his cell phone, but this money he was planning to save to return to Jiang Mother. Years of nurturing the grace of accepting the grace of not being able to repay. Lin Chuan just hoped to use a little bit of modest efforts to repay the kindness of Jiang Mother. It was only after what happened with Jiang Xuanning, Lin Chuan only felt that he owed Jiang Mother more. Even if he spent all the money in his cell phone, he couldn't repay this kindness. Trying hard to pour a large amount of water into his mouth, Lin Chuan silently laid down on the bed. Exhaustion hit him and he fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it was, but Xia Ziyang and the others came back after they had had enough to eat and drink. Finding that the dormitory had been cleaned, a cold snort came out of his nose, then violently pushed open the door of the room. Not caring to turn on the lights of the dormitory, the blinding light shook people who couldn't close their eyes, but Lin Chen seemed to not notice, always sleeping deeply and soundly. One of them wanted to continue to teach him a lesson, but he was stopped by Xia Ziyang. Don't kill him all at once, slowly fix him later. Their little group wasn't exclusive. It was just that Lin Chen seemed too alien. It was as if he was outside the world, out of place with anyone. The others dispersed in a flurry, and Xia Ziyang didn't bother with him. But the moment he turned back, he suddenly heard the hungry rumbling of his stomach. The few of them were eating and drinking outside one by one, but Lin Chen's stomach stayed behind to starve. This was his punishment and the torture he deserved. Xia Ziyang hesitated for a moment, took out 2 packets of cookies from the cabinet, and stuffed them under Lin Duan's pillow. The cookies were only the size of a palm and the portion was not large enough to resist hunger when it mattered. After doing all this, Xia Ziyang was not paying attention to Lin Dust. Several people in the dormitory bustling chatting, until 11 or 12 o'clock before going to bed. During this time, Lin Chen never opened his eyes, and did not know whether he was really sleeping or not. Until the next day, a vibration sound. Lin Chen subconsciously opened his eyes. This time he didn't set the sound, only turned on the vibration. Glancing at the others who were still sleeping, he tiptoed out of bed, washed up and then went out. Before leaving, he also carefully closed the door. Even the door lock only made a little faint sound. I stepped to the bus stop and caught the earliest bus. After a bumpy ride with the crowded commuters, I finally arrived at the school's entrance. Chapter 14, Opening of a Trial. He wasn't late today because he left the house 10 minutes early. Looking at the teacher at the school entrance who was still checking his grooming, Lin Duan secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was about to walk forward when suddenly a large hand rested on his shoulder. Lu Hongkai had somehow appeared behind him, accompanied by the 2 seniors he had met yesterday. The 3 people immediately surrounded him in the center. It was like a human wall that separated him from the people around him. Lin Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Hongkai revealed 2 rows of large white teeth and grabbed Lin Chen's collar as if he was carrying a small chicken, dragging him towards the school. It was again yesterday's grove, and again yesterday's location. The 3 men pressed Lin Duan against the wall and said menacingly, Lin Duan, did you make Xuanning angry? You uneducated trash. I'm sick of seeing you. I'm warning you to stay away from Xuanning in the future or I'll make you look good. Lu Hongkai pointed at Lin Chen's nose, his fierce eyes like a devil. Among the school, no one dared to disobey his orders yet, whether it was compared to family matters or status. Lu Hongkai was a first-class existence in the school, and Lin Dust, he was just a piece of trash that was dependent on the Zhang family, and Zhang Xuanning had long since turned her back on him, much less stand up for him. Lu Hongkai, in order to show himself in front of the goddess, this is to rest assured, boldly tied Lin Dust to here. Looking at this coy and silent fellow in front of him, Lu Hongkai immediately on fire. He said a lot. This guy did not even put a fart. He is when I do not exist? You 2 rack him up. With an order, the 2 seniors racked up Lin Chen with one on the left and one on the right. Lu Hongkai's face was full of sardonic smiles as he clenched his fists and threw a vicious punch at Lin Chen's stomach. Bang! Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Lu Hongkai felt as if his fist had struck a rock. The back of his hand was instantly blood red, then became bruised, and he couldn't even stretch his fingers straight. F***ck. Get him for me. Lu Hongkai was like a maddened lion, roaring at his 2 helpers. The 2 seniors didn't expect to help Lu Hongkai clean up Lin Chen, but instead, he himself was injured. This instantly made things worse. Lu Hongkai's father was a school board member, and with just one word he would directly kick someone out of the school. Lin Chen's fate was sealed at this moment. Even if Mother Jiang came herself, it was impossible to save him. Bang! Bang bang! The 2 seniors were also anxious. subconsciously punching and kicking at Lin Chen, completely forgetting about Lu Hongkai's lesson just now. When their fists landed on each other, the two changed color in unison. The first sensation was hard as iron. It was unimaginable that a person's skin could be this hard, as if hitting a freshly raised concrete wall. All the locations that touched the wall transmitted an unimaginable recoil. The two seniors crouched down in pain. They had used their full strength in that hit just now, and the terrifying force had directly broken their hand and leg bones. Like looking at a monster, they stared at Lin Chen in horror. "Don't you come over! Don't come over! Someone come now! Help! Murderer! Come on! Someone!" The three people moved their bodies and kept retreating, fearing that Lin Chen would come up and retaliate against them at this time. Lin Chen approached the three people step by step, but he didn't have any thoughts of retaliation in his heart. Instead, he carried a few moments of worry. Just now, when he heard the sound of three people breaking bones, it was obvious that they had been seriously injured, especially one of the seniors. His finger bones had already shown a 70-degree bend. If he didn't treat this hand as soon as possible, it would probably be ruined. Seeing Lin Chen getting closer and closer, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Even breathing had a sticky feeling. Lin Chen squatted in front of the three and suddenly grabbed one's hand. That senior was scared out of his wits, but the next second a sharp pain hit him, and the senior's mouth immediately let out a pig-killing squeal. He felt like he had lost all feeling in his palm. It was as if it had been hardened and torn off by Lin Chen. After the pain passed, the piercing sensation had subsided quite a bit. Warily opening his eyes, he realized that Lin Chen was certified to bandage his wounds. Taking two branches and clamping them around the broken hand bones, he used the torn cloth to bandage and fix it. The skillful maneuver dazzled the three men, but soon the area that was still sore just a moment ago no longer stung. You can't move around after tying it up. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go to the hospital and get a cast. 100 days of injury. It's best not to touch this position. Recuperate well. If there is inflammation, it is best to go to the hospital at the first time. It won't take long for the hand to move. Lin Chen lowered his head and rambled on, just like an old Chinese doctor instructing his patients. The three people were also very surprised to see this, originally thinking that Lin Chen would retaliate for this. They didn't expect him to return the favor with kindness, but when he arrived in front of Lu Hongkai, the latter's face instantly pulled down and kicked Lin Chen in the stomach. "Get lost! Don't touch me!" Perhaps stemming from his usual arrogance, Lu Hongkai didn't want Lin Chen to touch, even if it was just to help him heal his injuries. With an innocent face, Lin Chuan didn't dare to approach yet stared at Lu Hongkai's injuries with worry. At this time, several silhouettes appeared outside the grove. They were the teachers who had just rushed over after hearing the cries. When the few teachers approached, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, Lu Hongkai's 3 hands and feet were all bruised, and there was another person who had obviously suffered a fracture and had just been bandaged up. And yet, Lin Chen standing in front of them was intact. As soon as they saw the scene, a few teachers immediately began to make associations. "Stand still! What are you doing? Move back! Are you alright, Mr. Lu Hongkai? Were you bullied? Which class are you from? How dare you hit a classmate? Call your parents!" Several teachers scrambled to help Lu Hongkai up, and then immediately helped him towards the infirmary. Soon this matter alarmed the whole school. The principal and the head teacher even personally went to the infirmary to sympathize with Lu Hongkai's injuries. As for Lin Chen, he was once again brought to the teaching office. Only this time, the teachers in the teaching office didn't give him a good look like the first time. He directly locked him into a small utility room. It was beautifully called face-to-face meditation, but everyone knew in their hearts that Lin Chen was imprisoned. "Have you heard? That Lin Chuan from class 4 got into trouble again." "Not surprising. This kind of person shouldn't be studying here, pulling us down. I heard he even beat up Lu Hongkai. He's probably going to get into big trouble." "Crap. So brave. A hero. He should be the first student to be expelled from this school." The students' murmurs traveled from outside the classroom into the classroom. Zhang Xuanning looked out the window with one hand on her head, seemingly at ease, but in fact her mind was in chaos. The scenes from that night were still replaying in her mind. Chapter 15 continuing down. When you reach a low point, every time she thought of Lin Chen lying on top of her, Zhang Xuanning surged with inexplicable disgust. Yesterday, a wave of pleasure rose in her heart as she watched him being punished. "I had thought that when my mom came back, I would tell her everything and completely get rid of Lin Dust. I didn't expect that Lin Chen's retribution would come so quickly, and that he would mess with Lu Hongkai. Now he couldn't even stay in school." When she thought that this person would completely disappear from her world, Zhang Xuanning's heart was indescribably happy. A smug smile also surfaced at the corner of her mouth. But right at this moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly walked in. Waving at Zhang Xuanning, she called her to the corridor. "Xuanning, tell your mom to come to school. My mom is still on a business trip." "What happened to the teacher?" Zhang Xuanning asked nervously. Generally this kind of aristocratic school wouldn't just call the parents. After all, which of the families that could study in this school were not families with prominent backgrounds, with hundreds of thousands of dollars going up and down every minute? Even the most important parent-teacher conferences might not be able to attend on time. Unless something very important came up, only then would the parents be called to come to the school in person. And this time, the crime committed by Lin Chen, the school leaders did not dare to deal with it casually at all. They could only ask the parents to come over to negotiate. And when they said they were negotiating, they were actually counseling. After knowing the reason, Jiang Xuening was actually a bit impatient. Immediately promised the teacher to contact her own mother and let her come back to deal with things. But when she called only to find that Jiang's mother's phone is always in the occupied state, after calling a few more times, there was still no answer. So she had no choice but to edit a message and send it over. But the message was like a stone sinking into the sea. No one responded for a long time. Until the afternoon, Lin Chen was still locked in the small black room. Endless loneliness wrapped around his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Even though the sun was shining outside, his heart was still cold. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and the director of instruction walked in and waved at him. Lin Chen obediently stood up and followed behind the director. The two came to a conference room one after the other. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen saw that several of the school's leaders were present, as well as a middle-aged man that he didn't recognize. But just from the aura, the middle-aged man exuded majesty, even more so than the principal. "Are you Lin Chen?" The middle-aged man opened his mouth, as if the opening of a trial was quietly pulled off. The moment the middle-aged man opened his mouth, he exuded an irresistible majesty, like a natural superior. Even his calm eyes were filled with a condescending aura. Lin Chen was unable to raise his head due to this aura. His stained fingernails were digging into the corners of his clothes, like a child who had made a mistake. Full of consternation and uneasiness, seemingly sensing something, the middle-aged man's tone seemed to calm down a bit as he continued to ask, "What happened in the grove today? Why did you have a conflict with Lu Hongkai and the three of them? Did they hit you first, or did you hit them?" The three questions thrown out by the middle-aged man were well answered, and Lin Chen explained what happened at that time one by one. In fact, things were quite clear. A weak character like Lin Xuan who would unconsciously lower his head when he looked at someone. It was absolutely impossible to actively provoke others. It was only that the person who was injured this time was called Lu Hongkai, and his father was the school's school manager. Even if the principal messed with him, he couldn't possibly leave unharmed. Not to mention Lin Chen, an orphan with no background or status. If it wasn't for his relationship with Mother Jiang, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to enter the threshold. The middle-aged man watched Lin Chen's eyes. As long as he had the slightest hint of a lie, he would be seen through on the spot. But after looking at him for a long time, the middle-aged man could be sure that what he said was true. Lin Chen wasn't lying. "Go get Lu Hongkai to come in," the middle-aged man ordered. And the director of instruction bumbled out to find someone. In no time at all, he brought Lu Hongkai and the three of them towards the conference room. On the way there, the three pretended to be calm, exchanging glances with each other. "Lu Xiao, what are we going to do later? Unify your message later. No one is allowed to talk nonsense," Lu Hongkai warned in a low voice. Although he wasn't afraid of the school's punishment, if there was even the slightest hint of an accident, Lu Hongkai wouldn't hesitate to press it to death. One of the seniors stroked the bandaged wound and said in a heartfelt manner, "Young Lu should just let it go. He's so miserable. Whether he's miserable or not is none of your business." Lu Hongkai skimmed the man's eyes and warned with fierce eyes, "Either carry it together, or get out of the school like him." Lu Hongkai's words were like a knife that stabbed into the hearts of the other two. These words might not be valid for other people to say, but Lu Hongkai could definitely do it. Not wanting to end up like Lin Chen, they could only honestly listen to Lu Hongkai's words. By the time they entered the conference room, the three of them had already discussed their countermeasures. But when they saw the middle-aged man sitting in the conference room, the two seniors were immediately dumbfounded. Lu Hongkai even brightened up and happily called out, "Dad, why are you here?" This cry of dad caused the hearts of the two seniors and Lin Chen to rise to their throats. They hadn't seen the middle-aged man's face before, but Lu Hongkai's address indicated the other party's identity. The school director of the Lin Yang Noble Academy, Lu Pingtao. It was only Lu Pingtao who was somewhat disgusted by Lu Hongkai's sudden display of cordiality. With a slight frown, he said with a serious face, "You have to call me school manager in school." Lu Pingtao's majesty emanated, frightening Lu Hongkai to subconsciously shrink his neck. His eyes happened to see Lin Chen on the side, who had a few moments of worry before had now completely revealed a smug look. Lu Pingtao didn't care about the scene of father and son meeting. Instead he looked at the two seniors standing behind him. "You two tell me, what happened then?" The two of them glanced at each other, both seeing the answer in the other's eyes. "We were beaten by Lin Chen." At these words, several school leaders let out a cold snort. It seemed to validate their guess that the originator of everything was this seemingly skinny guy in front of them. Lu Dong, I see that this matter is already clear. Lu Hongkai and these two students were bullied. The school will definitely make a serious treatment, and absolutely cannot promote this kind of crookedness. As for Lu's medical expenses, this student should be made to bear it all. The school leaders on the side hastily agreed, directly characterizing the entire matter. Even if Lin Chen was really wrongly accused, they wouldn't listen to one more word. Lin Chen tightly gripped the corner of his coat, when he knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was Lu Pingtao. He already knew the final outcome. No one could defy Lu Pingtao's will in this school, even if his family's status was higher than his. Within this acre of the school, Lu Pingtao's words were absolute. Lin Chen's heart was bitter, but even so he struggled and said, "No money. No money? How did you enter the school without money? Where did you get these clothes and textbooks without money? You know you don't have money, and you're still messing with other people? Aren't you looking for trouble? People like you will be a scourge in the future." The school leader gave a scolding, completely treating Lin Chen as an unforgivable sinner. Lu Pingtao's face was gloomy and silent, always staring at Lin Chen, sizing him up from top to bottom. He finally raised his hand to stop the school leader who was still chattering. "Compensation is waived. It's just a few kids playing around. There's no need to get on the bandwagon. An in-school notification is unavoidable, as well as calling the parents. This kind of thing must be eliminated in the future. Seal off the grove in the back for me and add a few more cameras. One last thing, we're an aristocratic school here. Any conflicts must not be spread." Lu Pingtao finished the matter in a few words. Lin Xuan was already prepared for being directly expelled. He didn't expect that it was just an in-school notification, and looking for parents. This was completely unlike what school manager Lu should have done. Lu Hongkai on the side didn't understand why, and was anxious to ask. When he saw Lu Pingtao shut him up with a look, when the results of the punishment came out, Lin Duan followed the director of instruction and left. Only the Lu family father and son were left alone in the conference room. "Dad, why don't you just expel him?" Lu Hongkai asked, the doubt in his heart, but Lu Pingtao came up and slapped him. "You think I'm blind? 3 people beat up one, and they even got bruises all over their bodies. If this gets out, what are people outside going to think of me? Lu Pingtao, how will they look at you?" Lu Hongkai was dumbfounded by these words, unable to speak for a moment. This matter was neither big nor small. It was just a matter of a few kids fighting. If it really rose to the point of expulsion, people outside would definitely say that the Lu family was bullying others, not even sparing a single child, especially since Lu Pingtao had just seen that. Lin Chen's status was very ordinary, even poor. He could take it upon himself to fire the person, but he couldn't give anyone a bad name. Otherwise it would affect not only the school's reputation, but also his personal reputation. Listen to me clearly, this kind of thing is not allowed to happen again in the future. Otherwise, you don't want to be the student council president, and don't move this kid for the time being. After the wind and waves calm down after a while, I don't care what you want to do. Lu Pingtao patted his son's shoulder and said solemnly. Lu Hongkai nodded, and only then did he understand what his old father meant. It's not that the time has not yet come for it to be unrewarded. Chapter 16, A Ray of Light from the Afterglow. The notification was released to the entire school in the last class of the day. Once again, Lin Chen was notorious because of this matter. Although many people understood that there was Lu Hongkai's help in the middle, but who let him have the background and strength, while Lin Chen was just a small transparent person with no foundation. Even if this matter was Lu Hongkai's responsibility, still no one would choose to help Lin Chen. It's realistic and cruel. As for Lin Chen's homeroom teacher, he came to the classroom at the first time, calling Lin Dust to the office in front of everyone, using the harshest, most sarcastic words she could think of. She declared them on Lin Dust's face. By the time the homeroom teacher had fully expressed her anger, the afterglow in the sky had completely disappeared. Lin Dust walked in the empty corridor, clear footsteps like the heartbeat of this moment. It was empty and silent, and filled with deep loneliness. This was the first time he had stayed in the school this late, without the clamor of the day. The whole school is like a cage, just like this, quiet and solemn. Those outside wanted to come in, and those inside wanted to escape. Lin Chen stumbled all the way to the school entrance and saw a familiar figure. There was not a single expression on his icy face, seemingly waiting for him for a long time, and seemingly not wanting to see him. After hesitating for a moment, he met the other party's lingering gaze and walked up. "Xuanning, are you waiting for me?" a low voice inquired. Zhang Xuanning's cold gaze always sized him up. The killing intent in that gaze was itching to split him into 5 pieces on the spot, not only because of the 2 consecutive days of briefing, but also because of what he had done to himself that night. "Thanks to you, my mom put off all her work and is on her way back." The expressionless words were like a needle sticking into Lin Chen's heart. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. Mother Jiang knew about him and was on her way back. The two of them fell into a long silence. Lin Chen's face was cloudy and he didn't even know how to answer. He just silently lowered his head and rubbed the strap of his school bag, imagining grasping a life-saving straw, but began never having the courage to climb up. I'll confess to Ginger Mom. Confess what? Confess that you forced your girl to me? Jiang Xuaning's words caused the sliver of courage that had just risen in Lin Chen to dissipate. This was a hurdle in his heart that he had never been able to move past. Why did he become so crazy that day? If he could have gotten through it, perhaps he wouldn't have gone through so many things. But everything had already been finalized, and Jiang Xuaning's hatred for him was tangible. It was impossible for Lin Chen to ever return to the Jiang family again. When Jiang Xuaning looked at Lin Duan's shabby appearance, her heart was on fire. Something had happened to her in the past few days as well. From the anger at the beginning, to a cone of piercing hatred, nowadays. She couldn't wait to break Lin Chen into pieces and make him disappear forever. But things seemed to have developed beyond Jiang Xuaning's expectations. First, Lu Hongkai stood up for his own and got Lin Chen into the teaching office, and then the three of them surrounded him, although I don't know why. In the end, it was Lu Hongkai and the others who were injured. But after Lin Chan's series of actions, he had become the most dangerous existence in the school. Jiang Xuaning could already predict that it wouldn't be long before Lin Chen completely disappeared from her life. Originally, she had wanted to push the envelope, but now it seemed like she didn't need to do anything. When my mom comes back, tell her yourself. It was you who took the initiative to leave, not me who forced you. You'll admit to whatever punishment the school deserves, and even if you're expelled you'll get the hell out of here. Lastly, absolutely no talking about what happened that night. Jiang Xuaning said several points in succession. The important thing was the last sentence. What happened that night? Both of them had to rot in their stomachs. No one could know about it. Lin Chen nodded his head in a hurry. He had no choice at this time. He could only agree to Jiang Xuaning's request. Watching that back figure get into the car, the big stone in Lin Chen's heart finally let go. The emotions that had been pent up for days surged out like a dam. The entire person had a feeling of powerlessness, as if the strength of his entire body had been drained. Even a small piece of the soul was missing. Now that it could finally end, that feeling of relief made him breathe a deep sigh of relief. On the way back, the buses were already less crowded. The swaying neon lights were as dreamy as his thoughts. By the time he returned to the medical center's dormitory, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Heavily stepping up the stairs one step at a time was tiring and heavy. When Lin Chen stood at the door of the dormitory, instead of the joy of going home, he was filled with sadness, like a monk who had been ascetic all the way, walking from one mountain to another, reaching out to open the door. A burst of laughter came from the dormitory. The joy of pushing a glass of wine filled every corner of the room. The only thing that couldn't enter into Lin Duan's heart, even without opening it, Lin Chen could guess what was happening inside. A door separating him from the others created two worlds. On one side, there was singing and dancing, and on the other side, there was hunger. Trying to gather himself, he swallowed all his grievances into his stomach, ready to break into that joyous atmosphere. The cell phone suddenly received a message, tapped it to see that it was sent by John's mother. Where are you? A few short words caused the just calmed emotions to set off shockwaves. Perhaps everyone treated him as an alien, only Jiang mother would not. She was the one who brought him back, and she was the one who found him from a sea of people. But Lin Chen didn't dare to face Jiang Ma, much less tell her the truth. He was the one who personally turned this favor into powder. I'm doing well, don't worry. Lin Chen told the most unconvincing lie, but this lie made him feel solid inside. Only then could he reassure Mother Jiang and let himself leave. I'm in Rongcheng. Come to this side of the library entrance. I'll be there soon. Mother Zhang's reply was very quick, filled with urgency in just her words. She was worried about this child. Lin Chen, remembering how she had seen him in such a sorry state on the road, remembering again, he was that person's only disciple in this world. Perhaps he would blame himself for not taking care of Lin Chen. Now that she had returned, no matter what happened, she had to help the child bear it. For a moment Lin Chen felt that his heart had been hammered hard. The blood that had been dormant began to flow once again. He wanted to immediately dart to Jiang Ma's side, recounting the grievances of this period of time. But there was another voice inside that warned him. Can't go. Absolutely cannot go. To clear your relationship with the Jiang family, you're just an invalid, a picked up piece of trash. You can't drag Jiang Ma down anymore. The heavy breathing made Lin Chen breathless. It so happened that the door to the dormitory was suddenly opened. Xia Jiang revealed a head and was startled to see Lin Duan standing there dumbfounded. What are you standing for? Like a piece of wood. If you want to come in, hurry up or get out. The stern voice was like a startling dream, recalling Lin Chen's thoughts. Taking a look at the cluttered dormitory, another look at the empty stairs, Lin Dust resolutely turned around and ran towards the only remaining ray of light in that afterglow. Chapter 17, I'm fine. Really, the night was thick. There were still so many vehicles on the road. The night had just begun. and Lin Duan was like a spirited deer that kept running through the crowd. He was eager and excited. Every second flew by when the decision was made to go see that person. In one breath, he ran out a long way and called another drop. Didn't care how much it cost, as long as it got to the person. When I came to the agreed place, I saw that figure from afar, the dignified and generous but not lose elegance, standing in the crowd like a scenic line. Lin Dust rushed for a moment. Footsteps are very heavy, and quickly accelerate the pace, and finally flew to that person. Only after approaching did he see her appearance. Nearly 40 years of appearance has not been eroded by the years, but is full of knowledge and maturity. A friendly face, still wanting to be the same as before. Every night, she would call out good night reassuringly. Although slightly tired and anxious, she was still the same in Lin Chen's mind. Mom Jiang. A suspicious voice came from behind her, and Zhang Ruoyan turned her head to see the thin silhouette. Her eyes were already covered in tears, but she always forced herself to squeeze out a smile. A flash of impatience flashed through her heart, and she wrapped Lin Chen in her arms. Duaner, you've lost weight again, and you've also gotten darker. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, as well as the nagging that he often heard, Lin Chen felt that it was not a vain trip, and the fatigue and worries of the day were swept away. All the worries were not as good as every moment now. After hugging for more than 10 seconds, Zhang Ruoyan let go of Lin Chen and looked at the poor child, stroking his forehead. The smile then tightened and a wave of anger surfaced on his brow. Why did you run away from home? A single question left Lin Chen speechless. It wasn't that he wanted to leave, but he had to. Otherwise it would be impossible to face Jiang Xuanning, and there would be no way to face Zhang Ruoyan. Jiang Mom, I grew up and want to go out. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and every time he did this, Zhang Ruoyan could tell that he was lying. Was it Xuanning who kicked him out? Zhang Ruoyan knew what her daughter's virtues were, even if she hid them well, but as a mother still knew what her child usually did. Lin Chen had no one to turn to, and was the very object of Jiang Xuanning's bullying. This time, she had come back just for this matter. Go back with me. Zhang Ruoyan's voice was unquestionable. Pulling up Lin Chen's hand, she walked in the direction of the car, and as she walked, she heard a gurgling sound coming from her stomach. Zhang Ruoyan stopped and looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Still haven't eaten at this late hour? Lin Chen didn't answer, his eyes still subconsciously dodging. But the more this happened, the more Zhang Ruoyan's heart ached. Instead of rushing home, she found a restaurant where the two of them were finally able to talk about the recent events. Mom Jiang, I've been doing quite well lately. I found a part-time job at a medical center, and the people at the medical center are all very nice to me. What happened at school was an accident. You see, I usually don't get into any trouble. Everything will pass after a while. Xuanning, she's a girl. It's not convenient for me to live with her. Lin Chen kept embellishing all sorts of things, the corners of his mouth still stained with the sauce he had just eaten. Zhang Ruoyan wiped the corners of his mouth while listening to the experiences of the past 2 days. His heart had long been filled with a mixture of flavors. It was said that the children of poor families were born early. The Zhang family wasn't poor, rather it was rich, yet it couldn't protect a frail child. Looking at his thin body and eyes full of strength, Zhang Ruoyan knew that Lin Chen hadn't had a good few days. Eat slowly, come home with me afterward. I'll help you with the school transfer formalities in a couple days. If you don't like going to school at Lin Yang, I can arrange for you to go to another school. Zhang Ruoyan had already heard about Lin Duan from the class teacher. Although the school's treatment was only a school-wide notification, but having offended Lu Hongkai, it was almost impossible for Lin Chen to study safely in the future. The only way to protect Lin Duan was to transfer to another school as soon as possible. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Lin Duan and recalled the image of bringing him back. That scruffy child with his head buried in his chest had finally grown up. It was only that she had given him a quality life, but she hadn't let him live a good life. Wandering for a long time had made Lin Chen's bones permeate with fear of others. Even if he possessed strength in the future, he wouldn't use it indiscriminately. This point made Zhang Ruoyan very relieved that this child would never turn into an evil person. Quietly, she watched him finish the last bit of his meal. Zhang Ruoyan still decided to take him back. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. On the one hand, Zhang Ma's attitude was resolute. If he refused, it was likely that she would notice something. On the other hand, he was seen by Xia Zhiyang when he left. Now the dormitory may have to toss out other troubles. Thinking about it, going back with Zhang Ma seemed to be the only option. Only that he would have to face Jiang Xuanning next, and the moment he thought of that, Lin Chen's mood was unusually low. He didn't even dare to meet Zhang Ruoyan's eyes, and just silently lowered his head, burying all his thoughts deep inside. Arriving at the Jiang family, in front of that familiar gate, Zhang Ruoyan opened the door to herself, only to find that Lin Chen was standing far away, with no intention of wanting to come in. Duaner, what are you standing for? Come in quickly, Zhang Ruoyan urged twice, but Lin Chen still didn't move. Just then, Jiang Xuanning's voice came from inside the room. Mom, you're back? Who are you talking to? Jiang Xuanning came to the door and first saw her mother. Then she saw Lin Chen. The two of them looked at each other and a wave of anger erupted from the bottom of their eyes. Glaring viciously at Lin Chen, Jiang Xuanning questioned without a care in the world. What are you doing here? Get out! Xuanning, how do you talk to Duaner? Jiang Ruoyan immediately spoke out to stop her, and Jiang Xuanning swallowed back the words that followed hard. Tears faintly appeared in her eyes, as if she had been wronged by something, and she directly ran back to her room. Lin Chen stood outside the door awkwardly. If it wasn't for that scene just now, he might have stepped through the door again, but now even the last of his courage was consumed. Lin Chen took a half step back in haste and said with a smile, Mom Jiang, I'm going back. The dormitory side hasn't greeted me yet. Besides, I still have to go to school tomorrow. You came all the way back. You should rest more. I won't go in. Take care. After leaving behind a sentence, Lin Chen left without looking back. Jiang Ruoyan hurriedly chased after him, pulling Lin Chen, who was still walking outwards with disbelief in his eyes. Why are you leaving? Is it because you don't want to see me? Lin Chen hurriedly shook his head and gave Jiang Ruoyan a reassuring look. Finally, he respectfully bowed towards her. Mrs. Jiang, thank you for taking care of me for so many years. I've grown up and can take care of myself. I like my life now. I'm doing well. Really. Chapter 18, there's always something to hold on to. Lin Chen tried his best not to talk about these few days, but the more he did so, the more Jiang Ruoyan was worried. He was originally a child who didn't want to ask for anything, and would silently accept anyone's good or evil towards him. This character was known as a good old boy, but Jiang Ruoyan, who had seen all kinds of people, knew very well that but good people might not have good rewards. I can let you move out, but only after you finish high school. Also right now you have to stay at the medical center. You can only be an apprentice. I'll introduce you to a regular hospital as an intern. It's well paid and I have acquaintances. Jiang Ruoyan had already paved the way for Lin Chen, since he wanted to take the path of a doctor. Then she would help him take the right path. Mixing in this kind of unheard of school medical center, one could only play the hands every day, and could not learn anything at all. It would be better to go to a regular hospital. After all, people give good treatment. No need, Mom Jiang, really no need. Jiang Ruoyan had some bitter words, but Lin Chen politely refused. It wasn't that Jiang Ruoyan's arrangement was bad, but there was a thorn in Lin Chen's heart. The more Jiang Ruoyan cared for him, the deeper that thorn was stuck. Taking 2 steps back, Lin Chen once again bowed to Jiang Ruoyan, thanking her for taking care of him for so many years. Without Jiang Ruoyan's acceptance, he was afraid that he would have starved to death somewhere. Although Jiang Ma was only fulfilling her promise to her senior brother, but Lin Chen could feel that she was truly treating him as her own child. Jiang Ruoyan wanted to reach out and grab Lin Chen, but just as she reached out halfway, Lin Chen jerked back and then flew away. Can't continue to stay here. The longer he stayed, the more guilt Lin Chen felt in his heart. It would be better to leave without saying goodbye like this, and pretend that he had never come to this home. Without stopping, he flew forward, and 2 lines of hot tears rolled down the corners of his eyes, constantly reciting in my mind, I can't cry, but the tears still unconsciously gushed out. His repentance is more a kind of farewell. Returning to the dormitory in a state of despair, Lin Chen walked up the stairs with heavy steps. The moment he pushed open the door, a strong smell of alcohol spread out. In the cluttered living room, there were several bottles of beer lying around. A table of food was piled haphazardly as if it had been ransacked. It was blinding and disgusting. Walking into the room, the lights were still on. The drunken roommates were still having a chat. When they saw Lin Chen enter, all of them closed their mouths and stared at him as if they were looking at an alien. Clean up the trash on the table and throw the bottles downstairs. Xia Ziyong had drunk a lot of wine and his tone was a bit heavy, but Lin Chen didn't answer, but silently packed up his things. It was as if he didn't hear. Xia Ziyong's fire instantly flared up, coupled with the fact that he had drunk a lot of alcohol. He drunkenly lost his basic self-control and grabbed Lin Chen's collar. Old man is talking to you. Did you hear me? Xia Ziyong's voice was so loud that it woke up the people in the other dormitories. One by one they all poked their heads out from the side. When they saw Lin Chen that instant, everyone had a teasing smile on their face. This punk, he made Brother Ziyong angry again. He hadn't figured out until now that offending Brother Ziyong was offending everyone. The small group of tests in the medical center were as close as brothers. As long as Brother Ziyong gave the order, everyone would do what he wanted. Isolating Lin Chen was Brother Ziyong's command. This kind of guy who couldn't get a fart out of a slap was the best to bully. At this moment, Xia Ziyong was a bit on top of his game, plus being watched by so many people. For a moment he was a little out of control, and his voice began to get higher and higher. You wimp! In addition to keeping your head down all the time, what else will you do? The medical center has no business for a whole day because of you. Those of us who still have to rely on our grades to take the exams. Now that you've made it impossible, I can't wait to beat you to death. Waste speak. Why don't you answer? Xia Ziyang pulled hard on Lin Chen's collar and threw him around. But Lin Dust was hard and didn't say a word. He was very confused right now, especially after meeting Jiang Ma. The wall that had been built up inside had begun to crack. But the more this happened, the more it aroused Xia Ziyang's dissatisfaction. Enduring the pain coming from his palms, he forcefully pushed Lin Chen onto the bed. Snap! Lin Chen's cell phone fell to the floor, and Xia Ziyang casually picked it up. Squinting his drunken eyes, he saw that the cell phone screensaver was a picture of a woman. The woman was in her 40s and had an air of superiority. A complete look of a strong woman. This was Jiang Ruoyan's photo, which Lin Chen had always saved. It was so that he could pick it up and look at it every time. As soon as he saw that photo, Xia Ziyang immediately lit up. Patting Lin Duan's face, he pointed at that photo and said, "This is your mom, right? Take a look. Properly show your mom what a waste of a son she gave birth to." Not hitting back and cursing back. "Your mom really gave birth to a good big son. If I were your father, I would definitely beat you this turtle son to death, and then let your mom give birth to another." After saying these words, all the people around watching the show hemmed and hawed and laughed. Some of them even had smiles appearing on their faces, and seemed to have begun to imagine the scene of making a man with this beautiful woman in their minds. But right at this moment, Lin Chen raised his head violently. The originally empty eyes were filled with blood. Like a tyrannical beast, a murderous intent spread from the bottom of his heart. He could endure other people's insults to himself, but he would never let anyone insult Jiang Ma. She was her benefactor, and even more so, her spiritual pillar. Anyone who dared to insult Jiang Ma would die. Bang! Lin Chen, who never resisted, suddenly stormed up and ruthlessly slammed his fist on Xia Ziyang's face. The sudden scene made everyone freeze in place. Lin Chen was like a mad devil, directly pouncing on Xia Ziyang's body and smashing his face punch after punch. "What are you doing? Stop it!" It was only after a long time that the crowd reacted, immediately pouncing up to pull Lin Chen away. But for some reason, the skinny Lin Chen exploded with endless strength at this moment. Coupled with his strengthened physical qualities, 2 or 3 people were unable to restrain him. They could only watch as he, punch after punch, smashed into Xia Ziyang's face. That violent anger was like an ignited fire, spreading without any control at all. People say that honest people never get angry, because once they get angry, you don't even have a chance to apologize. Lin Chen could compromise for anything, but there was always something to hold on to. Jiang Ma was the last thing he held on to in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the noise in the dormitory gradually stopped. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Chen, whose fists were stained with blood. Xia Ziyang had already been beaten unconscious. The others were also frightened by the aura emanating from Lin Chen. No one dared to step forward for a while, until a noise appeared at the door and an angry female voice came from outside. "Who's messing with the dormitory? Where's Xiao Xia? Everyone come out for me." Chapter 19 Pressure from Schools. Angry voices echoed in the building's hallways. The crowd turned around, only to realize that Chen Zhu, the owner of the medical center, was standing at the door. She was in the habit of inspecting the dormitory on weekdays. Only recently, because of Lin Chen's appearance, the dormitory's hygiene had been contracted by him alone. Chen Zhu did not say much about this. Things like being ostracized could happen anywhere. Besides, Lin Chen's character was one that was easily bullied. Naturally, Chen Zhu thought that nothing would go wrong in the dormitory. Who had thought? Temporarily getting up to take a look, he ended up seeing beer bottles all over the floor and a table full of leftovers. There was also the gang of people who were all bare-chested, standing in the doorway not knowing what they were looking at. Chen Zhu pushed away the crowd of onlookers, and only then did he realize the situation in the room. When she saw Xia Ziyang, whose face was full of injuries, Chen Zhu sucked in a breath of cool air, immediately ran to Xia Ziyang's side to check his pulse. Fortunately, just fainted, but the injuries on his face. "You did this." Chen Zhu was furious at the moment. These interns were the wealth of the medical center, originally keeping them for low-cost labor, but now it was good that something so big had happened. If it was not handled properly, it was likely that the police would be brought in. At this moment, Lin Chen was already somewhat awake, and the slightly tingling back of his hand seemed to be reminding him of what had just happened. Looking at Xia Ziyang, who had already passed out, he also looked at the fearful eyes of the crowd. Lin Chen suddenly had an unreal feeling. Had all of this been done by himself? "I'm asking you words. Answer." Chen Zhu bellowed again, scaring Lin Chen. In just a second, he reverted back to that soft look, staring at Chen Zhu with a face full of fear. He retreated to the corner of the room step by step. "Good. Very good." Chen Zhu's eyes erupted with fire and he gritted his teeth. Originally, he thought he had picked up a treasure, but he didn't expect it to be a troublemaker. Before, when Lin Chen was on night shift, he was blackmailed for $1,000, and now this happened again. Even if Chen Zhu had a good temper, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Pointing at Lin Chen, he said angrily, "Now you're fired. Get out of here right now." Chen Zhu decided everything with a single sentence. Dismissal didn't just mean losing a job. It also meant that Lin Chen had lost another place to stay. Silently lowering his head, Lin Chen knew that it was impossible for him to remain here. Before, he had sworn to Jiang Ma that he could take care of himself, but in the blink of an eye, everything was gone. This caused Lin Chen's heart to hit rock bottom once again. Silently, he began to pack his things. Chen Zhu immediately called for someone to send Xia Jiang to the hospital. He was in a bit of a bad situation. He didn't know what Lin Chen had grown up eating. His strength was actually so great. Not only did he break someone's nose, but he also made them bleed. If it wasn't for Chen Zhu's timely discovery, Xia Ziyang would have probably encountered a life-threatening situation. After packing up everything, Lin Chen stood silently at the door. For some reason, he actually had a feeling of fondness. Perhaps it was because this was the first place that had taken him in after leaving the Zhang family. He made a salute towards the people standing at the door. As he did when he came, he took the clinking pots and pans and silently turned around to leave. Walking on the streets of the traffic, Lin Chen was at a loss, not knowing where he should go, nor did he know what he should do next, with only one thought in his mind supporting him: can't bother Jiang Ma anymore. In this way he spent the night on the green belt of the overpass. The night was cold, and so was his heart. The next morning, the sun was still dozing off when Lin Duan was awakened by a sudden honk. The sleeping city gradually clamored up, and many cars rushing for the morning rush hour had already appeared on the road. Rubbing his sleepy cheeks, Lin Duan knew he had one more thing to face: taking the first bus to the school. Today was the earliest he had come, early enough to put his luggage in the communication room. He didn't want Jiang Ma to know that he had been swept away. Organized the clothes on his body and went to the faucet to wash in cold water. Show his best side in front of Jiang Ma. Finally more and more people were going to school, and the familiar car finally pulled up to the curb. Lin Chen wanted to go forward to greet it, but he saw Jiang Xuening take the lead and get out of the car. Lin Dust subconsciously ducked to the side and watched from afar as Jiang Ma led Jiang Xuening into the school. Only after the two walked past did Lin Duan gladly step forward. Jiang Xuening shouldn't have said that thing, right? Jiang Ma must be very disappointed to know. Should I go in or not? What if Jiang Ma gets angry over this matter? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, but in the end, reason overcame impulse. Even if Jiang Ma knew about it, she still had to face it. Lin Chen never wanted to cheat Jiang Ma. After all, this matter was originally his fault. Following the footsteps of the others, Lin Chen walked towards the direction of the teaching office. Today, the teaching office was going to hold a three-way meeting to decide whether Lin Chen would stay or go. The attitude of the school side was very clear. Lu Hongkai had spoken and even the Immortals couldn't stay. And Zhang Ruoyan also wanted to let Lin Dust leave here peacefully. As for Lin Dust, all at the behest of Zhang's mom, came to the conference room that will be the teaching office. The leaders of the school had all arrived, and Jiang Ma sat across from them. Although she was only alone, the aura emanating from her body made no one dare to underestimate her. Zhang Ruoyan waved towards Lin Chen and asked him to sit beside her. Although she had only not seen him for a night, Zhang Ruoyan felt like there was a piece missing from her heart. Constantly sizing up, Lin Chen inquired, "Did you sleep well last night? Did you have any nightmares? Did you eat breakfast? Why does your face look so bad?" "Don't worry, Jiang Ma will definitely protect you." Zhang Ruoyan stroked Lin Chen's head affectionately. The two of them seemed like a pair of real mothers and children. Without any separation, Lin Chen lowered his head sheepishly. It seemed that Jiang Ma wouldn't have thought about Jiang Xuenning's matter yet. This made the guilt in his heart grow even more, and he was close to burying his head under the table. After everyone arrived, the director of instruction was the first to speak. According to the unanimous decision of our school leaders' deliberation, it has been decided that student Lin Duan is not suitable to continue studying in our school. We hope that student Lin Chen will voluntarily withdraw from school and make a public written apology for hurting Lu Hongkai and 3 other students before, and this matter will be recorded in the file. As soon as the director of instruction finished speaking, Zhang Ruoyan stood up with a slap on the table. "No way, you can't apologize or put it on your file. Do you want to get this child killed?" By Zhang Ruoyan's words, the school side was dumbfounded. This was already the lightest decision they had made. If it wasn't for Chen Pingtao's concern for the school as well as his own face, with his son's character, he would definitely find a chance to give Lin Chen a good beating. What Zhang Ruoyan couldn't tolerate the most was someone using Lin Chen as a threat. Just as she was about to continue her rage, Lin Chen on the side pulled on the corner of her coat. "Mom Jiang, I agree." Chapter 20, Chu Hong, the rich second generation. Lin Duan wanted to solve the trouble at school as soon as possible, even if he had to apologize publicly. Although this matter wasn't his fault, it made Jiang Ma so angry. Lin Chen would be a bit unable to bear it, but Zhang Ruoyan didn't agree to do so. In her heart, she knew exactly what these school leaders were playing at. These conditions must have been put forward by that Lu Hongkai kid. The Lu family is a big family, and they have a lot of power in the school. But it didn't mean that the Jiang family would be afraid of him because of this. The big deal is that the fish is dead. Even if you spell out the Ginger family's heritage, you can make the Lu family take off a layer of skin. With Jiang Ruoyan's character, she could definitely do such a thing. It was just that by doing so, the guilt that Lin Chen carried would grow. He hadn't yet repaid Jiang Ma for saving his life, and now he had to owe another favor, which was never what Lin Chen wanted. Jiang Ma, this matter was originally my fault. I can apologize. It doesn't matter even if this matter is written on the file. The big deal is that I'll get a job with a lower salary, as long as I can support myself. Lin Chen's goal was small and simple, but when it fell in Jiang Ruoyan's eyes, it was an assumed compromise and forbearance. It wouldn't do him any good in the future. You must listen to me on this matter. I'll immediately contact a new school to have you transferred. It's impossible to apologize. You're not at fault at all in this matter. As for the file, whoever dares to add one more word on it, I'll chop off their hands. Jiang Ruoyan looked at those school leaders with a strong killing intent in her gaze. It made the temperature of the entire conference room drop several degrees. Several school leaders simultaneously gulped, revealing an awkward sardonic smile. They had heard of the iron-blooded methods of this Iron Lady in front of them, although the Lu family's side had greeted them to make this kid suffer. But if they really messed with this Iron Lady, they would also have to suffer. Ma'am, we don't want to be like this either. It's all according to the rules and regulations. Yes, it wasn't a big deal in the first place. Just have the kid admit his mistake. This matter has a great impact on the students. You should also sympathize with us. Several people spoke bitterly, but Jiang Ruoyan slapped the table fiercely and said, Impact? What impact? 3 people, and 2 seniors. They dragged my child to the grove and ended up injuring themselves and blaming my child. Are they all made of clay? You guys look at Lin Duan. Is he the kind of child who would hurt others? The gazes of the crowd swarmed towards Lin Chen. It seemed that he wasn't accustomed to so many gazes, and Lin Chen unconsciously lowered his head. The more he said this, the more the school leaders were left speechless. Originally, this matter was clear in everyone's hearts. Lu Hongkai liked Jiang Xuanning, and in order to curry favor with her he looked for an opportunity to clean up Lin Chen a bit. As a result, instead of cleaning up Lin Duan, the 3 men did not. Instead, they got themselves injured. This would be confusing for anyone else, but the Lu family's side had already sent word that this matter was all Lin Chen's fault. It was necessary to make this kid receive the most severe punishment. In response to this, the school leaders could only go about it with a stiff upper lip. It was just that they didn't expect Jiang Ruoyan to not allow it in the slightest, and even had a hidden tendency to threaten. This made the crowd feel a great headache. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room became more and more dull, Lin Chen spoke again. Jiang Ma, I agree to their conditions. I'm not in fear. I just don't want you to get into trouble. You've already helped me enough. Let me handle this matter. Lin Chen got his gaze to penetrate a few points of perseverance, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, staring straight into Jiang Ruoyan's eyes. Jiang Ruoyan felt her heart and soul flutter, and a gush of pity rose within her. This child was always thinking about the people he was with, but he had never thought about himself. At some point, his own desire to protect him had become subconscious, completely forgetting that Lin Chen also had his own thoughts. With a deep sigh, Jiang Ruoyan sat down with a dark face. Her eyes remained dead on the school leaders. This child is willing to apologize. We agree. But the file thing? Absolutely not. Jiang Ruoyan agreed to let Lin Chen deal with it on his own, but she also had her considerations. If such a dishonorable time was left on the file, he would be rejected anywhere he went in the future. For the sake of Lin Chen's future, Jiang Ruoyan would never compromise. After another round of verbal sparring, the 2 sides discussed the specific details. Lin Chen would immediately go through the transfer procedures, and there would be no writing about this incident on his file. A written apology to the 3 classmates was still required, but it could be kept from being made public. After the negotiation was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ruoyan got a letter of commitment from the school leaders and led Lin Chen outside. When he arrived at the school entrance, Lin Chen remembered that his luggage was still in the communication room. Hesitantly, he stopped and said, Mom Jiang, just send it here. I'm going back to work. You're not going back with me? Jiang Ruoyan froze there. Originally, she thought that she could bring Lin Chen back. After all, she hadn't seen him for a while, and this child had obviously been wronged. But Lin Chen stubbornly shook his head, rejecting Jiang Ruoyan's good intentions. Jiang Mom, I have a job now. I can support myself. Besides, I want to say goodbye to my other classmates. Don't look at me like this now. My relationship with the other classmates is still quite good. Lin Chen smiled very brightly, letting people see any problems from his face. But Jiang Ruoyan had long since learned that Lin Chen had no friends at all in school. There wasn't even a single person that he spoke to regularly. Even his own daughter, Jiang Xuanning, was indifferent to him. just thinking about her own daughter. Zhang Ruoyan felt a headache. The feelings of the older generation were something that the young people of today simply couldn't understand. Zhang Ruoyan treated Lin Chen as if he was her own, but Jiang Xuening was unable to treat him as a family member. It was good that this child, Lin Chen, understood things and didn't fight or grab. It was also this kind of character that made Zhang Ruoyan's heart ache. Alright then, you go say goodbye to your classmates and we'll have dinner together in the evening. No saying no, Zhang Ruoyan warned with a stern face. She then got into her car and headed in the direction of the company. After Zhang Ruoyan left, Lin Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Coming to the communication room to retrieve his luggage, he hesitated about where he should go next. Was it to find a new job? Or to go sit in a park with no one in it for a day? While he was hesitating, he was tapped on the shoulder. Upon turning around, he saw a youth around his age standing behind him. The youth looked Lin Chen up and down. The corner of his mouth was permeated with a smirk if nothing else. What appeared to be teasing was actually a bit of treachery. You are? Lin Chen politely inquired. The corner of the other party's mouth hooked up in an arc as he introduced himself. My name is Chu Hong. I'm a rich second generation. I admire you. Chapter 21. The road ahead is in jeopardy. The sudden accosting made Lin Chen a little confused. He didn't recognize this guy called Chu Hong, but judging from the school badge on his chest, he was also a student of Lin Yang. Just talking to such a stranger, Lin Chen couldn't help but develop a trace of nervousness. Chu Hong seemed to have seen Lin Duan's consternation. Taking his shoulder in a familiar manner, she said, No need to be nervous, brother. I don't mean any harm. I heard that you beat up Lu Hongkai, right? As soon as he thought of Lu Hongkai, Lin Chen's nerves immediately tensed up. He wouldn't have come to avenge Lu Hongkai, right? But the next moment, Chu Hong patted Lin Duan's shoulder hard and laughed as if he was venting. Brother, you did well. Old me has long been looking at Lu Hongkai in a bad light. The Lu family is nothing. Just dare to make a fool of themselves at school. If it wasn't for my family warning me not to make the relationship strained, I would have gotten him killed a long time ago. Chu Hong's words were spoken so loudly that even the students passing by in the surroundings could hear them clearly. When they heard the three words Lu Hongkai, all of them lowered their heads and hurriedly left, deeply afraid of getting into trouble that they shouldn't provoke. But Chu Hong didn't seem to care about this, but instead spoke louder and louder. It was as if she was speaking out all the pent-up resentment in her heart. Only through Chu Hong's introduction did Lin Chen understand this person's identity. The only son of the Chu family in Rongcheng, his origin was no worse than that of Lu Hongkai. The Chu family operated old heavy industrial enterprises and received assistance from many countries. Although their economic strength is not as strong as the Lu family, the influence of 10 Lu families cannot catch up with them. If the Lu family is a big family, the Chu family is the aristocrat of the big family. Only the Chu family is extremely strict, usually do not show the mountains and not leak water, so rarely attract attention. However, Chu Hong and Lu Hongkai's grudge started 3 years ago. At that time, I hadn't even gone to Lin Yang school yet, and their family had only just emerged to get a small rich man. As a result, this guy was fooling around in front of me, saying that the economy is developing, and that all of us will be his underdogs in the future. I don't deny that nowadays want to get rich or to engage in emerging industries, but whoever wants to underestimate us old families, that will have to pay a price. That's how the feud between him and I has continued until now. I look at him with displeasure, and he can't do anything about me. Chu Hong spoke very easily, but Lin Chen listened with trepidation. These two were both people who went around showing off their family matters. Getting it wrong would probably cause a war between the two great clans. In order not to draw fire, Lin Chen took the initiative to take a step away from him, but Chu Hong acted as if he didn't notice. Instead, he wrapped his arm around his shoulder like a friend. Brother, you've done something I haven't done for so many years. From now on, you follow me around. If the surname Lu dares to touch you, come and tell me. Old me will definitely protect you. Regarding Chu Hong's words, Lin Chen was just casually listening. He had already decided to leave Lin Yang, and it was impossible for him to continue contacting Lu Hongkai. It was even more impossible for him to become a brother with Chu Hong. After saying a thank you, Lin Chen pulled his suitcase and headed out. Before leaving, Chu Hong also slipped him a business card, saying that if there was any trouble, he should come to this place to find him. Lin Chen glanced at it, and on the business card was a bar. Not thinking about it that much, he put the business card in his pocket and just stepped out of Lin Yang school completely. Only he didn't notice. At this moment, by the window of the school building, there was a person watching his back, crunching teeth, biting pale fingernails, a pair of resentful and incomparable eyes, itching to eat that person alive. Perhaps the force was too much, and there was not even a trace of blood on the palms of his hands. Just like this, she stood straight by the window. Xuening, what's wrong with you? Just then the call came. Jiang Xuening's stiff face suddenly gave a start. Then a smile was born and she turned back to look at the female classmate who had called her. It was as if what had just happened hadn't happened at all. On the other side, Lin Chen left the school, walking aimlessly on the road. Although he had made an appointment with Jiang Ma for dinner in the evening, he was carrying so many pots and pans that he would easily be discovered by her. It was better to find a place to stay first, and wait for some time, and then look for a job after Jiang Ma's business trip. After deciding, Lin Chen found a very cheap and convenient hotel through the app. The location of the hotel was very remote, but the surrounding crowd was dense. Most of those people were outsiders who came to work. There was a bit of caution in their gazes when they looked at Lin Chen, as if they were looking at foreigners. After booking a room, Lin Chen finally had a place to stay. Taking a look at the room, it was clean, just a little simple. The door lock was also broken, so he needed to be careful when sleeping at night. Lying on the soft bed, the entire person began to relax. The previous scene quickly flashed before his eyes, and an uncontrollable aggression welled up from the bottom of his heart. This time, he didn't cry, he just strongly endured it. For the malice of others, Lin Chen always chose to escape, but escaping couldn't solve anything. It only made things worse and worse. In the end, it alarmed Jiang Ma, causing her to put off her work and rush back. Lin Dust felt that it was his own fault. If he could continue to endure, he wouldn't have made things so difficult for Jiang Ma. Clicking on his e-wallet, there was quite a lot of money stored in it, but all of this was what Lin Chuan planned to pay back to Jiang Ma, using a little less. He owed Jiang Ma enough, and really couldn't continue to bother her. There is also Jiang Xuaning. How do I make it up to her? This was another problem that gave Lin Dust a headache. Thinking about it, Lin Chen silently closed his eyes as a wave of sleepiness swept over him. He just reclined on the bed and slept peacefully. After an unknown amount of time, a noisy sound came. Lin Chen opened his eyes in a daze, only to realize that it was already dark outside. It seemed like Jiang Ma had asked herself out for dinner. What time was it now? Lin Chen made his way out of bed and looked at the time, which was almost 6 o'clock. Moreover, Jiang Ma had already made several calls, and she was just woken up by the sound of the phone. Hurriedly calling back, as soon as he connected, he heard Jiang Ruoyan's anxious voice. Why isn't Dusty answering the phone? Did something happen? Where are you now? Should I go pick you up? Jiang Ruoyan always asked with concern. She wanted to know if Lin Chen was doing well and if he was in any danger again. Lin Chen grabbed the bag on the side and hurriedly ran outside. While running, he replied, I'm fine, Jiang Ma. I was busy with work just now and forgot to call back. I'll go to your side now. Hearing that Lin Chen wasn't in trouble, Jiang Ruoyan secretly let out a sigh of relief. After saying the address, Lin Chen rushed over as fast as he could. When he arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant, a silhouette happened to be in front of him. What are you doing here? Jiang Xuaning stared at Lin Chen with a wary face. It was like seeing the thing he hated the most. Chapter 22. Jiang Xuaning also didn't expect that her mother would take her to dinner. Lin Chen would actually appear here as well, as if opening up dusty memories at once. The disgust in Jiang Xuaning's eyes increased as seen by the naked eye. Lin Chen also didn't expect to meet Jiang Xuaning, but once he thought that it was Jiang Ma's treat, he instantly understood the reason for it. Inexplicably vain, he took a half step back. Jiang Xuaning didn't hesitate to glare at him. I don't want to see you. Get lost. Jiang Xuaning's tone was cold, as if she was looking at a stranger. Lin Chen lowered his head and silently turned to leave. Just then, the door to the restaurant opened. Seeing that both of them had arrived, Jiang Ruoyan hurriedly greeted them as they came in. What are you standing here for? All come in. Jiang Ruoyan pulled Lin Chen with one hand and put her arm around Jiang Xuaning, and the three of them entered the restaurant side by side. When they were seated, Lin Chen always kept his head down. Jiang Xuaning also acted as if she didn't see it, pointing at the menu with her mother. After ordering a few favorite dishes, Jiang Ruoyan asked Lin Duan, Xiao Duan, do you have anything you want to eat? Lin Chen shook his head, remaining silent. Bang! Under the table, Jiang Ruoshua viciously kicked his foot. A pain that drilled through his heart came from the tips of his toes. Hiss! Showing his teeth and glaring at him, Lin Chen then realized what was going on and hurriedly said, I like to eat chicken legs. You think this place is KFC? Jiang Ruoshua interrupted Lin Chen as soon as he opened his mouth. For a moment Lin Chen fell into silence again. Jiang Ruoyan seemed to notice something and kicked her daughter under the table. It happened to kick the toe that had just been injured, and another burst of pain came. For a moment, she didn't realize that it was her mother who was reminding her, and thought that it was Lin Chen who was taking revenge on her, and she instantly gritted her teeth in hatred. Dinner went on in this weird atmosphere. Soon a table of food was served. Jiang Xuaning ate with a puff of anger, and from time to time she took advantage of Lin Chen reaching for his chopsticks to snatch away his things. Watching the two of them fight and joke around like before, Jiang Ruoyan suddenly felt relieved. A family should be this lively and lively. However, when she thought of what had happened to Lin Chen recently, Jiang Ruoyan felt another pang of pity. When she was almost done eating, Jiang Ruoyan suddenly put down her chopsticks and said, I brought you two here today to have a few things to say. The first thing, I'll be leaving in a couple days. The company's new project is pressing hard. I need to rush back as soon as possible. As soon as Jang Royan opened her mouth, the two children fell into silence at the same time. The Jang family's business was very big, and both Jang mom and Jang dad were running all over the place. Sometimes they only saw the two of them once in half a year, and they didn't even come back at the same time. I heard that Jang dad had gone abroad to expand his business, and he hadn't heard from him in a few months. And Jang Ma has also been busy with the Jang family's affairs, so much so that Jang Xuening was the only one left in the Jang family's residence today. This was also the reason why Jang Ma desperately wanted Lin Chen to come back. A girl staying at home. Jang Ma was not at ease. After a long silence, Jang Xuening suddenly asked, "Mom, are you and my dad divorced?" At these words Jang Mom and Lin Chen froze at the same time. Jang Ma was even unable to speak for a moment, judging from her expression. What Jang Xuening said was true. Your father and I are not what you think. Jang Royan wanted to explain, but she swallowed back her words as they reached her mouth. Don't lie to me. Uncle Lee's daughter showed me her dad's circle of friends. My dad remarried a month ago. This is something you never told me. Jang Xuening dropped another heavy bomb. It was Lin Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Having lived in the Jang family for such a long time, he had met Jang dad many times. It was a gentle and even somewhat bookish man, completely unlike a man who would divorce and remarry quickly without a word. Just looking at Jang Ma's reaction, he thought that everything must be true. Jang Royan sighed deeply. Originally she wanted to keep it hidden. At the very least, she wanted to wait until her daughter was in college, but now that she already knew, Jang Royan had no choice but to confess. Your father and I divorced at the end of last year. I shared half of his property. Nowadays, the company's cash flow is a little tight, but this has nothing to do with your father. Jang Royan didn't go into detail, just skimming over the process of their divorce. But Lin Chen heard something from it. Jang Ma had divided half of the Jang family's property. That was billions of dollars. Anyone who got this amount of money could rest easy for the rest of their life. How much determination did Jang Ma have before she decided to get a divorce? Lin Chen looked at Jang Ma with some worry. However, Jang Ma's face always had a smile on it. Only in the next moment, Jang Xuening said with a look of disgust, Mom, on what grounds did you give him half of the Jang family's property? Even though he's my father, he's a flunky. A flunky son-in-law should have a clean slate if he gets divorced. Besides, none of the men are good. They're all a bunch of nasty trash. Jang Xuening stared viciously at Lin Chen as she said this, but in the next second, Jang Royan slapped her hard. The sudden blow confused Jang Xuening, and covering her reddened cheeks, she asked, Mom, what are you hitting me for? I said that's between me and him. No matter what we do he's still your father. Jang Royan's tone was cold. It seemed that she had a big problem with her daughter criticizing her father. Lin Chen, as a bystander, could only silently lower his head. After all, this was someone's family matter. Not to mention that Jang Xuening's words just now were directed at him. Jang Ruoxue covered her cheeks in exasperation. In her heart, she couldn't help but resent her father. And even more so, she resented the Lin Chen in front of her. It seemed that every time she saw him, nothing good happened to her. The atmosphere lasted for a minute in this depressing situation. Jang Royan took a deep breath and put what had just happened behind her and continued. The second thing, Xiaodust, I want you to move back in. I disagree. Jiang Xuening shot up. This time Jang Royan completely blew up. After only a few words this daughter was becoming more and more lawless. Originally the mood was a little suppressed. Coupled with her daughter's irrationality, Jang Royan's anger was instantly ignited. She slapped the table and stood up, raising her hand to give her another slap. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly stopped her. Don't do it, Mrs. Jiang. There's something to talk about. There's no need for you to stop. Come on, hit me here, beat me to death. Jiang Xuening was like a rebellious young girl who was not the least bit afraid of her mother's anger. Instead, she defiantly plastered herself face to face. Jang Royan's eyes were wide with anger, never dreaming that her daughter would turn out to be like this. It was as if she looked like an enemy to everyone she met. The second slap was slow to fall, and it was not easy for Lin Chen to separate the two. Jang Xuening pushed Lin Chuan away and snatched the door out. A good dinner ended unhappily like this. Chapter 23, Things Fall Apart. When Jiang Xuening ran out, Jang Royan immediately called her secretary to go after her. Her own secretary had been with her for 5 or 6 years and was several years older than Jiang Xuening. At first, she was also a freshly graduated college student. Every time something happened to Jiang Xuening, she would let her own secretary handle it. This secretary did a good job, and gradually the two became bosom friends. Every time Jiang Royan traveled, she would let her secretary take care of the house. Jiang Xuening also trusted this big sister the most. Only this time, Jiang Xuening seemed to be very angry, and did not answer anyone's calls, which made Jiang Royan a little fidgety. After waiting for not long, A knock came from outside the box. A beautiful young woman walked in. The woman was wearing a black professional outfit. There were some water stains on her hair, so she should have just come from a shower. Her body exuded a light fragrance, which smelled good and put people at ease. As soon as she entered the door, she greeted Jiang Ruoyan, and then dialed a few phone numbers that went unanswered. How is Xiaoli? Did you find anyone? Li Junying glanced at her cell phone then shook her head. Chairman, I've already sent people to the places where the young lady often goes to look for them. I'll call you as soon as I have news. Li Junying was competent and had strong leadership skills. Jiang Ruoyan was training her as a successor. In addition to company matters, there were many personal matters that were given to her to handle. After waiting not long, the bodyguard passed on a message. Jiang Xuening had already been found and was at a bar getting drunk. By the time she was found, she had already drunk a large bottle of wine, and coincidentally met two men who accosted her and were driven away by the bodyguards. Knowing that her daughter was fine, Jiang Ruoyan let out a breath of air. Looking towards Lin Chen, who was sitting obediently, she said, Xiao Dust, as you can see, Xuening does things impulsively. I'm afraid she'll be bullied while I'm away. I want you to come back and watch over her for me, at least until I'm done with this period of time. Jiang Ruoyan found an excuse for Lin Chen to return to the Jiang family. After all, this child's personality was like this, and he would still be bullied when he went out. These two children, one had an impulsive and reckless personality, one had a weak character and was bullied. No matter which one Jiang Ruoyan was uneasy about, it was better to stay at home together. At least they could take care of each other. It was just that she didn't realize that the relationship between Lin Chuan and Jiang Xuening had already dropped to the freezing point. If Lin Chen went back now, there were probably only two outcomes. Either Lin Chen was abused alive and died, either Jiang Xuening was forced to die. Either outcome was unacceptable to Jiang Ruoyan. The only way was to maintain the status quo and for Lin Chen to find another place to settle down. Mom Jiang, I'll take care of Xuening. As for the matter of moving back, it's better to forget about it. It's not easy for me to come out and live independently. If I go back now, wouldn't that be a lost cause? Besides, the school has retired, so I can just work in peace. Lin Chen thought of many reasons in advance. In short, one sentence, going back was impossible to go back. Even if one died outside and jumped from here, it was impossible to go back. Jiang Ruoyan stared at Lin Chen's eyes, wanting to make sure if what he said was true. Finally, looking into those eyes that kept dodging, she sighed deeply. Alright, since you've already decided, I won't force myself, but every Saturday and Sunday, you must go back and stay for 2 days. I'll have Xiaoli pick you up. This is something you can't refuse. Jiang Ruoyan made a concession, and actually didn't give in. He gave Lin Chen his freedom, but didn't let him leave the Jiang family completely. Only then could Jiang Ruoyan learn Lin Chen's every move and know if he was usually bullied. Toward Li Junying, he made a look. Li Junying understood and took this matter to heart. Leaving the restaurant where they were eating, Jiang Ruoyan was ready to pick up Jiang Xuening. After repeatedly confirming that Lin Chen was unwilling to go back with her, Jiang Ruoyan didn't continue to force herself. She asked Li Junying to drive Lin Chen, and in the meantime, she looked at his current situation. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said the location of the original medical center. Li Junying drove the car in the direction of the medical center. Along the way, Lin Chen reverted to his original silence, looking at the streets around the traffic without knowing what he was thinking. Li Junying, on the other hand, asked with one sentence, Xiao Dust, how much do you get paid now? When I first interned, the finance only gave me 2,000 in salary. Later, when the chairman of the board inspected the company, I performed well, and that's how I was appreciated by the chairman of the board. You should also be more active in the future. There will definitely be people who will appreciate you. Li Junying's character, according to the type in the novel, was a domineering female president who hadn't yet been molded, cheerful and spirited, never rejecting others, but able to keep everything under control, observant and loves to ponder. It was also because of these qualities that she was appreciated by Jiang Ruoyan. It was just that from her observation, Lin Chen seemed to be hiding something. This reminded Li Junying of the chairman's eyes earlier. When they arrived at the place, Lin Chen silently got out of the car, waving goodbye to Li Junying. Watching him step into the medical center, Li Junying drove away. Only when she waited until she reached the intersection in front of her, the car turned a corner and parked on the opposite side of the medical center. In less than a minute, Lin Chen walked out from inside, looking a bit lousy. Then a few people chased out of the medical center and kicked Lin Chen in the back. He nearly kicked Lin Chen to the ground. As soon as she saw this scene, Li Junying silently picked up her cell phone and recorded the scene just now, silently reciting the name of the medical center in her heart. A cold light flashed under her eyes. Then she watched as Lin Chen arrived at the bus stop, followed all the way to the remote and convenient hotel. Looking at the dirty and messy surroundings, Li Junying frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Chen enter the hotel, Li Junying directly followed him in. After asking about the room that Lin Chen was staying in, Li Junying directly came to the door of the room and knocked hard on the door. Knock knock. With two echoing sounds, footsteps came from the room. Who is it? Lin Chen's voice trembled a little. He didn't know who had come to him so late in the night and slowly opened the door to the room with a few moments of hesitation and worry. When he saw Li Junying in front of him, Lin Chen's face suddenly turned pale. Juning's sister. Go in and talk. Li Junying's expression was cold and seemed to imply anger. Lin Chen was so nervous that he backed away backwards and led Li Junying into the room. Seeing such a humble dwelling, Li Junying's face was unpleasant. Why did you lie to the chairman? With one sentence, Li Junying choked Lin Chen. He didn't want to lie to Jiang Ma, but there were some things he had to hide. Otherwise, how disappointed would Jiang Ma be? Alright, you stop. I'll call the chairman now. Li Junying didn't give Lin Duan a chance to open his mouth and directly took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. Lin Chuan pressed her hand and said with fear and tension in his eyes, Sister Juning, don't tell Jiang Ma, count me as begging you. Chapter 24, The Man Who Couldn't Be Pissed Off. Lin Chen pulled Li Junying and begged bitterly. The thing he was most worried about had still come. If Jiang Ma knew that he had been lying all along, she would definitely take him back. At that time, when he came face to face with Jiang Xuanning, maybe she would tell the truth once she got angry. Lin Chen had even imagined Jiang Ma's disappointed look. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't let Li Junying tell the truth. Sister Juning, I have bitter feelings. Lin Chuan lied and looked at Li Junying pitifully. Li Junying couldn't bear it in her heart, especially viewing Lin Chen as if he was a younger brother. The natural person was being bullied to live a life that was not as good as he wanted. No matter what, he had to manage it. You should be clear that my appearance here is at the command of the chairman. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, it's impossible for me to help you hide it. Besides, you're not having a good time right now. Li Junying sat down, like a judge, gazing at Lin Chen with majesty. At this point in time, Lin Chen knew that it was no longer possible to hide it. However, he was still unwilling to tell the truth of the matter. After all, it was about Jiang Xuanning's innocence. Xuanning and I had a bit of a conflict. I can't go back. You guys had a fight? Li Junying frowned. In her opinion, this wasn't really a reason. Two childhood friends who grew up together, quarreling over a little thing and getting away from home? At least Li Junying wouldn't do that. Not to mention that Lin Chen's master and Jiang Ma were from the same sect. Just because of this layer of relationship, no matter what conflicts the two had, Jiang Ma wouldn't blame Lin Chen. Lin Chen swallowed. He was very unaccustomed to being pressed like this, especially since the person in front of him was Jiang Ma's nominal disciple. Her aura, her vigor, and even her way of doing things were exactly the same as Jiang Ma. Facing her, Lin Chen's pressure increased. Always gritting his teeth, he did not tell the truth. It's worse than a quarrel, to the point of incompatibility. After saying this, Lin Chen's strength seemed to have been drained out of him. This was the first time he had lied against someone else's sense of oppression. If he said even one word wrong, Li Junying would be able to see it at a glance. After all, she had also watched herself grow up. After a full minute or so of silence, Li Junying sighed. Thinking back to today, Jiang Xuanning had a big fight with Jiang Ma and ran to the bar to drink after leaving without saying goodbye. This series of actions seemed very childish to Li Junying, but this childishness was mixed with anger, like a lit cannonball that could explode at any time. Perhaps, this is an adolescent child, thinking and doing things in a somewhat extreme way. Li Junying thought this way and looked at Lin Chen's cowering appearance. For a moment she actually believed his words. Perhaps Li Junying had never even dreamed of it. The seemingly harmless and cowardly boy in front of her had done such excessive things to her childhood friend, so much so that he had avoided going home until now, and thought it was all Jiang Xuanning's problem. Since it's this problem, there's nothing that can't be solved. A girl coaxing will be fine. Besides, the chairman is just worried about the two of you being alone. It's best if you can go home and help each other. I will tell the chairman to let you stay out for a few days, but you have to follow the chairman's orders and go home. Li Junying gave Lin Chen an ultimatum. No matter what, the Jiang family was a shelter that Lin Chen couldn't escape from. Even if there was a big conflict, the Jiang family would always be the most solid backing behind him. He chatted with Lin Chen for a couple more sentences and asked him if he had liked anything recently. Li Junying then gladly left. After she returned to the car, she glanced at the window where Lin Chen was again. Then she dialed Zhang Ruoyan's phone. As soon as the phone was connected, the sound of moving music could be heard coming from there. It seemed that the conflict between this mother and daughter still hadn't been resolved. Chairman, Lin Chen's matter has been clearly investigated. Li Junying reported what she had seen, but also concealed the fact that Lin Chen was living in a convenience hotel. It just said that the people at that medical center didn't treat Lin Chen well. There were even cases of ostracizing him. As soon as she heard this, Zhang Ruoyan on the other end of the phone fell into a short silence. Then in a low and clear voice, she said, "You go and take care of this matter. Whoever humiliates Xiao Duan, I'll make him disappear. The thunderous attitude and domineering tone all caused Li Junying to shiver. A thought appeared in her mind. The chairman was angry. This was the first time she had seen the chairman so angry. Soon after, Li Junying went through her connections and checked that medical center to the bottom. Even Chen Zhu's identity information was all dug up. Early the next morning, Chen Zhu went to the medical center for a consultation as usual. Today, there was only one class at the medical university, so it was just right to leave more time to come and sit at the medical center. Although something had happened in the medical center recently, but Chen Zhu did not take it to heart. They were just some interns anyway. As long as her identity as a medical university tutor remained, the business of the medical center would flourish. Just as she was thinking like this, Chen Zhu had just sat down in her seat. Several people walked in from outside, heading straight for the inner hall. What are you guys doing? See a doctor first, register and line up. An apprentice of the medical center stopped in front of the several people. Looking at the several people's unfriendly faces, they did not seem to be here to see a doctor. We are from the tax bureau. Please ask your supervisor to come out. We received a report that there are problems with your medical center's taxes. Please cooperate with the investigation. The apprentice froze at these words. Even Chen Zhu, who was sitting on the sidelines, froze. Come to the medical center to investigate taxes? Were these people sick? How much money could the medical center earn? Moreover, the medical center has already paid taxes this year. Why do they still need to come to check? Chen Zhu hurriedly walked towards a few people, but when she had just taken a step, a few more people walked in from outside. Hello, we are from the pharmaceutical department. Someone has reported that you are selling fake medicines here. Please accept the investigation. We are from the fire services. Someone has reported that there are serious safety hazards in your place. Please accept the investigation. We are from industry and commerce. Please show us your business license and business permit. Please cooperate with the investigation. Several consecutive waves of people directly blocked the door of the medical center. Only then did Chen Zhu realize that he was being punked. How could there be such a coincidence that so many organizations came together to investigate? Moreover, all of these people came to investigate only after receiving a report. Understanding that this someone was targeting the medical hall. Had he or she offended someone? Or is there a problem with some big brother coming to see the doctor? Chen Zhu was puzzled and could only cooperate with the various departments to conduct a series of investigations. And just at this time, a phone call came in. Distracted, Chen Zhu picked up the phone and roared. Who is it? I'm in an annoyed mood right now. Speak quickly. Chen Zhu, you've been expelled. The sudden sentence made Chen Zhu freeze for a long time. It was only when he took a closer look that he realized it was the dean of the medical university calling. In an instant, a sense of vertigo rushed to his heart. Chapter 25, Extremely Rare Diseases. Multiple agencies joined forces to enforce the law. In just 1 hour the medical center was directly closed and shut down. And Chen Zhu was still immersed in the dean's phone call just now. Those deafening 2 words were like knives, stabbing directly into Chen Zhu's heart. Everything she was proud of was completely shattered. Li Junying, who was coldly watching all of this, made a call to Zhang Ruoyan to report the situation. When she learned that the people who had bullied Lin Chen had already been taken care of, Zhang Ruoyan let out a slight sigh of relief. To be able to utilize so many official as well as private forces at once, it was evident how strong the Zhang family was. Although it wasn't comparable to the Lu family, it was in the acres and acres of Rong City. It was still very simple for the Zhang family to deal with anyone. It took out a vicious breath of air for Lin Chen. Li Junying brought a cage of Xiaolongbao to see Lin Duan. Arriving at the convenience hotel, Li Junying knocked on the door and went in on her own, as if she was returning to her own home. What brings you here, Sister Junying? Lin Chen had also just gotten up and was planning to take advantage of this time to go out and look for a job. As a result, the moment Li Junying came, it broke his original plan. He could only silently invite her to sit down. He also didn't know what Sister Junying was doing here so early in the morning. Here, the buns I bought for you. I know this is your favorite, and I specifically ran to Zhang's to buy it. Li Junying casually took a small dumpling and threw it into her mouth, lazily lying on Lin Chen's bed. It was estimated that this was the easiest job she had ever had, and as long as she brought Lin Chen back, the matter would be completed. Lin Chen, on the other hand, froze slightly. Zhang Xiaolongbao. That was one of the most famous bun stores in South City. It took at least an hour and a half to drive from here. Li Junying had actually bought breakfast for herself early in the morning, so Lin Chen didn't know how to thank him for a moment. Silently eating the buns, he felt Li Junying's slightly playful yet aggressive eyes. Lin Chen had the feeling of being stripped naked like an animal. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort of being watched, Lin Chuan quickly finished his bun and said, Sister Junying, aren't you working? I'm already at work. The chairman said that my job today is to take care of you. Li Junying smiled. Her smile was as gentle as a big sister next door. Only this was bad news for Lin Chen. Being watched over. How could he go find a job? Without a job, how could he pay for his room? Without a job, how can he pay for his room? Without a job, how can he pay for his room? Going back was impossible. The only way was to get rid of Lee Juning. Sister Juning, later I'm going to work. You don't have to accompany me. Where are you going to work? The medical center? It's been shut down there. Lee Juning's subsequent sentence, however, gave Lin Chen a complete shock. The medical center had been shut down. Obviously, it was fine last night. How could it be gone after a nap? Looking at Lee Juning's look of control and indifference, she must have known about it early on. Worthy of being a personal secretary trained by Jiang Ma. Moving her fingers solved all the troubles. It was as if settling a medical center was as simple as crushing an ant. After all, Lin Chen had once inquired about the fact that the head behind this medical center was not small, and it was said to be a family that practiced medicine. It's just that Sister Juning was also too domineering, saying that she would close the store and just do it, not beeping at all. This made Lin Chen thrilled and surprised at the same time, but also surprised Lee Juning's back end. The more he was with her, the more pressure Lin Chen felt. If letting Sister Juning know what I did to Jiang Xuaning, would she hate me for it? Lin Chuan's mind began to wander, and an emotion of fear surged through his heart. Sister Juning seemed to be harder to deal with than Jiang Xuaning. As he was eating this Xiaolong bao, a call suddenly came in. Lin Chen hurriedly glanced at it and realized that it was an unfamiliar number. After tapping it, he heard a familiar voice. Where is brother? How's the consideration of what I said earlier going? Chu Hong. Lin Chen remembered the owner of this voice and glanced at the phone, which was indeed an unfamiliar number. He should not have left his contact number. How did he know? Suddenly, an idea came to Lin Chen's mind. Chu Xiao, can I go work at your bar? At these words, Lee Juning, who was lying on the bed, frowned slightly. This kid still didn't want to go home? Chu Hong on the other end of the phone heard Lin Chen's question and immediately slapped his thigh and said, Brother, I'm waiting for you to say this. I'll wait for you at the bar. You come over right away. Chu Hong hung up the phone. Lin Chuan carefully said to Lee Juning, Sister Juning, I'm going out. Do you want me to send you? My car is downstairs. No, you're busy. I'll just take public transportation. Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly. He didn't want Lee Juning to follow him all the time. Moreover, going to work at Chu Hong's side was only a stopgap measure. Lin Chen still wanted to do a job he liked, preferably something related to medicine. After all, the only skill he had learned from his master was practicing medicine. Lee Juning looked at Lin Chen's constantly evasive eyes and was slightly curious. Who was this Chu Xiao again? With a stomach full of questions, Lee Juning did not look deeper, but got up and prepared to leave. Alright then, take care of yourself. Call me if anything happens. Saying this, Lee Juning left on her own, and only after she drove away did Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Carefully coming out of the hotel, he recognized a direction and headed for the bus stop, but he didn't see that in the parking lot not far away, Lee Juning was holding her cell phone, silently recording everything he did. After driving and following the bus all the way, he finally stopped in front of a bar. Lee Juning frowned slightly. Just now, when she heard that Lin Chen was going to a bar, she thought that this kid was lying, but she didn't expect to really go in. Still, but looking at the bar's luxurious decoration, there was no need to think about it to know that it was a high-class place. Besides, early in the morning, who would come to a place like a bar? Lee Juning silently dialed a number and said, It's me, help me investigate a bar. After 10 minutes after Lee Juning's command, her cell phone received a message. Seeing the content above, Lee Juning's pupil's method, a feeling of uneasiness surged to her heart. How did Xiao Dust get involved with the Chu family? Lee Juning's mind turned sharply. This matter was beyond her ability. The Chu family that was a more terrifying existence than the Lu family. Although the Lu family had more assets, the Chu family's position and connections were such that 10 Lu families would be trampled to death if they stomped their feet. Why would such a behemoth seek out Lin Chen? Li Juning felt that Lin Chen should have been deceived, and this matter must be notified to the chairman as soon as possible. Immediately stepping on the gas, the car leapt out like a cheetah. Meanwhile, inside the bar, Lin Chuan met his former schoolmate, Chu Hong, only to see him lethargically leaning on the card seat and waving towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chen immediately walked over with his head down. Just as he came to Chu Hong's side, he realized that there was also a youth sitting on his other side. Only that youth had a very strong smell of medicine on him. It seemed that his face was a little pale because he had been taking medicine for years. Lin Chen's mind moved and his perspective function was turned on, and a cloud of black gas unexpectedly wrapped around the youth's heart. This is a disease? It is also too rare. Chapter 26, Grievance is a Companion. Chu Hong saw Lin Chen appear to greet him and sit down. Turning to the young man beside him, she introduced him. Let me introduce you to Tang Yuan, Tang Xiao. Lin Chuan called out in a low voice. Young Tang, Then while sizing up the other party, he began to introduce himself. Tang Yuan had a handsome appearance with a face as white as jade, and was dressed as a business elite in a suit and collar. He seemed to have a kind face, but his eyes were flashing like a wild beast's light. Anyone who looked at him would have a thrilling feeling. Lips slightly purple, vaguely some black. Foci obvious seems to be sick for a long time. And Tang Yuan also curiously sized up Lin Chen, constantly pointing and speaking a few whispers with Chu Hong. Young Chu, is this the bold little brother you were talking about? As soon as this was mentioned, Chu Hong immediately became interested. This kid beat up Lu Hongkai. Really? Tang Yuan was a little disbelieving. With this skinny and small appearance, Lin Chuan didn't look like someone who was capable in any way. Besides, what kind of person was Lu Hongkai? That was the most arrogant rich second generation in their circle. Relying on the Lu family's rising status, he completely disregarded other people. If it wasn't for the fear of causing family conflicts, they would have found someone to kill him. Lin Chen also didn't expect that a mere misunderstanding would make others mistakenly think that he was very powerful. In fact, he was very afraid of Lu Hongkai when he saw him. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had been strengthened and he had carried off a severe beating, perhaps it was still lying on the hospital bed. Facing the admiring gaze cast by Tang Yuan, Lin Chen subconsciously lowered his head. You beat up Lu Hongkai. From now on you're my brother. Report both of our names when you encounter anything. In Rongqing's acreage, there's still nothing we can't do. Tang Yuan's words were full of momentum. It was obvious that he was also a person with a family background. It was only that Lin Chen had pondered for a long time, but he hadn't expected that there was a family surnamed Tang in the rich and powerful circle of Rong City. But looking at how close Chu Hong and Tang Yuan were, it was obvious that the two were of comparable status. Maybe it was also a hidden big shot. For this kind of person, Lin Chen adhered to the principle of not messing with them if he could. He was here to find a job anyway. As for brothers, it was better to forget about it. Young Chu, I asked you about your job before. Lin Chen carefully looked at Chu Hong. Chu Hong returned with an embarrassed face. I forgot about it if you didn't say it. I've got all the bar positions filled. I can't possibly fire all the old staff, right? By the way, what are you good at? I can arrange other jobs for you. Chu Hong's words were a bit perfunctory. It was obvious that he didn't prepare a job for Lin Chen. It was just to ask him out and get closer in the meantime. Lin Chen heard the meaning in Chu Hong's words. After all, no one would take in a waste. Nowadays, Lin Chen was as homeless as a bereaved dog, and had to find a way to avoid the help of the Zheng family. It was already the best choice to be able to host someone. So naturally, he didn't dare to raise any opinions. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Chen felt it was better to confess like Chu Hong. Even if he didn't find a job, he should still leave a good impression. I know a little bit of medicine, and I worked in a medical center before. Oh, as soon as he heard this, Tang Yuan immediately became interested. He had already asked doctors to diagnose his illness for a long time, and had taken a lot of medicine, but his condition was slow to recover. This made Tang Yuan begin to suspect that it was because those doctors were not capable. He was planning to look for other doctors to take a look, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to know about this. Waving at him, he said, "Come to the office and see how my condition is. Those doctors keep saying that I'll be fine, but I always feel more and more unwell. Especially lately, I don't even dare to touch cigarettes and alcohol. It's hard to die." Tang Yuan was an old smoker before he got sick, smoking at least a pack of cigarettes a day. But ever since he got sick, those doctors told him to quit smoking and drinking, and even got a lot of medicine for him to take. As a result, his condition didn't improve much, and his body was permeated with an inexplicable medicinal odor instead. This made Tang Yuan very annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Chen was silent for a moment and slowly came to Tang Yuan's side, resting on his wrist while observing his chest. A pair of eyes shone like jewels. Tang Yuan's clothes then gradually became transparent, and his gaze passed through the skin a little to see through the blood vessels, and finally probed into the internal organs of his body. It was the same as the first glance just now. A cloud of black gas surrounded Tang Yuan's heart. It wasn't anything weird, but a capillary that was blackened by dirty blood. The black capillaries spread towards the surroundings like a spider web. Many parts had already been eroded, and there was even a hidden tendency to spread to other internal organs. Lin Chen was certain that it wouldn't be long before Tang Yuan would die from a sudden myocardial infarction. Your illness is very serious. It's likely that you'll lose your life if you don't handle it well. Lin Chen stated the condition very bluntly. Tang Yuan and Chu Hong froze for a moment at the same time, their faces changing in unison. The clueless Chu Hong even slammed the table and chided. Lin Chen doesn't understand, don't talk nonsense. Isn't Tang Xiao fine now? Lin Chuan didn't say anything more. He just pressed against a certain position on Tang Yuan's chest. A stabbing pain like a needle came, hurting Tang Yuan so much that he sweated on the spot. It was as if his heart had been viciously stabbed with a needle, and he almost lost his person on the spot. What did you do? Why does it hurt so much? Tang Yuan stared at Lin Chuan with a face full of vigilance. Just now saying that he was seeing a doctor carried a few moments of joking interest. But when Lin Chen accurately stated his condition, Tang Yuan's face changed. Could it be that he really did not have long to live? That location just now is the location of your blood vessel blockage? If it continues to develop, the consequences will be very serious. Lin Chen said all he could. He could see the condition, but he needed some specialized equipment if he wanted to treat it. Tang Yuan stared at Lin Chen's eyes for a moment, confirming that he wasn't lying. Suddenly getting up, he said to Chu Hong, "Young Chu will stop here today. I'll treat you some other time when I'm free. Lin Chuan, go back with me first, if what he said is true. He is my Tang family's great benefactor." Tang Yuan's words surprised Chu Hong. It was rare for Tang Xiao to show such a serious expression. Concerned about his health, Chu Hong didn't stop him, allowing Tang Yuan to lead Lin Chen away. When the two left the bar, Tang Yuan immediately called for his own car to go home. The car flew all the way back to the Tang family residence. As soon as he entered, a middle-aged man with gray hair greeted him. "Young Tang, why are you out again? I've told you that you can't just run around with your current body. In case something happens, how am I going to explain to the old man?" The middle-aged man with gray hair, who obviously cared about Tang Yuan, pulled him and was ready to sit down. Tang Yuan waved his hand and pointed at Lin Chen behind him. "This is my friend. He also knows a little bit about medicine. He said that my situation is very bad. I just happened to bring him back to understand it with you face to face." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Chen with an odd look in his eyes, then said in a deep voice, "I've seen you before. You were an apprentice at my medical center before." Hearing this, Lin Chen froze for a moment, then immediately thought of Chen Zhu. He was. Chapter 27. I'll talk about my specialty, you talk about your feelings. Facing the middle-aged man's gaze, Lin Chen again subconsciously chose to avoid it. Tang Yuan didn't expect the two to know each other. Naturally he was happy to be introduced. "Dr. Chen, it's just right that you guys know each other. Quickly tell me about my condition." Tang Yuan did not hesitate. He was now most concerned about his condition, and the middle-aged man who was called Dr. Chen was precisely Chen Zhu's father, Rome City's famous medical sage, Chen Tai Lai. Earlier, Chen Zhu had said that a very talented apprentice had come to the medical center, intending to keep him and milk him for all he was worth. But I didn't realize that within a few days of that man's arrival, he had turned the medical center upside down. And today, the daughter called again in tears, said that the medical center was closed, and said that it was all because of that apprentice. Originally, Chen Tai Lai thought it was a trivial matter, until Lin Chen followed Tang Yuan back. Chen Tai Lai immediately realized that the two were very close. The ceiling of the medical center was most likely from the Tang family's handiwork. "Young Tang, not everyone is worthy of talking to me about my condition, not to mention an apprentice who doesn't even have a degree. I don't know how you lied to Tang Xiao. Now better leave for me. Otherwise." Chen Tai Lai, who had an extraordinary position in the medical world of Rongqing, had for the first time felt disgust towards a junior. It wasn't because of the matter of the medical center, but because of Lin Chen's finger pointing at his own patient. What was even more ridiculous was that Tang Xiao even wanted him to discuss with him. Ridiculous. Was he worthy? Chen Tai Lai clearly didn't put Lin Chen in his eyes. This made Lin Chen stand there very awkwardly. When he was in the medical center before, he had never seen Chen Tai Lai before, but from the aura on the other party's body, his medical skills shouldn't be below Chen Zhu, and was probably even more powerful than Chen Zhu. Then he should be the owner of the medical center. As soon as he thought that the medical center was sealed because of himself, Lin Chen subconsciously took half a step back, and this half step fell in Chen Tai Lai's eyes as a sign of weakness. "Dr. Chen, I don't care what kind of relationship you guys have. I only ask for my illness to be cured. I'll listen to whomever of you can cure it." Tang Yuan's emotions were agitated. Having stopped Lin Chen's words earlier, he felt that his days were numbered and he had to be cured as soon as possible. Naturally, he didn't want to listen to the two BBs here. Lin Chen was a little embarrassed. Originally he was confident, but when he saw Chen Tai Lai here, he was a bit intimidated, deeply afraid that he would be angered because of the matter of the medical center. It didn't matter if he was beaten up because of his thick skin, but if he let the other party get hurt, Lin Chen was a little too upset. The more he remained silent like this, the more Chen Tai Lai despised him. Glancing at the anxious Tang Yuan, he spoke again. "Young Tang, I've already said that your condition is fine as long as you recuperate, and during this period of time, you absolutely can't touch things like cigarettes and alcohol. I'll take care of everything else." Chen Tai Lai swore with assurance. Tang Yuan's condition was actually not difficult. It should be a cardiac arrhythmia caused by long-term smoking and drinking, as long as he quit smoking and drinking for a period of time to properly regulate it. But such an approach, in Lin Chen's opinion, was tantamount to chronic suicide. The solution was also very simple. It just needed to be simple and quick. Obviously Chen Tai Lai wouldn't give him such an opportunity. Instead he coldly sarcastically said, "Young Tang, this person had previously been working as an apprentice in my medical center. Recently, he was kicked out of the medical center because he committed some offense. I don't know what method he used to get close to you. It's just that this kind of person in a despicable shape doesn't deserve to be a doctor at all." Chen Tai Lai's words were so decisive that Tang Yuan was somewhat convinced. Looking at Lin Chen once again, this fellow unexpectedly subconsciously averted his gaze. It wasn't that he was weak-minded, but that Lin Chen had such a personality. Because of this, Tang Yuan believed in Chen Tai Lai's words a few points instead. Lin Chen, is he telling the truth? Tang Yuan's face was calm yet his eyes contained a hidden anger. Without thinking too much, Lin Chen subconsciously nodded his head, but this action completely enraged Tang Yuan. "I thought you were some kind of miracle doctor with great medical skills, but it turns out you're just an apprentice. If it wasn't for Dr. Chen coming back today, I would have almost been fooled by you. Now you can get lost, don't let me see you again." Tang Yuan didn't hesitate to issue an eviction order. 2 strong bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, racked up Lin Chen and dragged him directly towards the door. Lin Chen also didn't expect how a good visit to the doctor would turn out like this, but right at this moment, Chen Tai Lai spoke out. "Wait a moment first." Chen Tai Lai came to Lin Chen with quick steps, staring at his cowardly and aggrieved appearance. Recalling back then, his daughter said that Lin Chen was very talented. Just in case, Chen Tai Lai decided to ask about the situation first. "Where did you judge young Tang's condition?" Chen Tai Lai was being subtle for the sake of it. If Lin Chen was using ordinary medical skills, then there was no need to draw his attention at all. If this brat really had exceptional talent, he might have discovered a little something that he hadn't noticed. The most important thing about being a doctor in a big family like this was not how skillful one's medical skills were. Rather, it was to know how to mend things. Other people don't care how skillful you are in medicine. When Laozi is sick, he has to be cured. If you can't cure it, it's your fault. This is the same for any family. The reason why Chen Tai Lai was able to mingle amongst such celebrities as the Tang family relied on the constant checking and mending of gaps, arranging all situations in a clear manner. Lin Chen's face was filled with embarrassment as he lowered his head. Of course he knew where Tang Yuan's condition was, but it was impossible to tell others that he had perspective eyes that could see everything clearly. If he really said that, he would definitely be locked up as a lunatic. Thinking about it, Lin Chen had to say an ambiguous answer. "It's me who felt it out." "Feel." The moment these words came out, Chen Tai Lai's face turned green. "I'm talking to you about specialties and you're talking to me about feelings? If feeling could hurt people, Chen Tai Lai would definitely slap him with 2 large sinuses." Waving his hand at the bodyguard, he directly dragged Lin Chen away. After waiting for the people to leave, Chen Tai Lai said in a serious tone, "Tang Xiao will see less of this kind of person in the future. There are too many crooks now." Tang Yuan smiled and nodded without saying anything more, but his heart always felt like it was pressed with a big stone. Even his breathing was a little unsmooth. Without thinking much about it, he continued to follow Chen Tai Lai's method of meditating. As for Lin Chen, who was thrown out of the Tang family, he was currently lying on the ground in a sorry state. Not having found a job, he was also thrown out so directly. Lin Chen now felt that he shouldn't have come to find Chu Hong. Silently, he called a car to return to his convenient hotel. As a result, early the next morning, Lin Chen was woken up by a sharp ringing of the phone. Raising his eyes to see that it was actually Chu Hong calling. Just as he picked up the phone, Chu Hong's shout came. "Lin Chuan, where are you now? The Tang family is now looking for you all over the world. You immediately rush to the bar now. Last night, Tang Xiao died." These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, and Lin Chen immediately felt the sky spinning. How could a good person die in the blink of an eye? Then another question appeared in his mind. Why is the Tang family looking for me? Chapter 28, The Spillover. The news of Tang Yuan's death spread almost immediately in the upper circles. No one could have imagined how a good man could just die. Only a very few people were aware that Tang Yuan's condition had lasted for a long time, and his sudden death was not unexpected. Only one person found it very strange. That was Lin Chen. Yesterday, when he saw Tang Yuan, although his condition was dangerous, it hadn't reached a situation where he died overnight. Not to mention that the Tang family had a famous doctor like Chen Tai Lai, so nothing should go wrong, right? With trepidation, Lin Chen arrived at Chu Hong's bar. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw several black cars parked outside. There was also a group of unseen black-clothed people surrounding the place. When an average person saw this kind of situation, they could sense that there was a problem. Those with quick reflexes would subconsciously run away. But Lin Chen didn't leave, but walked straight towards the bar. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he be afraid of these people? With a different mood, Lin Chen walked into the bar amidst the black-clothed men's gazes. He saw Chu Hong in the same position as yesterday. The difference was that there were also a few black-clothed men standing beside him. As soon as they saw Lin Chen appear, All their gazes gathered on him. "You're Lin Chen?" Without waiting for Chu Hong to speak, the black-clothed man at his side asked directly. Lin Chuan subconsciously nodded his head, and suddenly two strong figures appeared from behind, one on the left and one on the right to set him up. "Since the person has been found, we'll leave first." The men in black respectfully saluted Chu Hong. From the beginning to the end, Chu Hong didn't even say a word, allowing Lin Chen to be taken away by the men in black. It was only at this time that Lin Chen realized that they were here to find himself. Who were these people? Why did they know their names? A series of questions lingered in his mind, and Lin Chen was inexplicably nervous and even had a slight sense of crisis. A group of people escorted him all the way to the car. Only when he reached the place did Lin Chen realize that this was the Tang family residence. The two men in black looked like they were afraid of him escaping. They picked up his arm and brought him into the residence as if they were carrying a small chicken. At this time, the residence was not as cold as yesterday. Instead, there were many people standing. Those people were not young and looked sad, vaguely with a crying voice. There was also a woman's heartbreaking cries coming from inside the room. Upon seeing such a situation, Lin Chen realized that Tang Yuan was really dead. While he was in a daze, a man in black rushed at one of the middle-aged men. "Boss, the people have been brought." The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Lin Chen with a gaze like a knife. It was like a beast that was suppressing its anger, and at any moment, it might rise up and eat someone. Lin Chen inexplicably winced, not daring to meet his eyes. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Take it to the basement and deal with it later." The black-clothed men were about to leave with Lin Chen when the door to the room inside suddenly opened. A beautiful woman with a face full of who was being helped out. The woman was dressed in simple clothes but had the air of a lady of the world, and the two lines of tears added a softness and sadness to her. She was being persuaded to go to the sofa to rest, and as soon as she turned her head, she saw Lin Chen, an outsider, immediately asked, "Who is this?" Outsiders are not welcome at this time. The beautiful woman's face showed anger and glared at the man in black. The man in black didn't know if it was intentional or not, and subconsciously said, "He is Lin Chen." As soon as she heard this, the beautiful woman who was originally still wiping her tears froze for a moment. Then a wave of nameless anger surged to her heart. A flash of violent anger appeared on her sad face, and she unexpectedly rushed up without hesitation. "It was you who killed my son. I'll kill you." The beautiful woman flew up madly and was stopped by the middle-aged man from earlier. Angry wails mixed with a full of unwillingness. The beautiful woman's voice spread throughout the entire house. Everyone subconsciously turned back and stared at Lin Chuan who had been brought in. Only then did Lin Chen realize that the beautiful woman in front of him was none other than Tang Yuan's mother, and the middle-aged man who stopped her was none other than Tang Yuan's father. Both of them had sad expressions on their faces. The difference was that Tang mother looked crazy, and even had the urge to slap Lin Chen to death. Tang father, on the other hand, suppressed his inner emotions and tried to calm down Tang mother's situation. After pulling and tugging twice, the two of them just hugged each other and sat on the ground, like a lonely statue. Even though they were with each other, they were missing the most cherished thing in their lives. Father Tang impatiently waved his hand at the men in black. The two men in black clasped Lin Chen's neck, and before he could say anything, they pulled him and prepared to leave. "Slow down." Just then a majestic voice came. The people in the room subconsciously made way. A man in black pushed an old man in a wheelchair out. The old man's hair was white and wrinkled, and his eyes were outlined in a dignified manner. He sat upright like a Buddha, a dragon-head cane in his hand standing in front of him, like a pillar supporting the precarious Tang family. The black man pushed the wheelchair in front of the crowd. The people around bowed their heads in unison towards the old master. The old master surveyed the surroundings and his gaze landed on Lin Chen. "That's him? Just a kid." The old man's single sentence brought a strong sense of oppression to Lin Chen. For some reason, Lin Chen had a premonition that only this old man could give the final order. If it was in normal times he would definitely not dare to say a word to someone so authoritative. But everything today was so bizarre. Even Lin Chen didn't even know why he was brought here and could only ask boldly, "Why am I looking for me?" The words were like igniting a dynamite barrel. The Tang mother who had just calmed down directly exploded. As soon as she pushed away Tang father in front of her, she rushed to Lin Chen and hissed, "It was you who killed my son. It was your teacher Chen Tai who killed my son." Tang mother grabbed Lin Dust's collar and tore it with all her might. That crazy look was like catching a burglar in the middle of the night and saying that she wouldn't let him go. Lin Chuan was filled with doubt while an embarrassed looked around. Only then did he realize that as Tang Yuan's attending physician, Chen Tai was not even there. But he had no relationship with Chen Tai at all. So why would Mother Tang say that he had killed Tang Yuan? "I am not Chen Tai's disciple, and I haven't seen Tang Xiao." "You're lying. Yesterday, Chen Tai himself said that you were an intern from their medical center." Tang mother's words left Lin Chen speechless. Why did it come back to the matter of the medical center? Chen Tai was clearly using him as a shield. In retrospect, if he hadn't been desperate at the time, Lin Chen wouldn't have set foot in that medical center. Now it was good. but instead it had become a stain that he couldn't get rid of. He had even gotten into trouble with the Tang family. How could he face the threat of such a family when he was all alone? Lin Chen's face was filled with bitterness. He had clearly not done anything, yet he was spared by Chen Tai Lai. Bravely, he asked, "Where is Dr. Chen now?" "Chen Tai Lai has run away." Elder Tang, who was sitting in a wheelchair, said in a deep voice. Lin Chuan's heart was like ashes. He dared to say that he was being used as a scapegoat for Chen Tai Lai. Chapter 29, Whatever It Takes. Lin Duan had wanted to call Chen Tai Lai out to confront him face to face. He never thought that the famous Dr. Chen Tai Lai would run away in advance. The Chen family was at least one of the top medical families in Rongqing. Why didn't they even have a little bit of commitment? Moreover, the person Chen Tai Lai cured to death, what does it have to do with himself? Lin Chen struggled and wanted to explain. Who knew that the black-clothed man behind him saw him resisting and pressed the man to the ground, despite having an indestructible body? But Lin Chen's strength was still just a student. Facing the Tang family's well-trained black-clothed men didn't even have the ability to put up a bit of resistance. Struggling to look at Elder Tang, Lin Chuan said in a bitter, inaudible voice, "I have no relationship with Chen Tai Lai. You should go find him." Elder Tang was originally in a bad mood, and when he saw Lin Chen resisting again and again, his remaining little patience completely wore away. The little bit of patience that was left was completely worn out. With a cold face, he said, "The Chen family's medical center has been sealed. The juniors of the Chen family have all gone into hiding, leaving only one old undead. And you're the only outsider who touched my grandson yesterday. How dare you say it has nothing to do with you?" Elder Tang's words were heartbreaking. The Chen family had the ability to make their family leave quietly. He himself, on the other hand, was being pressed to the ground like a lost dog. Even if he himself had touched Tang Yuan yesterday, it hadn't had any effect on his condition. What's more, at that time, it was Chen Tai Lai and Tang Yuan who kicked him out, and now they were blaming themselves for not being supposed to show up. How in heaven could there be such reasoning? Lin Chen wanted to explain, but he couldn't move because he was completely pressed down by the men in black. Just as the Tang family members were getting a little impatient and were planning to press Lin Chen down, a man in black hurriedly ran to Elder Tang's side. After whispering something in his ear, a flash of doubt flashed across Elder Tang's ancient face. "Call the people in." With Elder Tang's order, the people around him each dispersed. Only Lin Chen was still being held down on the ground. After waiting for a while, a person came in from outside. Upon seeing the person's appearance, Lin Chen was shocked. Sister Juning. The person who came was none other than Li Junying. Li Junying had already followed them the moment Lin Chen was captured. It was only that the Tang family was heavily guarded inside and outside, so she didn't dare to rush in. She could only call Zhang Ruoyan and ask her to make a decision. The two of them finally discussed a countermeasure before Li Junying bravely walked in. Arriving in front of Elder Tang, Li Junying first gave a respectful salute and said, "Hello, I am the secretary of the chairman of the Jiang group. My name is Li Junying. Lin Chen is a relative of our chairman. The chairman asked me to inquire about what happened. I hope our two families can resolve their conflicts peacefully." Li Junying stood respectfully. Even her speech seemed very formal. After all, the Jiang family wasn't considered a first-class family, and had to remain respectful in the face of these top-tier bigwigs. Elder Tang didn't speak, instead closing his eyes as if he was sulking. And right at this moment, Mother Tang suddenly broke free from Father Tang's block and went up to give Li Junying a slap. Slap! The clear sound of a slap traveled through the room. Everyone present froze for a moment. What kind of a thing are you? A secretary dares to come to our Tang family to demand someone. Mother Tang's angry voice was filled with violence. She didn't care who this person in front of her was, as long as it had something to do with her son's death. It was useless if the King of Heaven came. Lin Chen struggled desperately. Wanting to go up and stop it was already too late. This matter clearly had nothing to do with Sister Juning. Why should she be beaten? Li Junying also didn't expect to be hit so suddenly, but her face still did not show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, she revealed a professional-like smile and said, "My condolences, ma'am. There should be another reason for this matter." Snap! Another slap on Li Junying's face. Li Junying's body swayed, trying to hold back the fiery pain coming from her cheeks. She performed a 90-degree bow to Mother Tang. The more this time, the less hasty one could be. In the face of the Tang family's anger, the Jiang family and even the entire Jiang clan were nothing. The humble and respectful attitude finally got a response from Tang Laozi. Coldly looking at Li Junying, who had received 2 slaps, he said, "On what basis do you Jiang clan want someone? We're willing to take out a latest project in hand with a market value of $100 million. I only hope that the Tang family can be lenient and let this child off the hook." Li Junying's words surprised Lin Chen. $100 million project. The Jiang family said to hand it over, just to bring him back safely. Even in the past, a project of this magnitude would hurt the Jiang family. What's more, Jiang Ma had said before that there were some problems with Jiang's. Plus, Jiang Mom and Jiang Dad divorced and split half of the property. Today's Jiang family has long been shaky, and now take out such a large project. It is clear that the Jiang family has reached the level of cutting flesh and scraping bones. Lin Dus lying on the ground, constantly shaking his head towards Li Junying, but Li Junying didn't even look at him. This was what the chairman had personally ordered. No matter what the cost, Lin Chen had to be brought back unharmed. She was willing to do so even if she had to hand over the entire Jiang family. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to understand. But Li Junying did not hesitate to carry out the chairman's order, because she was also very worried about Lin Chen's safety. This child had suffered too much. He could not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Tang family. After hearing Li Junying's words, Elder Tang did not say a word. The dragon-head walking stick in his hand was fiercely pestled on the ground as a wave of majesty erupted from him. Surprisingly, he supported his body and stood up from his wheelchair. At this moment the hearts of everyone in the Tang family were in their throats, deeply afraid that the old master would injure his body due to excessive grief. But the old master was like a pine in cypress, standing straight in front of everyone. With an extremely majestic and cold voice, he said, "My grandson's life is worth $100 million? Do you think that my Tang family can't take this amount of money? What kind of thing is your Jiang family? How dare you haggle with old me here?" Elder Tang's words caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone knew that the old master was truly angry. Before, he had grabbed Lin Chen back just because he had a hot head and wanted to help his grandson take revenge. After calming down, he wanted to know the whereabouts of Chen Tai Lai from Lin Chen's mouth. But now the Jiang family was getting involved in an untimely manner. No matter how good-tempered Elder Tang was, he wouldn't give a good face. Pointing at Lin Chuan, he said, "This brat our Tang family will not release, nor can we. He was the last outsider my grandson saw before he was born. Until things are cleared up, he's the first suspect. If you want to take someone away, unless you step over my old man." Elder Tang's words were aggressive, and Li Junying was already sweating profusely. Before she came, she already knew that there was only a 10% chance of saving Lin Chen, but now that 10% chance was gone as well. Just how much trouble had this child, Lin Chen, caused? He had actually made an enemy of the entire Tang family. Even if the Tang family wanted to find someone to be the scapegoat, they shouldn't implicate a child. Thinking of this, Li Junying knelt in front of Elder Tang without hesitation. "Please let this child go. No matter what the cost, we are willing." Chapter 30, Maybe There's a Way to Save It. Li Junying knelt on the ground, her attitude sincere and firm. It wasn't just the task given to her by the chairman, it was her own decision. After watching Lin Chen grow up for the past few years, Li Junying had already treated him as her younger brother. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't want to see her brother suffer. Moreover, she had checked some things before coming here, and Lin Chen was completely innocently involved. There was no need for the Tang family to really make things difficult for a child. It was just that the one who died was the only heir of the third generation of the Tang family, and his weight was enough to drive the Tang family crazy. Zhang Ruoyan's side was ready to hemorrhage money. If it wasn't for the company's busy schedule, she would have definitely come over in person. The reason she entrusted Li Junying was because she trusted her, believing that she would definitely be able to bring Lin Chen back safely. Looking at the big sister who had been taking care of herself kneeling down for herself, even if Lin Chen was a coward, he was holding a mouthful of anger in his heart. His fingers scratched out a trail on the floor, and the strength in his body gradually grew a few points larger. The black-clothed men who were holding him down frowned slightly. For some reason they felt that this kid's power was getting stronger and stronger. A moment ago, he was still handless, but in the blink of an eye, it was like holding down a wolf dog. That ferocity was erupting from the bottom of his heart, and at any moment he might break free from their bonds. The black-clothed man increased his strength by a few points, and Lin Chen's resistance became a few points more violent. Right at this moment, Elder Tang, who had remained silent, said in a deep voice, "Willing to pay any price? Then you bring my grandson right back. As long as my grandson can live, not to mention letting this brat go, I'm willing to hand over the entire Tang family even if I have to. But do you have the ability? Have this ability." The walking stick in Elder Tang's hand viciously poked the floor, echoing a dull sound throughout the living room. The rest of the Tang family stared angrily, the same thought flashing through everyone's mind. As long as they could revive Tang Yuan, any price they, the Tang family, could pay. But people could not be resurrected from the dead. Even if a great Luo golden immortal came, it would be useless. At this moment, Li Junying was already sweating profusely, and although her heart was unwilling, she always kept her head down to beg for a ray of hope. And just then a sudden fluttering sound came out of the ear. The two black-clothed men who were holding down Lin Chen were actually broken free by this kid. Lin Chen hurriedly climbed up from the ground and directly rushed towards the Tang family members. The black-clothed men around Elder Tang immediately surrounded them, but Lin Chen's target wasn't them.
but rather Li Junying, who was kneeling on the ground. "Sister Juning, get up!" Lin Chen pulled on Li Juning's arm to try to drag her up, but instead of getting up, Li Junying held onto the back of Lin Chen's head, making him kneel in front of Elder Tang just like herself. "Elder, this matter was originally a misunderstanding. He's a kid in high school who doesn't know anything. We're also saddened by young Tang's death. We should join forces to find that quack. We can't waste all our energy on unrelated people." What Li Junying said was very pertinent, and she was also testing the bottom line of the Tang family. Hopefully, there were still sober people in the Tang family today who understood the meaning of her words. Otherwise, it wasn't just Lin Chen. Even she might not be able to walk out today. Elder Tang once again fell into silence, but Father Tang, who was on the side, quickly stepped forward and said something in the old man's ear. As the top pillar of the Tang family today, Elder Tang quickly calmed down and felt that this little ninny had a point. He was about to put forward some conditions when Lin Chen, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally couldn't help but say, "I want to take a look at young Tang's corpse. Perhaps there is another reason for his condition." The Tang family's crowd, who had just calmed down with these words, were instantly on fire. People were dead and still wanted to see the corpse. Mother Tang even rushed up like she was mad. Li Junying immediately protected Lin Chen behind her and blocked Tang Mother's frantic few strokes with her hand. It was not easy for someone to pull Tang Mother away. Elder Tang, who had just been filled with calmness, was completely enraged at this moment. "Take him to the basement. No one is allowed to let him out without my permission. And you little ninny, my Tang family isn't something that just anyone can come in. Considering that you're the messenger, I won't give you a hard time. Go back and pass a message to the woman surnamed Jiang, requesting to please let her come herself. There is a threshold for wanting to enter our Tang family." After saying that, Elder Tang waved his hand and two men in black immediately came forward, separating Lin Chen and Li Junying. This time, Li Junying was completely at a loss. Just now, she had been chatting nicely, and saw that Elder Tang was about to let go. He didn't expect that Lin Chuan's one sentence would make the Tang family hold a grudge against him again. This time, "I'm afraid that the chairman of the board personally will be useless." Li Junying stubbornly gritted her teeth, and there was already a man in black pushing her outward. Seeing that she was about to retreat to the door, Li Junying immediately shouted, "Little Dust, don't be afraid. Sister will definitely find a way to save you." Despite her words, in reality, Li Junying already had no way out. Seeing that the last glimmer of hope was about to be dashed, Lin Chen once again shouted, "Doesn't your Tang family want an explanation? I can give you an explanation, but I want to see young Tang's corpse. Even if I'm allowed to die, I'll die with understanding." Lin Chen's words caused the Tang family to freeze for a moment. Although these people from the big families were strong, they weren't to the point of treating human lives like grass. What's more, the Tang family's background was pure, not to mention that they were not allowed to do things that would harm the heavens and the earth. This time, arresting Lin Chen over was only because he was too sad and lost his mind. After waiting to hear these words from Lin Chen, Tang father was the first to wake up. "Dad, this matter is not easy to make a big deal out of. Besides, Tang Yuan is already dead. If we really implicate other people because of this matter, I'm afraid it won't end well." Father Tang pointed at Li Junying, who had already been pushed to the door. She represented the Zhang family. Although the Zhang family wasn't even a fart in front of the Tang family, but people's words could be feared, and if they really made a big deal out of it, the Tang family would also be subject to a lot of public pressure. Besides, the Tang family and those businessmen played different tracks. This kind of speech was most taboo. Elder Tang glanced at Li Junying and then at Lin Chen, who was full of determination. Supporting his old body, he resumed his seat in the wheelchair. "Let him take a look at Tang Yuan as a tribute. Since he's here, he's a guest. The Tang family can't be so rude." The old master gave the order, and the black-clothed men who stopped the siblings immediately retreated to the side. Li Junying immediately ran to Lin Chen's side to hold him in his arms and respectfully bowed towards Elder Tang. Afterwards, she followed the black-clothed man's guidance into the room inside. As soon as they entered, a chilly air hit their faces. The empty room was brightly lit, and an ice coffin brought from a funeral parlor was transmitting a slight chill. Tang Yuan was neatly dressed, lying inside the ice coffin as if he was sleeping. They had just met yesterday, and they didn't expect to be separated by the sky in a single night. Li Junying hugged Lin Chen. Her body was trembling slightly as she rushed to the ice coffin and performed a salute. Lin Chen, on the other hand, opened his perspective. His eyes gradually gazed, then frowned slightly. This Tang Xiao might still be able to be saved. Chapter 31, Raising the Dead. Li Junying did not like the gloomy feeling in the room. Even knowing that there was still a large group of people in the living room, an uncontrollable fear still rose in her heart. This was the instinctive fear of the dead, and it was also the most vulnerable place in Li Junying's heart. Since she was a child, there had been several loved ones who had left. Every time she saw them for the last time, it was always this kind of scene. This created a shadow in her heart, but even how her body trembled, she firmly held on to Lin Chen, didn't want this brother to suffer any slightest harm. Lin Chen stared tightly at Tang Yuan inside the ice coffin. His eyes swept from top to bottom, and the situation was the same as what he had judged yesterday. Only that while everyone thought that Tang Yuan was dead, Lin Chuan could see that Tang Xiao still had a glimmer of life. Have you seen it? Li Junying asked. Her lips had begun to turn white as she didn't like being in this environment. Kneeling in front of Elder Tang just now, she didn't even utter a word. As a result, when she saw the motionless Tang Yuan, she was frightened instead. Sister Junying, we are saved. Lin Chen patted the back of Li Junying's hand and said. Li Junying was unsure, and the two embraced each other as they returned to the living room. At this moment, the Tang family's crowd had already resumed their seats, and a sad atmosphere filled the room. Even Elder Tang leaned his head on his dragon head cane in exhaustion. The moment the two appeared, Elder Tang raised his head and asked, how was it? The last side has been seen. How are things going to be resolved? Elder Tang's tone was like an inquiry, but in reality, how this matter should be resolved all depended on the face of the Tang family. Li Junying was at a loss for words for a moment. Having thrown out all the conditions just now, the Tang family still refused to release Lin Chen. Now they could only go back to the chairman. Only if the chairman personally interceded would there be a chance of survival. Only Lin Chen's face was not as flustered as it was just now. After thinking about it again and again, he said, young Tang is still alive. The moment these words came out, the Tang family members who were still immersed in grief froze for a moment again. Then the most emotional Tang mother directly rushed up. With a hand, she grabbed Lin Chen's collar and angrily asked, what did you say? Say it again. Lin Chen was made very nervous by the suddenness. His eyes subconsciously started to dodge again. But in order to keep Sister Junying and himself safe, Lin Chen gathered his courage and said, I just looked at young Tang's condition. He's still alive. He's just in a state of fake death. If we save him now there might be a chance of survival. Lin Chen spoke out his thoughts, and the Tang family members looked at each other in disbelief. Especially Elder Tang, who at this moment had long been excitedly gripping his walking stick. That aged body had long been trembling, but his mouth still carried a calm tone as he said, what you said is true, 1,000 times true. Any later and it will be too late. Lin Chen said firmly. He was certain that he could save Tang Yuan. He just needed the Tang family's consent. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to open the coffin and save him. The people of the Tang family looked at each other in dismay, and all their gazes fell on the old master. This matter was of great importance, and only Elder Tang alone could decide. Elder Tang slowly closed his eyes, his heart struggling fiercely. After a few short seconds, Elder Tang snapped his head up and said, go and surround the mansion. All roads should be guarded. Send a team of people to guard the intersections. Today the Tang family will only enter and leave. Elder Tang's words were meant for Lin Chen. If he couldn't do anything to save people today, he wouldn't be able to walk out of here. Lin Chuan nodded and asked the Tang family for some medical tools, and called 2 more black-clothed men to help. Smiling faintly at Li Junying, he once again walked towards the room. Li Junying wanted to pull Lin Chen's hand, telling him not to be impulsive. After all, he was just a kid who hadn't even graduated from high school. Not to mention healing people, he didn't even have a basic diploma. Originally, he was still able to get the chairman of the board to come and fish for people, but now the last ray of hope was gone. Being blocked by a man in black, Li Junying had to gladly retreat back, standing obediently beside Elder Tang, like a maidservant who didn't dare to move a muscle. Elder Tang pondered for a moment and said to Li Junying, if this child can really do it, he can leave safely. If it's just an attempt to deceive me, both of you will have to stay. And the Jiang family will have to give the Tang family an explanation. At this moment, Elder Tang was no longer a grandfather who had lost his grandson, but a great patriarch of a family. He had already begun to prepare for what would happen afterward. Regardless of whether or not Lin Chen could save his grandson, the Tang family had to make a statement. At the same time, Lin Chen, who was inside the room, had already asked the black-clothed men to move Tang Yuan out, because he had been placed inside the ice coffin. Tang Yuan's skin was permeated with a coolness. However, it was good that it was also the presence of the ice coffin that had caused him to fall into a state of fake death. Lin Chuan used his penetrating eye to look over the situation, and it was the same as what he had diagnosed yesterday. The blood vessels around the heart were clogged. Originally, the chances of a myocardial infarction in this situation were very high, but unexpectedly, Tang Yuan's body had a very rare situation. The clogged blood vessels were not completely blocked, but only weakened the heartbeat as well as the heart rate. According to ordinary people, it was as if there was no heartbeat, but in reality, it was just a false death formed by the reduced heart rate. In this case, the person would suffer from insufficient blood supply, coma, or even brain death, and it was precisely the Tang family who discovered it in time, thinking that Tang Yuan was dead for good, and placed him in the ice coffin. The rapidly dropping temperature slowed down the activity of bodily functions, allowing his blood supply to reach a delicate balance. It was just that this balance wouldn't last long. It was a disease that needed to be cured. Otherwise it would still be a situation of certain death. Lin Chen had people bring in a lot of medical equipment. It was a good thing that Tang Yuan had been sick all this time, and the family had prepared a lot of things. This time was the first time that Lin Chuan had ever cured a disease.
His trembling fingertips were a bit constricted,
trying to recall those medical techniques that the old master had taught him before.
In order to keep himself alive,
and for the sake of Sister Juning,
it was necessary to go all out. Now I'll start the surgery. You two assist me from the side. Each of the Tang family's bodyguards were multifaceted.
After taking care of Tang Yuan for a long time, they had also learned some basic surgical knowledge, and it was already enough for them to assist Lin Chen at the side.
As for the treatment process, it was actually quite simple.
Unclogging the blood vessels,
cardiac resuscitation, and finally bringing him back to life. The entire surgical process lasted for 4 whole hours. The Tang family waited from the afternoon until the evening.
Li Junying had been standing in the corner, not even daring to move her toes, her gaze dead set on the room inside.
During this time, some people wanted to go in and take a look, but they were strictly rejected by Lin Chen.
The operating room had been sterilized. Not afraid of infection killing Tang Yuan,
they could just come in. Being frightened by Lin Chen, the crowd did not say anything more.
They continued to wait for news outside the door.
After another half an hour,
the door to the room was suddenly opened.
A bodyguard excitedly shouted, "Young master is alive! Young master has come alive!" Chapter 32, The Weak Are Bullied. The Tang family was overjoyed,
never expecting that the person who had already been determined to be dead,
surprisingly miraculously came to life.
The Tang family members waiting in the living room quickly crowded into the room. The original spacious room suddenly became somewhat crowded.
When the crowd saw Tang Yuan, who was lying on the bed,
recovering his blood color, as well as the lines on the instrument that looked like pulses beating,
a hanging heart was finally released. Tang father and Tang mother stood embracing each other in front of the bed.
"I thought I had lost my only son,
but I didn't expect to be able to save him."
This feeling of being lost and found again made the couple cry with joy. Only at this time, Tang Yuan seemed to be in a deep sleep and did not wake up.
Li Junying was the last one to come in.
When she saw that the room was packed with people, she quickly searched for that familiar figure in the crowd. Finally, she saw the exhausted and paralyzed Lin Chen in the corner of the room. Lin Chen was sitting against the corner, his tired hands still trembling slightly. His lips were so weak that they were a little white, and on his forehead was a ring of red marks strangled by the duster cap.
Looking extremely wretched,
the people of the Tang family didn't seem to notice him as if they hadn't, and none of them came forward to assist him.
Li Junying immediately walked up,
holding Lin Chen's arm to let him slowly stand up.
The two limped out of the room, leaving plenty of space for the Tang family. When they walked to the living room, they realized that Elder Tang hadn't gone in either. He calmly looked at Lin Chen,
but his hands had already grasped the grip of the wheelchair with a death grip.
With a few moments of suppressed anxiety, he asked, "How is the situation?"
"Rescued, but not awake yet," Lin Duan honestly said. It was only at the start of the surgery that Lin Chen realized that Tang Yuan's situation was very bad, because he had missed the best time and had gone through unnatural freezing.
Tang Yuan's bodily functions had fallen to a critical point.
If it wasn't for Lin Chuan's boldness and carefulness in helping him with the surgery, it was likely that he would have really died just lying around like this. Only the life was saved.
Would the person be able to wake up? Lin Chuan didn't know. Elder Tang pondered for a moment,
weighing the pros and cons in his mind and said,
"How many percent certainty?"
70%. Lin Chen's words made Elder Tang freeze for a moment. Normally for this kind of life-threatening surgery, having 30% was already very ideal. I didn't expect Lin Chen to be able to say 70% certainty. How old was he? Could it be that his medical skills had already reached such a terrifying level? Mixed thoughts only flashed through Elder Tang's mind for a split second, and he quickly made a decision.
"You saved my grandson. A life for a life. My Tang family won't make things difficult for you anymore. You may go." Getting Elder Tang's approval, the big stone in Li Junying's heart was finally put down. Just as she was about to say goodbye and leave, who knew that Elder Tang continued, "But, you also said that you were only 70% sure. Before my grandson wakes up, you must come over every day as the attending physician to see him. Of course the Tang family won't restrict your freedom in life, but leave a guarantee." Elder Tang glanced at Li Junying. There were a few moments of majesty in his eyes, causing Li Junying to be inexplicably a little frightened in her heart. Then he said, "Bring that project of the Jiang family over to me." It was only after hearing this that Li Junying reacted. Originally used as a bargaining chip to exchange back to Lin Chen, she didn't expect Elder Tang to bring it up at this time. Without any hesitation she took out a document from her carry-on bag and respectfully handed it to Elder Tang. Without even looking at it, Elder Tang directly placed it on his lap,
pushing the wheelchair in the direction of the room. Only at this time did Lin Chen and Li Junying let out a sigh of relief.
The Tang family was finally willing to let them leave. Following the Tang family's bodyguards,
the two of them got into the car driven by Li Junying.
After waiting for a few minutes,
the car still didn't start.
Somehow,
both of them were feeling grateful to have regained their lives, being able to come out unscathed from the heavy siege of the Tang family.
This day was truly thrilling. Sister Junying, are you alright? Lin Chen inquired with concern.
Li Junying shook her head, the slap marks on her face having disappeared. With a pair of tired eyes, she revealed a gentle smile. The car then slowly started,
passing through several intersections in front of them, where the Tang family's bodyguards could be seen standing guard. Only when they left the confines of the Tang family residence did the two's hearts completely relax. On the way back,
there was silence in the car. Perhaps they were tired or perhaps they were just happy.
Neither of them spoke.
It wasn't until they stopped at a traffic light that Lin Chen asked again,
Sister Junying, what exactly does the Tang family do?
This question always lingered in Lin Chen's mind.
Tang Yuan and Chu Hong had a good relationship,
so they should be from the upper circle.
But everyone in the Tang family had an extraordinary temperament, especially Elder Tang, who looked like a dragon and phoenix amongst men. It was just that no matter how Lin Chen thought about it, he couldn't recall a powerful family surnamed Tang in Rongcheng. But looking at the reaction made by Jiang Ma's side, the Tang family was definitely not something they could mess with.
Li Junying revealed a helpless and miserable smile.
Lin Chen was still too young to know many things,
but she had spent so much money by the chairman's side that she had a general understanding of the upper circles.
The Tang family isn't from the business circle. To be precise, both Elder Tang and Father Tang aren't in the business circle. Not from the business circle?
Then there were only two other answers, politics or the military. Thinking that the Tang family was likely involved in higher levels of existence, Lin Chen could not help but shiver. Then Li Junying slowly said, you're still young, you probably don't watch the news often.
The last commissioner of our Rong city was surnamed Tang. The two generations of Tang's family you saw today were in existence with only a hand in the sky. But I heard that it was only after the commissioner left office that the Tang family started to get involved in the business world. The Tang family is taking the connections and resources from the two generations of operation and pressing them on the third generation.
Lin Chen listened quietly, on the one hand surprised at the terror of the Tang family. On the other hand, he could also understand how much of a blow Tang Yuan's death had dealt to the Tang family. It was hard to wait for the third generation to reach adulthood after pouring into the network of contacts that had been built over 2 generations. It was just about to enter the business circle to make a big splash. As a result, because of a quack doctor's misdiagnosis,
Tang Yuan, the heir apparent, died.
Anyone else would definitely have gone crazy like the Tang family. Lin Chen was just lucky today.
Otherwise the Tang family would definitely make his life worse than death. Understanding the stakes, Lin Chen also fell into silence,
looking at his boyish face with a contemplative expression.
Li Junying finally revealed a pleased smile. Touching his head, she softly said, it's fine, this time you won't die from a great calamity. Only, don't have any dealings with the Tang family in the future.
Such a family is something we can't afford to offend. Even if we lose the entire Jiang family, they will eat it up.
Lin Chen deeply understood the meaning of Li Junying's words. If he were anyone else,
he should know to repay the favor for saving someone's life.
But Elder Tang did not hesitate to take away the Jiang family's project. Perhaps in his opinion, the family's heirs and interests came first. By restricting Lin Chen and taking away the project, the biggest winner would always be the Tang family. Weakness was going to be bullied. Chapter 33, An Evening of Peace. The car was a long drive. It happened to be the time of the evening rush hour, and the road was heavily congested. But neither Lin Chen nor Li Junying complained. The two of them only felt lucky to be able to come out of that dragon's den of the Tang family. As for everything else, it had all been ignored by them. When they returned to their residence, Li Junying followed Lin Chen inside. When they made it to the bed, the two of them's stomachs simultaneously grumbled. Looking at each other and smiling at each other, Li Junying pulled out her cell phone and said, what do you want to eat? I'll order takeout. No need. I can do it. Do it now? Li Junying blushed oddly and glanced at the time. It was already past 7. If she really waited for Lin Chen to finish cooking before eating, I'm afraid it would be 8 o'clock. Not being in the habit of starving herself, Li Junying directly ordered a family bucket. It wasn't long before there was a knock at the door. The errand boy directly delivered it to the hotel door. Opening the longed-for family bucket, a tantalizing aroma came to her. Li Junying's fingers were tingling as she took out a burger from inside and handed it to Lin Duan. Ordered this for you. Seeing how thin you are, you should eat more. Thank you, Sister Junying. Lin Chen sweetly said thanks, then ate together. This was the most peaceful meal he had eaten in a while. With the company of people who cared about him, Lin Chen's lonely heart finally received a hint of comfort. After finishing all of the family bucket set meal,
The two of them burped contentedly. Only at this time, Li Junying didn't want to leave, but instead took off her shoes and lazily lay on the bed. I'll sleep here for the night today. I don't want to go back at night. Is it appropriate? Lin Chen asked. Li Junying gave him a blank look, then revealed a teasing smile. Yo little brother, afraid that your sister will disturb you at night? There are 2 beds here, one for you and one for me. Just right. Li Junying's laughter caused Lin Chen to inexplicably make a big red face. Adolescent children had an inexplicable urge towards the opposite sex, especially since Lin Chen had already tasted that flavor. It was like a soundly sleeping beast was hidden in his heart, constantly urging the hungry desire within. It could awaken at any time. Li Junying looked at Lin Chen's appearance and giggled, lying on the bed lazily flipping through her cell phone. A pair of beautiful legs, Darla, swayed along the edge of the bed, like delicious bait, luring Lin Chuan at any time. Lin Chen endeavored to divert his line of sight, yet he couldn't help but skim a glance from time to time. That feeling of spying in the dark was inexplicably somewhat pleasurable. The moment he turned around, he happened to meet Li Junying's flirtatious eyes. Then she sat up violently and placed a pair of beautiful legs directly on Lin Chen's knees. Rub sister's legs. Sister has been kneeling and standing again today. Her legs are sore. Hearing Li Junying's words, a certain emotion that had just flared up in Lin Chen's heart was instantly extinguished. The moment he thought of the way Li Junying had knelt in front of Elder Tang to plead for him today, Lin Chuan could no longer give birth to a single stray thought. Silently, he lowered his head and rubbed those beautiful legs. Li Junying also seemed to notice the change in Lin Chen's expression, as if she could see through his mind. She gently stroked his head and said, "It's all right. It's all what sister should do. I don't blame you, Sister Junying. It's me who got you into trouble." Lin Chen lowered his head a little deeper, not even daring to look at Li Junying's face. He could only silently rub the muscles of those beautiful legs, helping Li Junying relieve her fatigue from the day. I don't know how long I needed them, but a wave of exhaustion came over me. Lin Chuan felt Li Junying lie down again, followed by a slight sound of sound sleep. Looking up, Li Junying had already fallen asleep on her side. Those beautiful legs were still Dara on the side of the bed, just that appearance had a different kind of beauty. It was as if a sleeping beauty was waiting for a prince to come and wake her up. Lin Chen gently placed Li Junying's legs on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then dimmed the room. Through the dim moonlight, one could vaguely see the neon lights flashing outside the window. In this calm night, thinking back to today's choppy day, Lin Dust then felt a wave of exhaustion. Lifting himself up, a picture appeared before his eyes as if he were playing a movie. Those medical skills that he had once learned seemed to emerge from his heart bit by bit. Learning the movements of today's surgery, Lin Chuan kept gesticulating in the air. It was like watching a realistic 3D movie, replaying all the processes one by one in his mind. At some point, Lin Chen had already fallen into a deep sleep. This night, he slept with special peace of mind. There was no need to be afraid that someone would suddenly hold him down and beat him up. Not to mention that he didn't have to worry about waking up early tomorrow for class. This was perhaps the most peaceful night he had had in so many days. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was woken up by a loud noise. Looking up, the sunlight had already poured into the room. Sitting up violently to look at the other bed, he realized that Li Junying had already disappeared, leaving only a piece of paper on the bedside. "I'm going to work. I bought you breakfast, remember to eat." Lin Chen looked around blankly and realized that there was a bag sitting on the table. Inside was the breakfast that Li Junying had specially bought over. There was just no word of thanks, leaving Lin Chen with a feeling of loss. Climbing up from the bed, he silently walked towards the breakfast. Meanwhile, the Jian group. Li Junying came to the company early in the morning. As the chairman's secretary, she had to accompany the chairman at all times. Arriving at the office on the top floor, Li Junying first knocked on the door, then pushed the door and walked in. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the office in a mess. On the table and on the floor, there were scattered documents everywhere. Those who did not know thought that the office had been burglarized, and it was only after a closer look that they realized that there was also a person lying on the table of the office who was sleeping. "Chairman?" Li Junying gently shook the other person. Jiang Ruoyan woke up rubbing her tired eyes. "You're back. How's Lin Chen?" "It's fine. The Tang family side won't pursue the matter." Hearing the word "it's okay," Jiang Ruoyan's hanging heart finally let go. The company's recent situation is very bad, because after the divorce property division, the liquidity has shrunk significantly. Because of Lin Chen's matter, the company had to put off several important negotiations. Today's Jiang family is already in a precarious situation. For this reason, Jiang Ruoyan picked at her lamps at night just to find a solution. Stretching her back, she saw Li Junying bring her a cup of coffee. Jiang Ruoyan picked it up and took a sip and said, "There's a project under the Tang family?" Took it in. "Only that project is conservatively estimated to make $100 million. Why are we handing it over?" Li Junying asked suspiciously while organizing the documents on the table.
Zhang's situation is terrible today. The project is too big for us, instead it's a liability. It's better to do a favor and give it away. Besides, it's best to give the project to the Tang family instead. Zhang Ruoyan spoke her analysis. She was making this decision not only for Lin Chen, but also to get the Zhang family through the hard times. Knowing how to make trade-offs and knowing how to advance and retreat was the excellent quality of a good leader. After 2 sips of coffee, the exhaustion was dispelled. Zhang Ruoyan returned to that strong woman's state. I asked you to do the matter of transferring to another school. How did it go? Chapter 34, Say thank you only when I use you. Li Junying was the one who was busy with all of Lin Chen's school transfers. It had always been a matter of transferring from an ordinary high school to an aristocratic school. It was rare to transfer from an aristocratic school to an ordinary high school. However, according to Lin Chen's personality, he really wasn't comfortable staying in a noble school. An ordinary high school should be able to give him more options. It's already been contacted. I met with the principal as you requested and made a donation to the school. The quota for transferring to another school has already been finalized. Li Junying answered truthfully. This matter wasn't difficult to do. It was just that Lin Chen was now in his 2nd year of high school, and it was difficult for him to get into a sprint class. Therefore, Li Junying helped him arrange for him to be placed in an ordinary class. This would not attract attention, and would also give Lin Chen the environment to study at ease. Zhang Ruoyan nodded. She was still very relieved about this secretary of hers. Contemplating for a moment, she said, Go and contact the principal again. Ask him for another spot. I plan to transfer Xuanning as well. Hearing this, Li Junying froze for a moment. Lin Chen transferred schools because of the conflict with Lu Hongkai. Why did even Zhang Xuanning want to transfer schools as well? Chairman, would this be inappropriate? After all, Missy didn't make any mistakes. Li Junying was puzzled by Zhang Ruoyan's approach, but Zhang Ruoyan didn't explain. Instead, she took out a document and placed it in front of her. Opening the document, it was the income and expenditure records of the last 3 months. It went up and gently recorded Zhang Group's finances everywhere. When she saw the final figure, Li Junying's face instantly became a little ugly. The company had almost run out of money. The company still has 2 projects for which it hasn't received payments back. I had no choice but to give the project to the Tang family. With our current situation, it's already fortunate that we can maintain our balance. If the situation continues to deteriorate, I'm afraid we'll have to lay off employees. Zhang Ruoyan's tone was heavy. She had been busy with the company's affairs during this period of time. If it wasn't for the suddenness of Lin Chen's matter, she wouldn't have had the time to come back for a while. Today, Zhang's group was in a terrible situation, and could only squeeze out some funds from its hands little by little. A drop in the bucket was better than going up in flames. Even if it was more difficult, Zhang Ruoyan didn't want to give up. Xuanning has good grades. Going to any school is fine. I'm just afraid that Lin Chen will be bullied again when he goes to a new environment. I'm a bit more relieved when the 2 are together. The tuition fees of an aristocratic school are, after all, a little too high. It's better to go to an ordinary high school. Zhang Ruoyan's tone carried a bit of helplessness. If Zhang Xuanning was the only one, Zhang Ruoyan could definitely afford it. But now there was an addition of Lin Chen. In order to fulfill her promise to her senior brother, Zhang Ruoyan had to take care of him even if it was difficult. She could only condescend to her own daughter. Understanding the chairman's good intentions, Li Junying nodded slightly. Immediately hugging the documents, she plunged into her work. At noon, Lin Chen called. The Tang family's side contacted him and asked him to go over to see the doctor. Li Junying rushed downstairs of the convenience hotel at the first opportunity and waited for Lin Chen. This was her agreement with Lin Chen. As long as the Tang family continued to look for him, they must inform themselves. On the one hand, it prevented the Tang family from going back on their word. On the other hand, it was still to protect Lin Duan. Taking the car to the Tang family residence, it was still the same familiar house. The difference was that the living room, which was relatively crowded yesterday, was now empty. On the sofa, Elder Tang was quietly reading a book with his glasses. When Lin Chen and the 2 of them came in, Elder Tang just raised his eyelids and glanced at them, rushing inside and pointing. Go, check it out. Say what you're missing directly. Elder Tang was calm and relaxed, seemingly not worried about Tang Yuan's condition. But only Li Junying knew that the more calm he was, the more it showed Elder Tang's city. Quietly coming to the room, Tang Mother was still guarding Tang Yuan's side. The red and swollen eyes had faded quite a bit, but they carried a sense of exhaustion and celebration. When she saw Lin Chen enter, Mother Tang immediately got up and wiped the corners of her eyes, saying with a serious face, "Thank you, little doctor." This sentence, "little doctor," expressed Mother Tang's gratitude to Lin Chuan. Afterward, Mother Tang silently retreated to the side and watched from afar as Lin Chuan began his examination. The examination of Tang Yuan wasn't that tedious.
taking a look at the wounds from the surgery and checking the body indicators. It was basically more or less the same as when going to the hospital.
Only the onlookers didn't realize that when Lin Chen looked at Tang Yuan,
there was a strange luster in his eyes,
penetrating his skin.
He directly saw the condition of his heart.
After yesterday's surgery,
Tang Yuan's heart had returned to normal. The blocked blood vessels had all been unblocked. The only regret was that the time of resuscitation was too late and the best treatment time was missed. Many of his internal organs had been damaged due to lack of blood and oxygen. Although Lin Chen had tried his best to save them,
he had ultimately injured the foundation. Even if Tang Yuan could wake up, his lifespan would be many years less than it was. After checking them all over without any problems, Lin Chen silently exited the room. He told Elder Tang about the inspection. Elder Tang,
still holding a book and looking old and relaxed,
casually asked, "When will I wake up?"
"It should be just 2 more days." Lin Chen was honest. The disease had been cured,
and waking up was just a matter of time. Elder Tang didn't answer.
He just turned 2 pages of the book and continued, "You'll have to come a few more times before he wakes up."
Aha!
Lin Chen nodded silently. Facing the invisible pressure radiating from Elder Tang,
Lin Chen instinctively lowered his head. After asking a few other questions, Elder Tang waved his hand and gave the order to expel the guests. Lin Chen and Li Junying left together.
There was no Tang family member to stop them,
and this time, the two of them left with ease.
Only when the two sat in the car, a sedan stopped head-on across from them.
From the car came down an old gentleman of about 60.
The old man's face was full of wrinkles and his face was kind.
And from afar,
he looked very good. A head of silver hair flowing but very thick. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he greeted the black-clothed men of the Tang family. The man in black then immediately took down a box from the back seat of the car. The box had a distinct red cross on it. It was a doctor's special medicine box.
The old gentleman walked into the Tang family with a medicine box on his back.
A move that made Lin Chen very curious. He had just examined Tang Yuan himself.
Why had the Tang family hired another doctor?
Sister Juning, why did the Tang family hire another doctor?
Do they not believe in me? Facing Lin Chen's question, Li Junying did not say anything more. Silently, she started the car and left.
It wasn't until she was waiting for the red light at the intersection that Li Junying slowly spoke.
Families like the Tang family, they make a lot of heavy arrangements.
It's not that they don't trust your medical skills,
but they need an extra layer of security. Only when they need you will they say thank you. Chapter 35, Misunderstanding Deepens. After all,
Li Junying had been hanging out in the university that was society for so many years. She had seen far more than this young man.
Lin Duan. The Tang family's approach was normal,
both wanting to use Lin Chen to cure Tang Yuan's illness,
but at the same time not trusting Lin Chen too much. After all, in the end he was just a young man. Even with the Jiang family as a guarantee, it wasn't enough for the Tang family to trust. Finding another doctor to examine Tang Yuan was the safest thing to do. After explaining the reasoning behind it,
Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of frustration in his heart. Since he was a child he had followed his master and had been learning the art of medicine. Although he couldn't say that he had inherited the mantle,
he had learned it.
He dared to say that he was fully capable of entering a regular hospital as a specialist. It was just that the Tang family's trust in him was far less than another doctor. This psychological gap made Lin Chen very uncomfortable.
Quietly leaning against the car window,
Lin Chen looked at the scenery flying by outside,
his mind wondering what he was thinking. It wasn't until the car was parked downstairs at the convenience hotel. Only then did Li Junying say, "You'll get your transfer done in a few days. The chairman asked you to go home for a few days to familiarize yourself with the new environment."
When he thought that he might have to see Jiang Xuanning again, Lin Chen inexplicably developed a trace of resistance.
It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't know how to face it.
He had escaped for so many days and experienced so many things,
but the result was still back to square one.
What should be faced still had to be faced. It was just that Lin Chen didn't have a solution at the moment.
"Sister Juning, can I ask a question?"
Lin Chen suddenly thought of Li Junying. As the big sister who took care of him, she should be able to help him think of a solution.
"You say?"
Li Junying looked at Lin Chen curiously. This was the first time he had such a serious expression.
After a moment of silence,
Lin Chen stumbled and said,
"If one of your good friends did something that hurt you, would you forgive him?" "Absolutely not," Li Junying replied without hesitation.
This caused Lin Chen's still apprehensive heart to rise to his throat.
Gathering his courage once again, he weakly said, "But he had a reason and didn't do that on purpose."
Lin Chen's voice was getting lower and lower. He had completely brought himself into that role.
Li Junying seemed to see something,
but still resolutely said,
"No matter what reasons there are, I still won't forgive, unless he can apologize to me in person. Otherwise, don't think that I'll forgive him." Li Junying's words opened up some thoughts for Lin Chen.
Just the thought of what he had done to Jiang Xuanning.
Could it really be solved with an apology?
Lin Chen fell into a long silence.
In the end, there wasn't a good answer. One could only take one step at a time. The next day, Lin Chen went to the Tang family as usual, only this time, he met the old gentleman. It was said that he was the director of a first-class hospital in the provincial city, and had come over from a long distance just to help stabilize Tang Yuan's condition. Only when he learned that Lin Chen was the doctor who performed the surgery for Tang Yuan, the old gentleman was obviously unusually surprised. His attitude towards Lin Chen also became very polite. After all, for a doctor of such a young age to have performed an extraordinary surgery, it was evident that Lin Chen was strong. Insiders looked at the doorway, while outsiders looked at the scene. The relative Tang family had a look of watching the others. Sending away Lin Chuan only left the old gentleman behind, and even treated him with a courteous tone. Lin Chen took a deep breath and finally understood the words Li Junying had said. People will only thank you when they need you. The Tang family just needed him. Back at the convenience hotel, this time, Lin Chen didn't go back to his room. Instead, Li Junying directly checked out of the room. Before coming, the chairman had already ordered that Lin Chen must be allowed to go home today. Classes would be scheduled on the school's side in 2 days. If they couldn't let Lin Chen go back, Zhang Ruoyan would personally go and get him back. With an apprehensive mood, Lin Chen returned to the Zhang family's villa. Looking at the familiar gates, Lin Chen was very torn. As if he had seen a flooding beast, he was hesitant to go up and knock on the door. Li Junying, on the other hand, didn't notice Lin Chen's abnormality and went up and directly rang the doorbell. Who is it? Zhang Xuening quickly opened the door to her room. When she saw Li Junying, a sweet smile appeared on her face, but when she saw Lin Chen behind her, her face, which had just been full of smiles, instantly pulled down. Why are you here? Li Xuening's words were permeated with a few chills. Li Junying took a step into the room and said, the chairman said that the matter of Lin Chen's transferring to another school is done. In 2 days you will be able to go to your new school. Li Junying took it upon herself to put down Lin Chen's things and prepare to leave, but she was pulled back by Zhang Xuening. Transferring schools? Who said I'm transferring schools? Didn't the chairman tell you? Both you and Lin Chen are transferring to a new school. When these words came out, a flash of anger appeared on Zhang Xuening's face. Originally, she thought that she would finally be able to get rid of this brat, Lin Chen, and would never have to see his pitiful and disgusting face again. I didn't expect that after only a few days, he would actually shamelessly come back again, and he also wanted to transfer to a new school with himself. Not right. Obviously it's him who transferred to a new school. Why should even I be implicated? Can't figure it out. Zhang Xuening immediately picked up the phone and dialed. But at this time, Zhang Ruoyan was in a meeting at the company. The phone was on mute and did not connect. After a few consecutive calls, Zhang Xuening finally put down the phone. Go back and tell my mom that I definitely won't live with this guy, and that I'd rather drop out of school than go to the same school with him. Zhang Xuening's attitude was so resolute that Li Junying was a bit stunned. Was there some kind of conflict between these two? Why was Zhang Xuening's attitude so harsh? Remembering the question that Lin Chen had asked before, Li Junying immediately smiled and said, I am my big miss. You two also grew up together. You can't dislike each other just because of a little conflict. Besides, with this character, Lin Chen won't do anything bad. Just forgive him for a while. Big deal. Let him treat you to dinner. Li Junying spoke easily, but to Zhang Xuening's ears it was a huge insult. Staring viciously at Lin Chen, she realized that he had been standing in the corner, his head lowered, not daring to look directly at herself. A moment of anger surged through her heart, and she copied something in her hand and smashed it. With a bang, the soft thing smashed into himself. Lin Chen didn't move a muscle, but Li Junying on the side was startled. What the hell was this girl mad about? Missy, don't be like this. Have something to say properly. Speak properly? Do you know what he did? Zhang Xuening suddenly shouted hysterically, but she swallowed back hard when the words reached her mouth, really letting others know that she was defiled by Lin Chen. The rest of one's life would be completely over. Staring at Lin Chen like she was viewing an enemy, she huffed and puffed as she walked towards her room. Bang! The door to the room slammed hard, followed by the sound of things being smashed from inside. The rift between the two men grew deeper as a result. Chapter 36 Sleepless Nights. This behavior of Zhang Xuening made Li Junying very puzzled. What kind of things had happened between the two of them to make Zhang Xuening hate Lin Chen so much? She even went so far as to drive Lin Chen out of her home. With a stomach full of curiosity, Li Junying asked from Lin Chen, what exactly happened to you two? Lin Chen wanted to say something. He was even more afraid to say anything if Zhang Xuening didn't say anything. This matter was best buried in the hearts of the two forever, without a third person knowing. I hit her. Lin Chen said the worst mistake he could think of. As a woman, Sister Juning shouldn't be able to tolerate such a thing either. Besides, Lin Chen did hit Zhang Xuening. It was just that it hit in a very sensitive location. Li Junying froze for a moment, not expecting that Lin Chen, such an honest person, would hit Zhang Xuening.
No wonder the relationship between the two was so frosty. But on second thought, the two had grown up together and it was normal for them to fall out. There was no need to make it to the point of leaving home like this time. Sighing helplessly, Lee Junying said in a deep voice in the tone of an elder, "It's not right for Xiao Duan to hit a girl, and you definitely can't do such things in the future. Apologize properly to Xuanning, and this matter will be considered in the past. If you do something like this again in the future, I will personally teach you a lesson." Lee Junying spoke in a very serious manner. Her tone of voice even contained a few hints of anger, but in reality, her eyes didn't have any intention of blaming Lin Chen. Instead, it was like a caring big sister who was educating her younger brother. Lin Chen nodded silently, memorizing Lee Junying's words in his heart. The two of them then carried down the luggage from the car. Lin Chuan returned to that familiar little room. Only the room had been emptied of all its contents, leaving only the hard bedpan still sitting there. After Lin Chen left, Jiang Xuanning smashed everything in the room in order to vent. Only when the nanny came to clean did she realize that the room was a mess. There was no choice but to move everything out of the room. Only the bedpan was left. Looking at the empty room, Lee Junying also sighed a little. The chairman of the board was not a cool person. Otherwise she wouldn't have gone through all the trouble to get Lin Chen back. It was probably Jiang Xuanning venting because she was angry about the things in that room. Thinking about the reason for this, Lee Junying said, "You stay first. I'll help you buy the things in the room." "Thank you, Sister Junying." Lin Chen expressed his gratitude. Lee Junying waved her hand and then helped clean up the room together. Lin Chuan hadn't been gone for long, but a layer of dust had already piled up in the room. After the two of them cleaned the room together of the dust, they made the bed. After doing everything, Lee Junying excused herself and left. Before she left, she handed over 2 enrollment notices to Lin Duan. "This is your and Xuanning's enrollment notice. Don't be late on Monday morning." After admonishing her twice, Lee Junying drove off, only leaving Lin Duan to look in that direction from afar. After the shadow of the car could not be seen, Lin Chen was just about to go back when he looked up and saw Jiang Xuanning standing at the door. Her eyes were red and her slender nails had scratched out a trail on the doorframe, and she was staring at Lin Chuan with a malicious look in her eyes. Lin Chuan's heart was weak, his eyes subconsciously dodged. Then there was a bang. The door was then completely shut by Jiang Xuanning. Lin Chen, who was shut out of the door, had an embarrassed look on his face. He shouldn't have returned here after all. Taking out the spare key that Lee Junying had given him, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment without opening the door. It was better to let Jiang Xuanning calm down. After all, this matter was Jiang Ma's order, and both of them couldn't help it. Turning around, he left the Jiang family, sat inside a certain KFC store for the afternoon. It wasn't until after dinner that Lin Chen carefully returned to his residence. Opening the door to his room, the room was brightly lit, and the sound of intense music was coming from Jiang Xuanning's room. Ever since that night, she had suffered from darkness loneliness. As long as it was nightfall, she would turn on all the lights in her room, using exciting music to dispel the fear and loneliness within. It wasn't until her entire body was exhausted that she would hug the quilt and fall into a deep sleep. But today, Jiang Xuanning said there was no way she could fall asleep, because Lin Chen had returned. The culprit of all this, the one who had caused himself to act like a crazy woman, Lin Chen, had returned. At some point, Jiang Xuanning had taken a knife from the kitchen. Hiding in her own doorway, she listened to the footsteps outside the door getting closer and closer. The entire person's breathing appeared to stagnate for a brief moment. She didn't dare to rush out, and she was afraid that Lin Duan would come in. Everything that night had brought to her was still fresh in her mind, like a lingering nightmare always haunting her. After waiting for a while, the sound of footsteps slowly left, followed by hearing a slamming door. Lin Dus did not come in, but obediently returned to her room and locked the door. Lying alone on his bed, he looked at the familiar ceiling a little out of focus. He didn't know how to face Jiang Xuanning. That was like the most primitive impulse, making himself completely addicted and unable to extricate himself. But every time he thought back, his heart was filled with guilt. How could he have done something like that? Lin Chen kept thinking in his mind, thinking about whether Jiang Xuanning would always be like this to himself. Thinking about it gradually drifted into a deep sleep. This night, the large Jiang family, one person was sleeping soundly and one person was scared. The night color outside the window shone on the two faces, but reflected two completely different expressions. One is the peace of mind of embracing the warmth of the bed. One is the nervousness of fear and anxiety. Like two intertwined black threads, the two were once again firmly tied together. Until very late at night, Jiang Xuanning was still dozing off and guarding behind the door. Instead, there were bursts of light snoring sounds coming from next door. They were both too tired. Early the next morning, a sharp knock sounded on the door. The sleeping Lin Chen was suddenly awakened and sat up from his bed in a daze. Subconsciously, he revealed a nervous expression. However, after looking around carefully, he realized that he wasn't in the dormitory of the medical center. nor was he in the confined convenience hotel. Rather, he was back in that familiar place. The mood he had just lifted was let down again, and he got up and went forward to open the door. The moment he opened the door, a pot of cool water was splashed directly on his face. Hiss! The cold, bone-piercing cool water caused Lin Chen to stifle a shiver. His mind was also finally completely clear. Looking towards Jiang Xuanning, who was standing in front of him, she only saw that her hair was disorganized, like she was wearing a chicken nest. Her eyes were full of bloodshot, and the dark bags under her eyes were thick and heavy. Her lips were slightly white, and she looked like she hadn't slept well. Lin Chen looked at the other party awkwardly and immediately understood that she had been frightened all night. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the red bucket in his hand smashed head-on. "Clean up the water on the floor for me. Don't let me see you in the house during the day from now on." Saying that, Jiang Xuanning turned around and left. A series of locking sounds followed, and she locked herself inside her room again. Chapter 37, Reporting as an Interloper. The first day back in the Jiang family, Jiang Xuanning didn't hesitate to dump Lin Chen with a dirty face. The relationship between the two went from a gap to completely bad. Lin Chen just sighed helplessly, still apologizing for what he had done. He wanted to ask Jiang Xuanning to forgive himself, but she didn't even give him a chance to speak. The relationship between the two was like being separated by an impassable canyon. The distance grew farther and farther with it. A few days passed like this. During the daytime, Lin Chen silently left from the house. Occasionally, he went to the Tang family to see how Tang Yuan was doing. Since the care of the other doctors, Tang Yuan's replies had improved a lot, although Elder Tang didn't say anything every time. But he would take the initiative to greet Lin Chen when he saw him. Perhaps in his heart, Lin Chen was the one who had saved his grandson's life, but it was just saving his grandson. Until the fourth day. It happened to be early Monday morning. Lin Chen washed up early for breakfast, and Jiang Xuanning pulled a face from her room. Both of them had changed into the uniforms prepared by their new school. In aristocratic schools, the dress code wasn't strict, but when it came to ordinary schools, a uniform dress code was required. Today was the first day for the two to report, and they had to leave a good impression. Jiang Xuanning pulled out a chair and sat down to eat breakfast. The two sat face to face, but neither looked at each other. Lin Chen was afraid to, and Jiang Xuanning was not wanting to look. After breakfast, the driver was waiting at the door early. In the past the two would sit in the back seat. Even if there was usually some conflict, on the surface they still respected each other. But today was a bit special. After Jiang Xuanning got on the car, she directly locked the back seat door. It caused Lin Chen to immediately look embarrassed. He had no choice but to ask the driver to open the passenger door. The two of them sat one behind the other like this. From time to time, Lin Chen used his afterglow to glance at Jiang Xuanning in the rearview mirror. Jiang Xuanning, on the other hand, didn't want to see him at all. Her gaze always fixed on the scenery outside the window. Until the car drove for almost 40 minutes, it finally arrived at their new school, Rongqing Third High School. This was one of the key schools in Rongqing. It was said that enrollment was very difficult, and many people couldn't even get an enrollment spot even if they squeezed their heads. Jiang Ruoyan's side had also taken out a hefty price to arrange for the two children to be admitted. Looking at the bustling crowd at the entrance, Jiang Xuanning instantly frowned. Just this? When they were at the Lin Yang Noble School, there were many people coming and going, yet it wasn't as noisy as it was now. After all, those who could enter the noble school were a group of people with status, but the scene in front of them was more like a food market. Those who greeted their classmates, those who greeted their parents, greetings with teachers. Everyone was embarrassed to enter the school gates if they didn't say a few words. Jiang Xuanning instantly felt a wave of irritation and turned around to sit back in the car again. Drive home. Once the temper of a young lady came up, Jiang Xuanning did not hesitate to give the order, but the driver was a bit worried. "Missy, the chairman asked me to pick up the guests after sending you to school. Any later and I'm afraid it'll be too late. Besides, this matter still needs to be reported to the chairman." In case, the driver was also an honest man. It wasn't much of a big deal. It had to involve Jiang Ruoyan. When Jiang Xuanning heard this, she was not happy. Drooping face delayed to speak. Looking at the open school door, there were 10,000 reluctance in her heart. But things have come to this point, she has no choice. She had no choice but to get out of the car once again and found that Lin Chen was still standing there waiting for her. Cursing a cry of bad luck, she took big strides towards the school entrance. Lin Chen silently followed behind. Since it was the first time the two had reported to school, they went directly to the teacher's office. A brief introduction was made. The two were assigned to the same class. Of course, all of this was arranged by Jiang Ma herself, in order for the two to be able to take care of each other in their new environment. When the bell rang for class, the homeroom teacher brought the two into the classroom. The moment Jiang Xuanning appeared, she caused a clamor in the class. Her original appearance was not bad, paired with her expression that was high and cold and full of distance. There was a feeling of a princess arriving. the boys in the class immediately sounded a whistle. However, they were glared back by a look from the class teacher. Then he looked at the other Lin Chen,
flat and with a twinkling eye.
a guy who was not good with words at first glance.
For Lin Chen, the others didn't even look at him. They kept staring at Zhang Xuening.
The homeroom teacher pointed out 2 seats. Lin Chen sat in the second row, and Zhang Xuening sat right behind him.
After the two sat down, Zhang Xuening's desk immediately asked, "Beauty, my name is Zhou Hao. From now on we'll be classmates. Just order me anything. I'll do it for you."
Zhang Xuening skimmed the surface and realized that Zhou Hao was average looking with a few pimples on his face. Deliberately revealing his muscles in short sleeves, he displayed them in front of Zhang Xuening. For this kind of lower head man, Zhang Xuening felt straight guilty of disgust.
Not even as good as Lu Hongkai's gentlemanly demeanor.
At least one of their own eyes Lu Hongkai will obediently retreat. But this Zhou Hao didn't know what kind of disease he had. Zhang Xuening looked at him with contempt.
He actually felt happy. Really under the head. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Xuening didn't want to bother with this kind of person.
But when she saw Lin Chen sitting in front of her, a vicious thought flashed through her mind.
Help with anything?
Of course, it's incumbent upon a beautiful woman to command.
Zhou Hao put on a look that he thought was handsome, thinking that this would gain Zhang Xuening's heart.
Zhang Xuening smiled sweetly,
like 100 flowers blooming,
instantly causing Zhou Hao's heart to race. Any man could not hold on to the smile of a beautiful woman. Then help me teach him a lesson.
The harder the better.
Zhang Xuening pointed at Lin Chen who had just sat down. Lin Chen also heard the words and instantly stiffened,
not knowing how to face Zhang Xuening. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, looked at Lin Duan and then at Zhang Xuening. Didn't these two transfer here together? How come they were at odds as soon as they met? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Hao agreed without thinking. It must be this kid who had offended a beautiful girl. Humph, I see this kid is not a good person, a loyal and honest moral appearance. I didn't realize that he was this kind of person behind the scenes. Beauty, don't worry, I promise to help you out. Zhou Hao patted his chest with an air of confidence, and Lin Chen also heard this, an inexplicable feeling of powerlessness rising in his heart. It was clear that he hadn't done anything, but Zhang Xuening's malice was still directed at him. On the first day of coming to a new school, he was being targeted. Alas, it seemed that he still couldn't stay in the Zhang family. Lin Chen sighed for a while in his heart, but in the next second he suddenly received a kick on his butt. It was Zhou Hao's little trip under the table. With a provocative look, he hooked his finger towards Lin Chen. Zhou Hao directly designated Lin Duan as his target. Chapter 38, Goodwill and Malice. In his first class at the new school, Lin Duan seemed quiet. He was already an extremely patient person and was able to quickly adapt to his new environment. It was only the unkind looks that kept coming from behind him that made him uncomfortable. One was from Zhou Hao, and the other was from Zhang Xuening. It was as if the two had reached some sort of tacit understanding, and their attitudes towards Lin Chen were surprisingly consistent. Zhou Hao well would kick at Lin Duan's ass from time to time. In a short period of one class, Lin Chen's pants had already darkened a large chunk, and all of them were covered in Zhou Hao's shoe prints. Just such a move quickly caught the attention of Lin Dust's deskmate. She glared at Zhou Hao behind her, her sharp eyes like a warning. Zhou Hao instantly lost his temper and lowered his head as if he was reading a book. Hello, my name is Xu Fei Fei. I'm the language class representative. Tell me if anyone bullies you in the future. I'll report it to the teacher for you. It was still class, and Xu Fei Fei was worried about being discovered by the teacher speaking in a low voice. Lin Chen nodded, and only then did he start to look at his tablemate. Xu Fei Fei's appearance was not considered pretty, but she had a very quiet temperament. When she smiled, she had 2 small dimples that were very appealing. The pigtail tied in a high ponytail looked very playful and suited her perfectly. A school uniform was very cleanly washed, and her body still gave off a faint fragrance. Lin Chen was a bit mesmerized for a moment, and quickly withdrew his sight, silently recording his notes from class. When Xu Fei Fei saw how serious Lin Chen was, she couldn't help but look at him a couple more times. This class wasn't a key class, but towards the end of the second year of high school, there was still a trend of internal scrolling. It was rare to find someone like Lin Chen who studied seriously without interference. Xu Fei Fei silently pushed her notes against Lin Chen. These are the key points scratched by the teacher. Xu Fei Fei's notes had a lot of study content written in red and blue. All of them were the key points for the exam. Previously, when Lin Chuan left the Zhang family, he was already disheartened and had even thought about giving up studying and taking exams. But Jiang Ma still brought him back. Since he couldn't leave for the time being, he should continue his studies properly. As long as he could get into college, Jiang Ma would no longer care about him. He himself would also be able to leave peacefully, which would be good for Zhang Xuening as well as the Zhang family. Thinking about this point, Lin Chen carefully copied notes to learn the key points. From time to time, he asked Xu Fei Fei about some questions he didn't understand. Xu Fei Fei also answered all questions. the relationship between the two quickly became familiar, and a tacit understanding was created between them. If not in class, the two would have talked about more topics. Looking at the two people who were so enthusiastic on their first day of meeting, behind her, Jiang Xuanning's eyes were wide open, and the hatred in her heart surged. Teeth also made crunching sounds. Lin Chen, this despicable and shameless fellow, who looked harmless on weekdays. In fact, he was a female rapist. The Jiang family had treated him so well by taking him in and giving him a bite to eat. He doesn't know how to be thankful, and he's even gotten himself into trouble. Jiang Xuanning's suppressed emotions over the past few days had gradually begun to distort over time. When she saw Lin Chen talking happily with the others, a surge of anger surged in her heart. On what grounds? Why should he be able to get it happily, but he has to be afraid every day? Why do I have to follow him and turn to this kind of dog place? By what right does a piece of trash, a cheap bastard, dare to come and violate me? The voice in Jiang Xuanning's heart grew stronger and stronger. With a clicking sound she actually broke the pen in her hand. Zhou Hao on the side saw this and was dumbfounded, hastily asked, "Beauty, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? When is class over?" Jiang Xuanning's low voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Even without looking at her expression, Zhou Hao could hear Jiang Xuanning's hatred. Glancing at the time, he said, "There's still 20 minutes left. Just make sure the teacher doesn't drag the class." "Good. You have to be true to your word after class." Jiang Xuanning felt like she could hardly suppress herself. If it wasn't for the fact that the teacher was still blah 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 lecturing from the podium, she would want to make Lin Chen suffer right now. In the midst of the non-stop torment, and the non-stop waiting, the bell finally rang. The homeroom teacher dragged on for 2 minutes before announcing the end of class. At this time, Zhou Hao fiercely stood up and clasped Lin Chen's shoulder and said, "Brothers, go around the playground for me." "Zhou Hao, what are you doing?" Zhu Fei couldn't help it either. For the entire class, Zhou Hao was harassing Lin Chen. "It's obviously his first day of class and he hasn't offended you. Why are you targeting him?" Zhou Hao smiled sarcastically. He still had more respect for the class representative, but compared to the class representative, he preferred beautiful women. Being able to get the favor of a beautiful woman, this was the thing that Zhou Hao was most pleased with. "Zhu Fei, don't be nosy. I'm bringing a new classmate to familiarize him with the environment. Who are you to him? Who are you to mind his business?" Zhu Fei was a girl after all, and usually seldom argued with boys. In the face of Zhou Hao's aggressiveness, she was surprisingly a little speechless for a moment. It was just as well that Jiang Xuanning, who was on the side, chimed in. "Lin Chen is a member of our family. It was me who asked Zhou Hao's classmates to help familiarize themselves with the environment, so that we don't suddenly go crazy and go to the wrong place again in the future." Jiang Xuanning had a conspiratorial look, hinting at something in her words, but those words were only understandable to Lin Chen. For a moment there was actually an inexplicable feeling of guilt surging through his heart. Jiang Xuanning's hatred for him hadn't diminished in the slightest, but had instead gotten stronger and stronger. Now it was even trying to get Zhou Hao to help. This was definitely not a good thing for Lin Chen. Zhu Fei looked at the other party, her eyes constantly scanning over Lin Chen and Jiang Xuanning. Seeing Lin Chen unconsciously lower his head, Zhu Fei instinctively realized that something wasn't right. Hurriedly, she said, "Lin Chen, don't be afraid. If they bully you, I'll help you sue the teacher." At the mention of the teacher, Zhou Hao's face changed. His grades in class were average, but his ability to get into trouble was first class. He had already been called to his parents an unknown number of times this semester. Zhou Hao already had an instinctive fear of the class teacher. When he heard that Zhu Fei wanted to sue the teacher, Zhou Hao unexpectedly wimped out. He glanced at Jiang Xuanning, but Jiang Xuanning completely ignored him, her gaze still deadlocked on Lin Chen. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen seemed to sense Zhu Fei's goodwill. In a soft voice, he said, "There's no need to sue the teacher. I'm fine, Mr. Zhou is trying to help me. I'll just go with him." Lin Chen knew that if this matter wasn't dealt with, there would definitely be other troubles. Anyway, his body had been strengthened, so it didn't matter how he was beaten. As long as nothing serious happened, try it and they would know to back off. Thinking about this point, Lin Chen agreed to follow Zhou Hao out. Zhou Hao wrapped his arms around Lin Chen's neck and dragged him out of the school. Zhu Fei looked at Lin Chen's back, her eyes filled with worry. And at that moment, Jiang Xuanning's voice sounded behind her. "Don't meddle in things you shouldn't." Chapter 39, The Rich Kid's Block. Jiang Xuanning's cold voice made Zhu Fei very uncomfortable. For some reason, at first glance, it felt as if this Jiang Xuanning carried a great deal of resentment. She always had an attitude that was out of place with others. She also liked to hold her head high when she spoke, as if everyone was not worthy of chatting with her. Zhu Fei frowned, looking at Jiang Xuanning with a few moments of doubt in her gaze. "What do you mean by minding your own business? I'm the class representative. I'll mind what I should mind." Zhu Fei had a resolute attitude, but in the face of her forcefulness, Jiang Xuanning turned a blind eye. With a cold grunt,
she left the classroom. Zhu Feifei wanted to go find Lin Chen, but Zhou Hao didn't know where he had taken him. After circling the playground, she couldn't find anyone, and in the middle of an inconspicuous corner of the school, Lin Chen was being surrounded by Zhou Hao's group of people. Zhou Hao usually got into trouble a lot, but he was extremely well liked. As long as he beckoned, everyone would come over to help him. Facing Lin Chen, who was like a lamb to the slaughter, the crowd had a teasing expression on their faces. Brother Hao, where did this guy offend you? Zhou Hao snorted coldly and said, he offended my goddess. The goddess told me to teach him a lesson and teach him a lesson. Zhou Hao spoke easily, as if he had already considered Jiang Xuening as his own. The people around him gave a straight thumbs up when they heard this. Brother Hao was Brother Hao, finding a new goddess so quickly. But how did this kid look like a rash? How did he offend Brother Hao's goddess? The crowd didn't think about that much and immediately started greeting Lin Chen. As a group of people who were always in trouble at school, they knew very well how to bully someone. Two of them viciously kicked at Lin Chen's stomach, a kick that would definitely make him suffer a lot. But immediately after, bang, the powerful kick didn't injure Lin Chuan. Instead, the kickers fell back several steps. Brother Hao, this kid has some skills. The crowd didn't notice Lin Chuan's special physique and thought that he was a practiced fighter with a stronger body than the others. Soon two blocky men walked out from the crowd. Either one of these two men was 1.9 meters. The fat on their bodies held up their school uniforms. At a glance, they had a Hercules-like appearance. The two men clamped down on Lin Chen's arm left and right, and their fists greeted his stomach without hesitation. The two men hit in a very tricky place, able to make people feel pain while not leaving wounds. However, such a more severe punch that hit Lin Chen was like hitting a wall. Both of them immediately bared their teeth in pain. Finally Zhou Hao realized that something was wrong. This physical quality of Lin Chen seemed a bit perverted. No wonder the goddess hated him so much. Having such a perverted person by one side, one would have hated it if they were in their place. He copied a wooden stick that was scattered on the ground. Zhou Hao was just about to greet him by shining it at his head when someone immediately stepped forward to stop him. Brother Hao, don't be impulsive. Someone is coming. Hearing this, Zhou Hao immediately turned around. It was discovered that there was a silhouette walking towards this side not far away. As soon as he saw the appearance of the visitor, Zhou Hao scattered and ran in the other direction. The others also scattered like him, leaving only Lin Chen still standing dumbfounded. Who's there? Is there a fight going on? The person who came was a teacher with glasses. The super high count glasses seemed to make it a bit hard to see the person's appearance. When he finally arrived in front of Lin Chen, he realized that there was actually only one person. Which class are you from? What are you doing here? Is it because you want to do something bad? Lin Chen hastily shook his head, and only then did he realize that the other person had the badge of the instruction office pinned on his chest. Director of the instruction office Wang Shi. This person was the director of the instruction department. Lin Chen subconsciously took half a step back going. No wonder Zhou Hao ran so fast just now. It must be that he knew this director of instruction, or had even been punished by him. Otherwise, it was impossible to recognize the other party from such a distance. After realizing this, Lin Chuan hurriedly said, Director, I didn't do anything bad. I'm a new transfer student. I'm turning around in this neighborhood. Lin Chen didn't say anything about Zhou Hao and the others. He also didn't want to provoke the teachers of the instruction office. After all, when he was at the Lin Yang Noble School before, the teaching office didn't give him a good impression. Besides, Zhou Hao and the others hadn't injured themselves just now. There was no need to make things difficult for them himself. Director Wang Shi glanced around. Squinting his highly myopic eyes seemed to want to see through the surroundings, but after looking for a long time, there didn't seem to be anyone else here except for Lin Chen. Then he sighed and said, Are you new here? Don't wander around here blindly. These nooks and crannies are controlled areas. Don't let me see you here next time. Director Wang Shi admonished in a stern tone, and Lin Chen lowered his head and said yes repeatedly. After Director Wang Shi left, Zhou Hao drilled out again from nowhere, spitting a mouthful of spit in Director Wang Shi's direction. He looked like he didn't care at all. Another glance was taken at Lin Chen, who was standing obediently. He had heard the conversation between Lin Chen and Director Wang Shi just now. Lin Chen didn't snitch, which made Zhou Hao's impression of him increase a lot. However, when he thought about Jiang Xuening's orders, Zhou Hao had a bit of a headache. Looking at Lin Chen's entire body clean, Zhou Hao grabbed a handful of mud and threw it on his body. This time, it's considered that you've helped me, so we're clear. Next time if you make my goddess angry again, I won't let you off. Saying that, Zhou Hao forgot to wipe 2 more handfuls on Lin Chen's body, making him dirty. He looked like he was being bullied. After being satisfied, Zhou Hao brought Lin Chen back to the classroom. The two came in one after the other, and Xu Feifei saw Lin Chen's wretched appearance at a glance. Opening her mouth, she asked, Are you alright? Did Zhou Hao bully you? No. Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly, but Xu Feifei just didn't believe it, viciously glaring twice at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't respond either, but instead held his chin in his hand and gazed at his goddess in fascination. Jiang Xuanning also saw Lin Chen's appearance. The dash of resentment in her heart immediately dissipated. I didn't expect this Zhou Hao fellow to be quite useful. Next time, if he got angry again, let him continue to teach Lin Chen a lesson to take it out on himself, seemingly finding a new way to vent her anger. Jiang Xuanning's attitude towards Zhou Hao was instantly much better. Until the end of the day, Jiang Xuanning was still polite to Zhou Hao. This caused Zhou Hao to be a little fluttery, even thinking that Jiang Xuanning must have fallen in love with herself at first sight. That's why she was nice to herself. And at the end of the school day, Lin Chen walked out of the school gate alone. Just a few steps in, he felt several lines of sight gathering on him. Looking up, a fiery red Ferrari was parked opposite the school entrance. Lu Hongkai was staring at Lin Chen with a frosty face. There were 5 or 6 other people beside him, and as soon as they saw Lin Chen, they immediately surrounded him in the center. Run, Total, you finally let me catch you. Chapter 40, with a personal physician. Lu Hongkai's appearance was unexpected. Even Lin Chen didn't expect him to chase him here. Looking at the imposing group of people, Lin Chen subconsciously took 2 steps back, but the other party was clearly prepared, and the 2 people behind him clasped Lin Chen's shoulders. Run again for me. It's because of you that Xuanning was forced to transfer to another school. You sweeper, not only do you know demonic magic, but you also tortured my Xuanning. Lu Hongkai's face was filled with anger, not caring about the crowd watching around him. Earlier, they had beaten up Lin Chen, but it turned out that he didn't have a care in the world, and a few of their own people had either broken bones or were injured. What was this if not demonic magic? Plus, after he changed schools, Jiang Xuanning followed suit. After chasing after Jiang Xuanning for so long, Lu Hongkai was naturally unwilling. Only after a little bit of inquiring did he realize that Jiang Xuanning and Lin Chen had transferred to the same school. This can be Lu Hongkai angry. The woman I have my eye on even ran away after a trashy punk. A greenish feeling appeared over his head. Lu Hongkai immediately brought his men to kill at the entrance of the 3rd middle school, just in time to block Lin Chen, who was preparing to leave. As enemies met, Lu Hongkai just wanted to raise his hand to slap him, but when he thought of Lin Chen's weird trick, he stiffly gritted his teeth and put his hand down. Take him to the car. We'll clean him up later. Lu Hongkai waved his hand, and the others understood. In front of the students and parents who were being dismissed from school, they directly brought Lin Chen onto the car. Many parents who didn't know the truth picked up their cell phones to take pictures. This scene likewise fell into Jiang Xuanning's eyes. She stood in the crowd and watched as Lin Chen was taken away. An inexplicable feeling of excitement surprisingly bubbled up in her heart. She hoped that Lin Chen would be taken away like this and never come back. Otherwise, her own nightmares would haunt her for the rest of her life. On the other side, the taken away Lin Chen barely resisted at all. Although he had a special physique, his strength was much weaker than his peers. Perhaps it was because he had suffered a lot as a child, and his nutrition was not enough. His body was also relatively thin. Facing a few people who were twice as strong as himself, he was unable to fight back. After waiting not long, the car came to an empty warehouse. This was the land of the Lu family. Lu Hongkai brought him here without anyone noticing. Bringing the person down from the car, Lu Hongkai's companions took Lin Chen into the warehouse on the left and right. Tying the person to a chair, Lu Hongkai copied a wooden stick and ruthlessly smashed it on Lin Duan's head. Bang! The hard wooden stick broke with a sound, and anyone who heard this sound would feel their teeth bared. If this hit on someone else's head, they would definitely bleed and pass out on the spot. But Lin Chen only shook his head down for a moment, not to mention being injured and not even rubbing a bit of skin. Now Lu Hongkai was even more certain that this kid Lin Chen knew a little bit of demonic magic. Otherwise, how could he not be beaten to death? Give me a beating. I didn't say listen, no stopping. Lu Hongkai was enraged and had the others swarm over him. The people looked at each other and followed Lu Hongkai's example, copying their sticks and greeting Lin Chen. They had all heard about Lin Chen's eccentricities before they came. In particular, Lu Hongkai's blow just now confirmed the remarks. Bang bang bang. Continuous smashing sounds came out from the warehouse. It was as if the crowd was beating sandbags, venting the strength of their entire body. Although Lin Chen wasn't in pain, he was still in a sorry state. After 10 minutes or so, the beatings finally stopped. The people panted and propped themselves up, staring at Lin Chen with unbelievable faces. This kid was actually fine even after beating like this. Young Lu, this kid is weird. Nonsense, of course I know he's odd. Lu Hongkai, who was the first to run out of strength, sat down on the chair, his gaze still dead on Lin Chen. He couldn't figure out how such a punk's physique was so perverted. Several sticks had been broken, and he actually didn't have any problems at all. Thinking about it, Lu Hongkai decided to use a little something else. Having someone find a rope, he dropped Lin Chen backhandedly in the air. From now on, this guy will be our sandbag. Whoever gets upset, come and beat him up twice to get out of it. Get him some food and water every few days.
Just don't kill him. Lu Hongkai wanted to hang Lin Chen alive. With such a long torture, any person would be crippled. But Lin Chen remained silent and even looked at Lu Hongkai with some timidity. That look was hoping that he would be merciful and spare himself. Lu Hongkai snorted coldly and planned to lead the people away. Who knows, at this time the warehouse door automatically opened. Lu Hongkai immediately found a large group of people standing outside the door. The one at the head he also recognized was the same Chu Hong who had previously betrayed Lin Chen to the Tang family. With a smile on her face, Chu Hong slowly walked into the warehouse. Seeing Lin Chen's miserable appearance, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Why is Lu Hongkai so angry? It's not just a woman, still tying people up here. In case things get out of hand, your Lu family can't afford it." Chu Hong obviously came prepared, and when he entered the warehouse, countless black-clothed men leaped in. They quickly surrounded Lu Hongkai and his companions. The ones Lu Hongkai had brought were young men similar to him, but what Chu Hong brought was a group of professional bodyguards. The difference in strength between the two was clear at a glance. "Surnamed Chu, you're the one who stands out, aren't you? For this trash you dare to go against me? Believe it or not, I'll even clean you up." Lu Hongkai still didn't change his color. He didn't believe that Chu Hong dared to really make a move against him. It was true that the Lu family was not as well connected and resourceful as their Chu family, but the Lu family was just rich. Even if they really beat up Chu Hong, the big deal was to pay out more. The Chu family still dared to come to the door to ask for debt? Thinking about this, Lu Hongkai walked up without hesitation, and stood face to face with Chu Hong. Chu Hong did not let go in the slightest, her eyes staring into Lu Hongkai's eyes. The gazes of the two erupted into blinding sparks in the air. Everyone in the surroundings could sense that a great battle was about to break out. After a short silence, Chu Hong took a deep breath and said, "You are marvelous. The Lu family is indeed marvelous. But, if we, the Chu family, add the Tang family, how should your Lu family take it?" Tang family. Chu Hong's words caused Lu Hongkai's heart to tremble violently. His father, Lu Pingtao, had once told him that you could toss and turn all you wanted in Rongcheng. The only thing you couldn't do was to mess with people from two families. One was the city lord, and the other was the Tang family. Both families are involved in the government's network of relationships, which affects the whole body. Although the Lu family's assets had soared after a few years of accumulation, but in front of this kind of big brother, they still had to nod their heads carefully. Chu Hong suddenly mentioned the Tang family, which made it a little difficult for Lu Hongkai. "Are you trying to scare me?" Lu Hongkai asked, not daring to be sure. Chu Hong coldly smiled and followed up, "If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Lin Chuan is now the Tang family's private doctor by virtue of invitation. Moving him is the same as moving the Tang family. Your Lu family's energy is even bigger. Dare you move the Tang family's people?" Chapter 41, Saving a Life and Making a Favor. Lu Hongkai's face was cloudy. He wasn't sure if what Chu Hong said was true or not, but he could be sure of one thing. He really couldn't afford to mess with the Tang family. Moreover, he had heard that the Tang family had a funeral some time ago. This kind of obscure matter, Lu Hongkai was naturally not interested in getting involved. But if he messed with the Tang family because of this matter, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking for a moment, Lu Hongkai gritted his teeth for a moment and said, "Release him. Thank you, Lu Xiao." Chu Hong's face was full of teasing, and the black-clothed men under his command immediately came forward to assist Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not suffer many injuries. He just had a gray and smug look that looked wretched. Nodding towards Chu Hong, for this person, Lin Chen was neither grateful nor distant. Last time, he was the one who had betrayed himself to the Tang family, and now that he had saved himself, the two of them were considered to have cleared the air. After seeing that Lin Chen was fine, Chu Hong did not intend to stay here. With a wave of her hand, the people in black all exited the warehouse. Before leaving, she smiled at Lu Hongkai and said, "Lu Xiao, don't mess with my brother again. Otherwise I will be rude to you. Chu Hong, don't scare me with the Tang family. Today is this kid's good fortune. Next time it's hard to say." The two pinched each other twice, neither one taking advantage. Separating from each other peacefully, Chu Hong led the people to immediately leave the place. On the way back again, Lin Chen looked out the window in silence. His good intentions towards Chu Hong were limited to this, but Chu Hong had other plans. "Brother, are you still blaming me? I was wrong about the bar last time, but I couldn't do anything about it. The Tang family is not something I can mess with. They asked me to get you here. I could only agree. Don't blame me for not saving you. I'm not here to help you." Chu Hong's face was full of smiles. Every word was said with sincerity, but only he himself knew how much of it was true and how much was false. Lin Chen glanced at him and nodded slightly. "Thank you for saving me." Lin Chen's thanks was not forgiveness, but rather a matter of fact. Chu Hong should be thanked for saving him from the warehouse. As for the matter of the bar, that was a different story. Chu Hong instantly burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around Lin Duan's shoulders and endeavoring to lean in. Acting like a good brother,
He patted Lin Chan's shoulder. Brother, I knew you wouldn't be angry. Next time you come to my bar to spend money, I'll give you a full exemption. It's best if you can bring a few more friends. Like Tang Xiao, Tang Yuan. Chu Hong suddenly mentioned Tang Yuan, and Lin Chen's nerves were instantly a little alert. The Tang family's attitude was still fresh in his mind. They had even taken away one of the Jiang family's projects with peace of mind. For such a big family, Li Juniying's admonition to him was to stay away from them, and it was best not to meet up with them again. But Chu Hong wished he could take Tang Yuan to spend money. Not to mention that Tang Yuan wasn't awake now. Even if he was, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a year and a half, let alone go to a bar to spend money. What's more, Tang Yuan met Lin Chen at Chu Hong's bar. In theory, the two should be familiar with each other. So why did Chu Hong ask for his help? With a stomach full of doubts, Lin Chen stared at Chu Hong with odd eyes. Chu Hong was embarrassed by the look, and after thinking about it for a while, she finally told the truth. Brother, I'll tell you the truth. I've only known Tang Xiao for a month, and he's only come to my bar 2 or 3 times. The first time you and he met that time, I just started contact with him. Just for that, you're better than me, Chu Hong narrated, and inadvertently patted Lin Chen on the back. But his real purpose was still to contact the Tang family through Lin Chen. After all, in Rong City, who wouldn't want to have dealings with a first-class family? The Tang family was that kind of top-notch existence. As for Lin Chen, he didn't know how lucky he was to have saved the Tang family's heir. Right now, he didn't know how many people were trying to find ways to inquire about him. It was only Lu Hongkai, that brainless one, who thought of kidnapping someone. If they could use Lin Chen to get on the Tang family's line, the Chu family would definitely be able to take off in a short period of time. As soon as he thought of this, Chu Hong had an extremely flattering smile on his face, completely throwing the Chu family's young master's faction out the window. Brother, we can open a medical center together in the future. With your skills coupled with the Tang family's momentum, we can definitely make it big. Our Chu family can also subsidize a sum of money, so the 3 of us can join forces. And in the future, Rong City will be our world. Chu Hong kept imagining a better life in the future, but Lin Chen just listened silently and didn't reply. Master had said that learning medicine should be about helping the world. One couldn't forget the bottom line for the sake of a small profit. Lin Chen was not a saint, but he had always remembered his master's teachings. People like Chu Hong can't be trusted. Right now, he is your brother, but when it comes to the critical time, he will not hesitate to betray himself. Moreover, what 3 families united? It was essentially borrowing the Tang family's power. If Lin Chen really did this, what was the difference between him and those mercenary people? Sighing deeply, he didn't bother with Chu Hong. Lin Chen's gaze once again fell outside the window. Until they arrived at their destination, Chu Hong was still talking incessantly. Lin Chen got down from the car and glanced at Chu Hong. I'm not considering the matter of opening a medical center for now. I want to graduate first. As for uniting the Tang family, you can go talk to them yourself. The people of the Tang family are quite nice, very good to talk to. Lin Chen's words made Chu Hong's eyes light up. This was considered a promise? Immediately sitting by the window, he continued, Brother, you consider this a promise? I told you, brother, that you recognize the times, have goals and ideals. The future is wrapped up in me. Chu Hong patted his chest and promised, but Lin Chen didn't believe a word he said. After all, they weren't in the same category and couldn't do anything to trust each other. After sending Chu Hong away, Lin Chen returned to the Jiang family villa. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of intense music coming from the room. Jiang Xuening was in a good mood right now, watching Lin Chen being taken away. The resentment in her heart was gone. I wonder how Lu Hongkai will deal with that guy. It's best to box him up and sell him to the south. I heard that fraud is prevalent there, and there will be GA waste if you don't move. Although it was just a fantasy, the thought that Lin Chen would end up like this, Jiang Xuening could not tell you how happy she was. Continue to listen to the song, slowly writing homework. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a door slamming from the doorway. Jiang Xuening thought it was Jiang Ma coming back and immediately ran out. But when she saw Lin Chen standing at the door with a dusty face, her originally excited expression instantly pulled down. Why have you come back? Jiang Xuening's tone was icy cold, all her good mood gone. Lin Chen scratched his head. He didn't want to come back either. It was Jiang Ma who insisted on bringing him back. I came back to rest. Lin Chen held his tongue for half a day, holding back a reason that wasn't a reason. Jiang Xuening's face grew colder and colder as she huffed and puffed towards the room. The door to the room was closed with a bang. In a flash, the sound of banging and smashing things came from the room again. Chapter 42, A Strange Disease. Jiang Xuening's hatred for Lin Chen still existed. As long as she saw his face, she would remember what happened that night. No matter how much Lin Chen apologized to her, Jiang Xuening couldn't listen to a word. The two were like strangers living under the same roof. Every day they were inseparable, yet they were strangers. During this period, Jiang Ruoyan came back once.
John's group's business was almost dealt with, and she had to leave on a business trip. Only before she left, she didn't greet her own daughter. Instead, she found Lin Duan to talk to. Little Dust, still getting used to living here? Zhang Ruoyan casually sat on the edge of the bed and helped Lin Dust organize his clothes. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was like an obedient good boy, silently standing at the side, accustomed to it. Then stay here all the time, and don't leave in the future, Zhang Ruoyan said softly. The words were all about blaming Lin Chen for leaving home. It seemed to be reminding him that this home would always be his home. Lin Chen was silent. In the past, he had thought about staying here all the time. Even if he would often be bullied by Jiang Xuaning, he would just endure it and get over it. But since that kind of thing happened, Lin Chen always had a lump in his heart. Leaving the Jiang family might be the best outcome. Zhang Ruoyan didn't continue to ask, but instead said some things that needed attention on a daily basis. It was nothing more than what to eat well and go to bed early. Usually take more care of Jiang Xuaning, and also don't eat things outside of school, etc. After nagging for half an hour, Lin Chen didn't feel tired. Instead his heart was warm. In this world, in addition to that dead master, the most concerned about their own, there is only left Jiang Ma. It's just that the burden on Jiang Ma was a little heavier, and even the bags under her eyes were swollen by a few points. It was obvious that the Jiang family's situation was not optimistic. In order to not let Jiang Ma continue to worry about him, Lin Chen chose to keep his mouth shut and didn't say anything about the recent events. After finishing the last thing, the sound of a honking horn sounded at the door. Zhang Ruoyan got up and walked towards the door. Li Junying was already waiting outside early. Chairman, the airfare has already been arranged. The plane at 1 p.m. There will be someone to dock after landing. I've also made an appointment with the other company. I'll meet you on time tomorrow. Li Junying handed a ticket to Zhang Ruoyan's hand, talking about the arrangements as she walked. Zhang Ruoyan didn't say a word, reverting back to her old image of a strong woman. Rushing towards Li Junying, she softly said, "Help me take good care of the family." "Okay, Chairman." Li Junying nodded respectfully and watched Zhang Ruoyan leave. After the car drove away, it was only after ahead that she realized that Lin Chen was looking in that direction from afar with unwilling eyes. Li Junying walked up to Lin Chen and touched his head like a knowing big sister. But immediately afterward, a black sedan stopped in front of the villa. A secretary-like person immediately came down from the passenger side. Taking the initiative, he opened the backseat door, and from the car came down an old man of about 60. The old man had white hair and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Tawny age spots covered his entire face, and his appearance was somewhat shriveled. There was a black mole on his chin, and he had a few long whiskers that had turned white. From afar, he looked just like an ordinary old man walking in the park. It was only from the clothes he was wearing that one could tell that this person's status was either rich or noble. "Excuse me, is this divine Dr. Lin?" the old man respectfully inquired towards the two. Li Junying stared at the other party warily. The experienced her could clearly sense that the old man's family lineage was not bad. But why would such a great man come here? And he said divine Dr. Lin? Could it be that he was referring to Lin Chen? Remembering the chairman's instructions before he left, Li Junying subconsciously protected Lin Chen behind her. "There's no divine Dr. Lin here. You're looking in the wrong place." Hearing this, the old man was obviously a little stunned. He had clearly gotten the news and searched all the way here. So how could he arrive at a place where there was no divine Dr. Lin? Puzzled, he glanced at the secretary beside him. The secretary quickly took out his cell phone, looked at the contents on it, and then looked at the villa in front of him, confirming that it was correct. He said, "This is the place, master, and the door number is correct." Hearing the secretary's affirmative answer, the old man's face eased a lot more. Once again, he respectfully asked, "May I ask Lin Chen, is divine Dr. Lin here? I'm here to see him. It was Elder Tang who recommended us to come." The old man was full of smiles, but his calm eyes revealed a bit of impatience. Li Junying and Lin Chen glanced at each other. Tang family, Elder Tang. Originally, he had thought that the Tang family did not place a small person like him in their eyes. Saving Tang Yuan's life was also just an agreement. Not to mention that Elder Tang had been salty towards Lin Chen since the beginning. This made Lin Chen subconsciously think that he wouldn't be involved with the Tang family in any way from now on. But now, Elder Tang even recommended other people to come to him for medical treatment. This made Lin Chen a little puzzled. Could it be that the Tang family still recognize his medical skills? Lin Chuan thought innocently, then rushed at the old man. "I am Lin Chuan." At these words, the old man's face changed slightly. Somewhat incredulously, he sized up Lin Chen. One would have thought that someone who could cure a number of conditions would be at least a middle-aged doctor. No more than that, he would have to be a young man with success. But this child in front of me, I'm afraid that he hasn't even graduated from college yet. He actually managed to save Tang Xiao back. Unbelievably, he looked halfway, and then looked at the secretary on the side. This time, Even the secretary didn't know what to do, and bravely asked, "You're Lin Chen? The same Lin Chuan who brought young Tang back? How old are you?" The secretary's last sentence was clearly a bit of a putdown. It was just that Lin Chuan didn't care. He really wasn't very old, but his attainments in the medical arts were profound. Nodding vigorously, Lin Chen stood boldly beside Li Junying and said, "If you're talking about Tang Yuan, he was saved by me." Hearing this, both the old man and the secretary froze for a moment. The unbelievable expressions on their faces became much more prevalent, and then the two of them coincidentally turned around and whispered with their backs to Lin Chen. Less than a minute passed. The old man and the secretary turned around again. This time the smiles on their faces became the same as when they first arrived. Eyes full of excitement, they rushed at Lin Chuan and said, "Divine Dr. Lin has finally found you. I've come to find you to cure me." Lin Chuan had a rough guess in his heart when he saw that the old man didn't look too good. But the old man shook his head and took out his cell phone and handed it to Lin Chen. "It's not me who wants to see a doctor. It's my granddaughter. She has a very strange disease. You can look at this video first." Saying this, Lin Duan followed the old man's instructions and clicked on a video in his cell phone. Inside the video was a little girl around 5 or 6 years old with a pale face was sitting on the clean white ground playing with toys, and around her was a circle of hoods surrounded by glass. There are medical instruments and medical staff all around the hood. It was as if she was an animal being watched in a zoo, trapped in the middle of the hood and unable to leave. Chapter 43, Rare Bacterial Allergies. The video is not very long. The little girl was always moving around inside the glass enclosure, but her knitted brows and smile all carried a slightly sickly feeling. It was as if she would be blown over by the wind at any moment. It was also the first time that Lin Chen had encountered such an odd situation. He hadn't even seen the patient and didn't know how her condition was, only taking a video of a meal for him to see. It would be hell if he could see any illness. "Old grandpa, what kind of disease does your granddaughter have?" Lin Chen wanted to ask more questions to ascertain the little girl's condition. The moment the old man opened his mouth, he made Lin Chen freeze. "Allergy. Allergy. Just a simple allergy. Was there a need to put someone in a hood?" The old man then pondered for a moment and spoke about the girl's condition. The little girl's name was Lu Xinyue, and she was the young granddaughter of the Lu family in Jiang'an City next door. The Lu family was also a resounding big family in Jiang'an City. Only as soon as the little granddaughter Lu Xinyue was born, she suffered from an extremely rare allergy, bacterial allergy. Any bacteria that touched her skin would cause her to have a severe rejection reaction. So much so that the Lu family spent a great deal of manpower and financial resources to create a closed activity room. There were special air purifiers and bacteria checking devices inside the activity room. Outside, there were medical personnel who stayed 24 hours a day. Although the Lu family's financial resources were fully capable of supporting Lu Xinyue to grow into adulthood, but this disease was a trouble hanging over the Lu family's heart. They had searched for many experts and scholars from home and abroad, but none of them had been able to completely cure Lu Xinyue's illness. If it wasn't for what happened to the Tang family recently, Elder Lu wouldn't have personally paid a visit. Since Lin Chen had the ability to come back from the dead, he must be able to cure his granddaughter's condition. "Divine Dr. Lin, as long as you can cure my granddaughter's illness, our Lu family is willing to take out 100,000 as a consultation fee." $100,000. In the eyes of an ordinary person, you could get $100,000 for a visit to the doctor. This was a surefire deal, but Li Junying, who was on the side, frowned slightly. From the video just now, the Lu family had spent tens of millions of dollars just to create such a sterile room, and the annual maintenance fee was at least $1 million or more. Surprisingly, they only took out $100,000 and wanted to ask Lin Chen for help. This Lu family also took him too seriously. "I can try." Before Li Junying could remind him, Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. With this $100,000, he would be able to repay Jiang Ma's kindness over the years. Besides, the Jiang family was in a state of turmoil nowadays, so as long as he could make some small contribution, Lin Chen also felt that this was what he should do. Elder Lu was very happy and didn't expect it to be so easy to talk to Lin Duan. Immediately pulling open the car door, he intended to invite Lin Chen to get on the car. Li Junying at the side immediately stopped him. "Wait, I'll go with you." Li Junying was afraid that Lin Chen would fall for it. After all, if she hadn't interceded in the Tang family's matter last time, with Elder Tang's methods, he definitely wouldn't have let Lin Chuan get close to Tang Yuan's corpse. This time, Lin Duan was going to Jiang'an City next door. It wasn't a place the Jiang family could reach. In case something happened, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to save his life. Although Li Junying knew that it would be useless if she went there, but she still had to accompany Lin Chen all the time. With Elder Lu's consent, the two of them took a car together to Jiang'an City, which was next door. Jiang'an City's development was different from Rong City. Rong City focused on economic development and urban construction, while Jiang'an City focused more on environmental protection and humanistic tourism. Jiang'an City,
which possessed a strong historical heritage, had drum towers and ancient buildings left over from the past everywhere. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Chen felt the specialness of Jiang'an City. It was as if he had entered a world where modernity and antiquity mingled. On one side, there were ancient agora buildings, and on the other side, there was a modern road with a lot of traffic, shuttling through the streets where antiquity and modernity are intertwined. Everyone has a happy and joyful smile on their face. The beautiful environment of Jiang'an City is ideal for retirement and long-term living. Therefore, it had become the best place for many people to settle down. The Lu family was the native family force of Jiang'an City. It was a veritable emperor of Jiang'an City, with properties all over the city. Arriving at the Lu family mansion, as soon as the car entered the door, it saw a 3-story small house. The small house was elegantly decorated, and there was a round spring lake in front of the main entrance. Before the car even stopped, there were servants quickly lined up in 2 rows. When Lin Chen and the others got out of the car, all the servants gave a respectful salute and said loudly, "Welcome home, master." Elder Lu waved his hand and the servants nodded and left. Such a grand scene was rare, causing Lin Chen to look twice more. He happened to see a tiger-headed little boy not far away, who was secretly looking in his direction. When Lin Chen looked over again, the little boy had already disappeared to hide somewhere. "Divine Dr. Lin, this way please." Elder Lu led the way in front and quickly brought Lin Chen to the 2nd floor of the small foreign building. There was a very spacious room here. It was specially prepared by Elder Lu for his granddaughter. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of disinfectant hit his face. Inside the originally spacious room stood 5 or 6 doctors in white coats. They were staring at the data on the instruments without stopping for a moment, occasionally writing something on the notes in front of them. And in front of their eyes, a huge glass cover was presented in front of the two. The background of the glass cover was white, with soft lights shining inside all around. Like a huge booth, it allowed one to see what was inside at a glance. One could only see a little girl wearing a small red dress with broken flowers, holding a storybook and leaning against the wall, looking at the contents of the storybook with great interest, and pointing to the words labeled with pinyin on it. She read them out one by one. Elder Lu came to the front of the glass cover, his eyes soft and somewhat distressed, gently tapping the glass cover. The little girl seemed to hear a sound. Looking up, she instantly revealed a bright smile. "Grandpa!" The little girl dropped her storybook and bounced to the glass cover. Because she rushed too fast, her palm slapped hard onto the glass with a thud. Elder Lu painfully stroked the little girl's palm, but the two of them were separated by a piece of glass. Never able to touch. "Does the little language hurt? Let Grandpa blow." He. "It doesn't hurt, Whisper will blow on her own." Lu Xinyue smiled sweetly, puckered up her bulbous mouth and blew twice into her palm, then squatted in front of Elder Lu. Picking up a painting from the ground, she said, "Grandpa, I drew a painting today. Look." Elder Lu was filled with joy and couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. It was then that Lin Chen realized that what the little girl was holding was not ordinary paper and drawing board, but an electronic tablet. All the paper came with fibers. All paintbrushes carried different kinds of bacteria. Only such tools that could be sterilized could be sent inside for Lu Xinyue to use. Lin Chen sighed, and Lu Xinyue also discovered the stranger. "Grandpa, who is this brother?" Chapter 44, The Canary's Cage. Lu Xinyue blinked her big eyes. She hadn't seen strangers come to her home for a long time. Usually, the ones she could see were her grandparents, Mom and Dad. The rest were the doctors in white coats. Only the doctors never smiled or spoke to her. Every day, they stare at the instrument screen and write and draw, just like facing a group of robots. It was rare to see two strangers today, and Lu Xinyue was very curious about it. Elder Lu put away his gentle smile and pointed at Lin Xuan in a serious manner. "Little Yue, this is the doctor that Grandpa has found to specifically treat you." Oh, the moment Lu Xinyue heard that Lin Chen was a doctor, the curiosity that had originally risen was instantly extinguished. Nor did she greet him, taking the tablet computer and returning back to the corner she was in just now. Seeing that his granddaughter was in a bad mood, Elder Lu greeted her heartily. Then he took Lin Chen and the two of them out of the room. Sitting down in the living room, Elder Lu directly opened the door and asked, "Divine Dr. Lin, can my granddaughter's illness be cured?" Lin Xuan shook his head for a moment and thought and nodded again. It had to be said that this kind of condition was rare. There had never been a similar record in the medical arts that his master had taught him. It was only that he had seen a similar situation on the internet some time ago. In the countries across the ocean, such a type of condition had also appeared. Lin Chen didn't know if it could be cured, but since it was an allergy there should be a solution. Thinking of this, Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of condition, so if Elder trusts me, I can give it a try." Now it was Elder Lu's turn to be embarrassed. He knew his granddaughter's illness best. From childhood to adulthood, she was trapped inside this glass enclosure. Although the Lu family had the money to keep the child safe for the rest of her life, It was always the little granddaughter's regret that she had never seen the outside world. Elder Lu hopes that in his lifetime, he would be able to let his child go out from this glass enclosure, even if it's just for one day. For this reason he spared no expense in offering a global reward, hoping that someone would research a solution. It was hard to find Lin Chen, the divine doctor, but his answer was very disappointing to Elder Lu. Thinking about it, Elder Lu seriously stared at Lin Chen and said, "How many percent are you sure?" 30%. Lin Chen wanted to say 40%, but thinking that it was also his first time being exposed to this condition, he made the most conservative estimate. Elder Lu clenched his fists. A 30% chance was already very rare. Moreover, this condition did not have a solution in the global medical community. A 30% chance was already surprisingly high. Good. 30% is 30%. My old man will accompany you in your bet. Elder Lu spoke impassionedly. In his opinion Lin Chen would definitely be able to cure his little granddaughter's condition. Only then did Elder Lu suddenly turn his words around. In a very serious tone, he said, "Divine Dr. Lin, I have an unforgiving request. I hope that during the treatment, you can stay in the Lu family. That way we can keep abreast of the treatment. Don't get me wrong. It's just that our whole family is worried about little Whisper's condition." Elder Lu spoke with sincerity, but both inside and outside of his words, he revealed that Lin Chuan didn't want to leave. This time, Lin Chen could be a bit difficult to deal with, and with a few moments of nervousness, he looked at Li Junying at the side. Li Junying immediately understood and picked up. "I'm afraid this is not possible for Elder Lu. This child is still studying, but curriculum can't be left behind. Moreover, there are patients over at the Tang family who need him to take care of. I'm afraid it's not practical to run back and forth." Li Junying politely refused, and even wanted to help Lin Chen push off this matter. This stupid child, he had reminded him before going out. They couldn't afford to mess with the Lu family. What's more, this wasn't Rongcheng. Even if the Tang family personally came to demand someone, Elder Lu might not release them. It was only that Li Junying, no matter how careful he was, had thought things simple. Elder Lu revealed a kind smile and did not seem to take Li Junying's words to heart. Instead, he said without haste, "I can help you with this difficulty. I have a good relationship with the city lord of Rome City, so there is no problem at all to greet him and ask the school for a few months vacation. If that's not possible, you can also directly transfer to our Zhang'an city. My old man also has some thin skin in Zhang'an city, so I'll be able to enroll you in school tomorrow." As for the Tang family, Elder Lu smiled faintly, but in the eyes of Lin Chen and Li Junying, this smile revealed a few hints of cunning. "Since Elder Tang introduced you to me, he naturally made arrangements in advance. I almost forgot. Before I came, Elder Tang asked me to bring a message. Tang Yuan's condition has gradually stabilized and has been transferred to the hospital's intensive care unit. With the Tang family's ability, he can be taken care of without Dr. Lin's help." When these words came out, Lin Chen and Li Junying instantly went ice cold. An inexplicable feeling of powerlessness filled their hearts. The Tang family was selling them out. Originally, it should have been up to Lin Chen to decide whether it was worth the illness or not, but the Tang family's attitude was clearly saying that he was already dispensable to the Tang family. Anyway, Tang Yuan was already back, so there was no need for Lin Chen to run to the Tang family every day. As for the intensive care ward, with the Tang family's ability to build a hospital themselves, they could. Thinking of this, Lin Chen and Li Junying glanced at each other. Both saw a few moments of helplessness in the other's eyes. These top families with power and influence wouldn't reason with you at all. As long as they wanted it, they could completely use all their power to do it. Violence, that was just the most underhanded approach. As long as they want to do it, there are hundreds of ways to kill you. Facing such a behemoth, Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. Admittedly, he did have a few medical skills, but being coerced by others like this, that face was a bit unpleasant. But now both of their lifelines were being held in their hands. If he really had to refuse, perhaps the Lu family would resent Lin Chen. At that time, it would be the entire Jiang family that would be implicated. Alas, Lin Chen sighed. Had he known that he shouldn't have agreed so quickly? Now he had to move forward. But this was good. Leaving the Jiang family for a while was just enough to get away from Jiang Xuening. This must also be the situation she wished to see. Lin Chen was thinking of Jiang Xuening in every way, just hoping that she would stop resenting herself. Touching Li Junying with his elbow, he said, "Sister Junying, go back and help me ask for a vacation from school. By the way, help me with my toiletries. I might have to stay here for a while." Hearing this, Li Junying's eyes slightly condensed. She knew that Lin Chen had already made a choice. Staying here would be good for him, for everyone. "Alright, I'll go and return, so take care of yourself." With that, a servant walked over and quickly led Li Junying away. Before leaving, he looked deeply at Lin Chen and gave him a look of take care. He only hoped that he wouldn't do anything foolish. Lin Chen's face was filled with bitter smiles.
Nowadays he was like a canary in a cage. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Chapter 45, The world is clean inside. Li Junying took one step and turned back 3 times.
Looking at the 3-story small house of the Lu family mansion, she hesitated to get into the car. She knew in her heart that this time, Lin Chen was afraid that he was going to run into big trouble.
Cure Lu Xin Yue and I good everyone good. But if the cure is not good, Lin Xuan couldn't even walk out of Zhang'an City. Just thinking about this, Li Junying gave birth to a wave of inexplicable sadness.
This child is also too bitter.
Why does everyone have to treat him like this?
Even the only people who sincerely treated him well were the chairman and themselves. The others would only hurt him one way or another,
making him keep walking among thorns. Sighing helplessly, Li Junying decided to go back and think of a way.
Even if she begged the Tang family for help, she would at least bring the person back in one piece. On the other side, the Lu family's servant took Lin Chen around the mansion. After understanding some of the Lu family's rules and taboos,
Lin Chen once again returned to Lu Xinyue's room.
At this time, there was no change in the situation within the put-in. It was still the same batch of doctors from earlier,
and the data on the instruments hadn't changed either. The only difference was, Lu Xinyue was taking Lego and putting together a small house. Standing outside the glass cover and taking a look, Lin Chen didn't see any problems.
All the instruments were normal. It seemed like it was still necessary to get up close and personal.
Can I go in?
Lin Dust rushed to the doctor behind him and asked. The doctor nodded and pointed to the cabinet in the corner. Lin Chen opened the cabinet, and inside were several sets of sterile isolation suits.
Due to Lu Xinyue's condition, she couldn't come into contact with any bacteria,
as well as unsterilized air. So when entering and exiting the glass enclosure, one had to wear these sterile isolation suits.
Lin Chen picked a smaller one,
because of his thin and somewhat malnourished appearance. Therefore even the smallest size isolation suit looked a bit frail on him. It was very uncomfortable to walk around with empty space inside.
Lin Chen adapted for a few moments and finally walked towards the sterilization room. After a round of sterilization,
Lin Dust finally stepped into that pure white world.
Inside the glass enclosure was a watery white. There wasn't even a bit of stain or dust. At the corner inside was a small room with a cartoon crib. In addition to that little bit of color, the rest of the room was pure white. And at this moment, Lu Xinyue was nestled in the corner, holding a tablet computer and watching videos.
Although the Lu family gave her quality living conditions, but she had been trapped here since that understanding. For a 5 or 6-year-old child, it was simply a torture. Lin Chen slowly approached Lu Xinyue, and the little girl looked up at him. Then she took the initiative to put her hand in front of him.
This is? You're not here to check it. Check it.
Lu Xinyue continued to watch the video, not even raising her eyelids. She seemed to be very familiar with this process already. Every time someone in an isolation suit came in,
they didn't do anything other than examine her. Besides,
Lin Chen had also said that he was a doctor. Lu Xinyue's impression of him was the same as any other doctor who came here to cure people. Lin Chen was a bit speechless. The little girl was not very old, but she had a composure that didn't fit her age. Perhaps it was because after so many years, she knew in her heart, it was impossible to get out of the glass enclosure in this life, so she simply gave up resisting, staying obediently and enjoying her life. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together and found a place to sit down.
Originally, he had planned to leave as soon as possible after curing Lu Xinyue's illness, but now it seemed that the little girl's illness was not only physical but also psychological. People, in their place, being trapped in this square inch for several years, their mentality would also change. What kind of things do you usually like to do? Lin Chen started chatting with Lu Xinyue in a one-sided manner. Lu Xinyue was a little impatient, her embroidered brows slightly knitted as she said, I like to draw and play with toys. Do you see a doctor?
I'll do other things if I don't see the doctor. Lu Xinyue turned her head somewhat angrily and aimed her head at the wall. It looked like a bad child who had done something wrong and was facing the wall. Lin Chen inexplicably laughed out, casually picking up a nearby Rubik's Cube and playing with himself. I don't know how long it took. Lu Xinyue curiously turned her head, looking at the strange guy in front of her who was still trying to restore the Rubik's Cube. Curiosity was aroused and came directly in front of him. This is very simple. I'll teach you. As soon as she snatched the Rubik's Cube from Lin Chen's hand, Lu Xinyue restored the Rubik's Cube in 3 tries. Afterward, she proudly resisted returning it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately blushed and scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect that he would lose to a little girl. It was just that this little girl looked very smart. Even something like a Rubik's Cube could be quickly restored. If she could go out, she must be more powerful than kids her age. Is there anything else you can teach me? Lin Chen asked. Lu Xinyue thought for a moment and quickly brought a Kongming lock from the side. This Kongming lock was obviously a bit more difficult than the previous Rubik's Cube. Lin Chen scratched his head. Obviously he hadn't seen this before. Lu Xinyue sat on her butt next to him, and the two of them fiddled with the Kongming lock in their hands shoulder to shoulder. This way, then this way, then this way. Lu Xinyue's fingers fluttered as she kept taking down the wooden blocks on top of the Kongming lock one by one. Perhaps it was trying to make contact with someone for the first time. Lu Xinyue also became chatty. While playing with the toy in her hand, she asked Lin Chen some questions. Big brother, is it great that you're a doctor at such a young age? Aha. Big brother, you're so stupid, didn't you play with these when you were a kid? Big brother, can you cure me? Well, it should be able to. The two of them had a chat. It was as if the entire world was left with just the two of them. Lu Xinyue seemed to enjoy this feeling. Usually when Grandpa and Dad saw her, they would have to kiss through the glass, and Grandma and Mom would secretly wipe their tears every time. She hadn't chatted with anyone like this for a long time, as if she had said all the words that had been in her heart for so many years to Lin Chen. Lin Chen listened silently, from time to time to measure Lu Xinyue's situation. He even took her wrist to check her pulse. Only through the isolation suit. The pulse was not clear. This was a bit of a problem. This condition was not good. Another period of time passed. An alarm suddenly sounded inside the isolation suit, and Lin Chen took a look and realized that the oxygen inside was running out. I didn't think that I had played with the little girl for more than 2 hours. Slowly got up and said goodbye to Lu Xinyue. The little girl was particularly understanding, standing in place and waving her hand slightly at Lin Chen. Big brother, will you come back tomorrow? Definitely come. Lin Chen replied with a firm and resolute answer. After he left the glass cover, he also waved his hand at Lu Xinyue to signal goodbye. When Lin Chen walked out of the room, he found Elder Lu waiting at the door. Only his face was expressionless, and there seemed to be a hidden get of anger building up in his eyes. Dr. Lin, come with me, Elder Lu said in a deep voice, then led Lin Chen into the study. As soon as he closed the door, Elder Lu's low voice came from his ears. I invited you here to see a doctor, not for you to be a playmate. Chapter 46, A Playmate. Faced with Elder Lu's sudden anger, Lin Chen was somewhat confused. However, he soon realized that he seemed to have touched Elder Lu's scales. For Elder Lu and even the entire Lu family, his little granddaughter's condition was the most important thing. He had invited Lin Chen over just to cure her, but Lin Chen did nothing on the first day, only playing with Lu Xinyue for the afternoon. This made Elder Lu feel that he was a bit out of practice. In the eyes of the Lu family, Lin Chen was a worker they hired by virtue. It was no different from those doctors who took care of Lu Xinyue all year round. Thinking about this, Lin Chen silently lowered his head. I'm sorry. Elder Lu snorted coldly and turned his head away without saying anything. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Lin Chen hadn't left, his face became even more unpleasant and he said, Why are you still standing here? Was I not clear just now? Do your job in the future and don't let me see you doing anything else. Elder Lu drove him back to his room. As soon as he closed the door, a wave of aggression surged through his heart. Lin Chen originally wanted to gradually contact Lu Xinyue and understand her condition. However, this approach did not receive Elder Lu's approval, but instead he was scolded. That indescribable feeling made Lin Chen's heart feel stifled. Obviously, he hadn't done anything wrong, yet he was still met with blank stares from others. Sitting on the edge of the bed in silence, it was like being in a huge cage. The people here didn't treat him as a guest, but an ordinary tool. As long as they could accomplish what the tool was supposed to do, they would treat him with courtesy. The opposite would be disliked. But Lin Chen knew that he was not a tool. There was no difference between him and the imprisoned Lu Xinyue. It was just that Lu Xinyue was safer and had her family to protect her, whereas he didn't. The first day passed in the midst of such unpleasant emotions. By the time the second day rolled around, Lin Chen corrected his attitude, putting on the white coat prepared by the Lu family. He became like any other doctor standing in front of an instrument to check the data. Lu Xinyue spotted him at the first opportunity. Gently tapping on the glass cover, she shouted, Big brother, come in quickly. Lu Xinyue's face was filled with a cute and expectant smile. It was as if she had met a playmate that she often bumped into. It was just that today, Lin Chen remembered Elder Lu's lesson and did not greet Lu Xinyue. Instead, he looked very seriously at the instruments in front of him. It was as if he had become one with the surrounding medical staff. Lu Xinyue tilted her head and patted the glass in front of her. The excitement and anticipation on her face gradually receded, as if she already knew the result, and her expression was gradually replaced by disappointment. Walking to the corner on her own, she grabbed yesterday's Rubik's Cube and casually fiddled with it. The first day, the second day, the third day. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Chen didn't speak to Lu Xinyue. The two of them were separated by glass, but it was like a world apart. Lu Xinyue had gone back to her old self, playing with herself, with no one coming to take care of her. It was only in the past few days that something had gone wrong with Lin Chen. The emotions that had been held back were like a clogged dynamite barrel that could explode at any moment. There was always a lump in his dull chest that made him feel very uncomfortable.
coming into the courtyard to get some air.
Lin Chen realized that there were bodyguards patrolling everywhere around the Lu family mansion.
Everyone who wanted to leave the Lu family had to go through a strict inventory. Even if one wanted to escape, it was harder than climbing up to heaven. That depressing feeling grew stronger and stronger. The Lu family was uncomfortable from the inside out. Right at this moment, a tiger-headed little boy appeared in front of Lin Chen. The little boy was also around 7 or 8 years old, and by the looks of it, he should have just gone to school. With a short, flat-shaved head, his big eyes curiously surveyed Lin Chen. It looked like a yearbook doll that had come out from inside a painting, both cute and likable. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The little boy was the first to ask a question, and now it was Lin Chen's turn to be curious. The Lu family should only have one child, Lu Xinyue, and outsiders were strictly forbidden to enter inside and outside the Lu family. Where did this little boy come from? Seeing that Lin Chen didn't answer, the little boy suddenly took out an orange from his pocket and handed it to him. Are you not feeling well and can't talk? My father said that you should eat more fruit if you're not feeling well. I'll share one of my fruits with you. The little boy innocently pushed the orange against Lin Duan, and even took out another one from his pocket for himself. Lin Duan took the orange and was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. The little boy, however, sat himself down next to him and ate the orange. For some reason Lin Dust watched the little boy eat the most and also had an urge to eat it. But just after putting the orange into his mouth, a sour flavor went straight to his head. Eyes and mouth all wrinkled into a ball. The little boy saw this, giggled. Are you a child of the Lu family? Finally Lin Chen snapped out of that indescribable sour taste and began to ask the little boy his identity. The little boy shook his head and pointed at a person not far away who was mowing the lawn and said, that one is my dad. He's a florist. Every time he comes to work he brings me. Are you here to work too? Lin Chen nodded and shook his head again. He was here to treat Lu Xinyue, not to work for the Lu family. There was still an essential difference between the two, but Lin Chen's current state was instead more like slave, called to come and waved away. Not even a little right to speak. I'm a doctor. I'm here to help people. Is that the little sister who was locked inside the glass? The little boy quickly asked. It was Lin Chen's turn to be surprised. The Lu family's protection of Lu Xinyue was absolutely top-notch. Even if those few specialized doctors went in, they still needed to go through a check. He was just the child of a florist. How did he know about Lu Xinyue? You've seen her? Well, I've even played with her, the little boy said casually, quickly finishing the orange in his hand. Lin Chen's eyes grew more and more shocked. Lu Xinyue, who had been unable to come into contact with people for years, actually had a playmate of the same age. If this matter was known to Elder Lu, he would definitely be furious. Lin Chen glanced around and realized that there was no one around. Carefully, he said, don't ever tell anyone that you've seen that little sister. I'm not going to tell anyone, and there's still a little secret between the two of us that we haven't told anyone. The more the little boy said, the more serious he became, as if he wasn't afraid that Lin Chen was a bad person at all. Lin Chen also just casually asked with a few moments of curiosity. What secret? It shouldn't be that you gave her oranges to eat, right? Not at all. The little boy was instantly a little angry. The two had such a good friendship. How could one orange be enough? Mysteriously, he glanced around, then very seriously said to Lin Duan, I once took my little sister to quietly escape from there. When these words came out, Lin Duan sucked in a breath of cold air. This matter was simply beyond his imagination. Chapter 47, True or False Illness. Lin Duan covered the little boy's mouth as he looked vigilantly at the bodyguards patrolling around them. Seeing that no one looked in their direction, he then released the little boy's mouth. What you just said is true, Lin Chen asked very seriously. This was very important for him to treat Lu Xinyue. According to Lu Xinyue's current condition, she couldn't be touched by any bacteria at all. Even if she was exposed to unsterilized air, it would cause a violent allergy. Lightly, her skin would be red and itchy. Heavily, she would have difficulty breathing, and it would even affect her life. But the little boy's words overturned all of Lin Chen's previous judgments. If Lu Xinyue had ever really gone out, then why was she fine? With a few moments of doubt, Lin Chen looked seriously at the little boy and said, Did you really go out with the young lady? That's for sure. Just went to my secret base. The little boy patted his chest and said seriously. After saying that he even pulled Lin Chen's hand to take him to spy on his secret base, the two then went around to the backyard. There were many fake mountains and flowers and trees here, perfect for resting and enjoying. There was especially a cobblestone walkway running through the center. It gave the entire courtyard an elegant feel. The little boy brought Lin Duan behind the rockery. There was a small house made out of cardboard boxes here, and the location was so hidden that almost no one could find it. The little boy lowered his head and drilled through the rockery before burrowing inside the cardboard box. This was the secret base he was talking about? Lin Chen frowned as he looked at everything in front of him. Not to mention someone like Lu Xinyue who had a disease in her body. Even if an ordinary person came here,
The mosquitoes and pollen around them as well as the dust all over the ground would make people very uncomfortable. But Lu Xinyue, who had never left the glass enclosure, followed the little boy to his secret base. This was too unbelievable. Lin Chen pondered in his heart. He always had a feeling. It seemed like something had gone wrong somewhere. Was Lu Xinyue really sick, or was it a fake illness? Or perhaps her condition had recovered at some point. Or had she already recovered a long time ago? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Chen immediately ran back to Lu Xinyue's room. Putting on his isolation suit, he directly entered the glass enclosure. At this moment, Lu Xinyue was listening to music with a leisurely face, using a pen to scribble on a tablet computer. She seemed to like drawing a lot. When she came on the first day, Lin Chen had seen her drawings. It was just that when Lin Chen approached, Lu Xinyue didn't seem to intend to pay any attention to him and continued to do her own thing. Let me feel your pulse. Hearing this, Lu Xinyue directly raised her hand. This time, Lin Chen didn't go through the leather gloves, but directly removed them. When the temperature of his fingers touched Lu Xinyue's wrist, Lu Xinyue subconsciously raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. This was the first time she felt the temperature of someone else's palm. While at this moment, Lin Chen's face was a bit ugly. According to the analysis on the information, Lu Xinyue's illness should have come from a genetic defect. This was what caused her immune system to have no resistance to bacteria. As soon as she came into contact with airborne bacteria, she would have an allergic as well as a rejection reaction. This kind of deep-seated cause could not be found out by simple means. However, Lin Chen detected a faint trace of change in Lu Xinyue's pulse. It seemed more like some sort of lesion. Bang bang bang. Just as Lin Chen was planning to continue his diagnosis, the sound of hard slapping came from outside the glass cover. As soon as he turned around, Lin Chen saw Elder Lu's extremely angry face. Get the hell out of here! Elder Lu shouted angrily at Lin Chen. Next to him were two doctors who were rapidly putting on their isolation suits, intending to rush in with a rush. Unsure, Lin Chen slowly retreated from the glass-covered room, but as soon as he stepped out, the two bodyguards immediately rushed up and pressed Lin Chen to the ground. Immediately help the young lady transfer. The sterile room is fully decontaminated. Go get Dr. Li, Dr. Wang, and Dr. Zhang all here. For a moment the entire Lu family was like an enemy. Everyone began to take action. At this time, Lin Chen was still confused, not knowing what Elder Lu was trying to do. As a result, the next second Elder Lu copied the walking stick in his hand and ruthlessly smacked Lin Chen's face. Do you want to kill my granddaughter? Do you know how many germs you will get if your hand touches her? If my granddaughter dies, I'll have you buried with her. Elder Lu was truly enraged at the moment. Immediately, he had someone lock up Lin Chen. Soon an ambulance drove into the Lu family mansion. A temporary isolation room was quickly built and Lu Xinyue was transferred inside. And the original glass room was sterilized. And all the toys and items were destroyed. Even Lu Xinyue's beloved cartoon crib was replaced. Only after everything was done was Lu Xinyue sent back. Several doctors called by the Lu family were constantly staring at the data on the instruments, deeply afraid that Lu Xinyue would have a slight misstep. Fortunately, everything is normal. Lu Xinyue's indicators have not changed. Only then did it let everyone's hearts relax. After an unknown amount of time, the door to Lin Chen's room was pushed open. Elder Lu walked in with an icy face. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his first reaction was to want to beat him to death. However, Elder Lu still suppressed the impulse within him and said in a deep voice, "Kid, do you know that you almost killed my granddaughter?" Elder Lu's attitude towards Lin Chen was very bad. In the beginning, he had opened his mouth and called Dr. Lin Divine Doctor. After that it was called Dr. Lin. Now he didn't even call him doctor and directly called him brat. This was not taking him seriously at all. Lin Chen fell into a short silence. He could understand Elder Lu's worries. If Lu Xinyue really had a bacterial allergy, his own casual touch would definitely make her condition worse. It was just that. Just now, Lin Chen felt a trace of abnormality in Lu Xinyue's pulse. Lu Xinyue's illness was by no means as simple as a mere bacterial allergy. Master, I'm doing this for the sake of curing the disease, and Mrs. condition is not as serious as imagined. It's likely that there's another hidden agenda. Another hidden reason? Elder Lu revealed a cold smile. His own granddaughter had been sick for so long, spent so much money, and these many people took care of her every day. So many experts, scholars and doctors had been invited. Could it be that it was still inferior to a kid who had only been here for 3 days? Elder Lu didn't comment on it. He just felt that Lin Chen was excusing himself. Even the last shred of goodwill towards Lin Chen was broken. Tomorrow you pack up and leave here. Our Lu family doesn't need someone like you who breaks the rules. And you're too dangerous for my granddaughter. Elder Lu gave a direct expulsion order, which was somewhat unexpected by Lin Chen. In the heat of the moment a thought flashed through his brain and he unconsciously said, "Elder, you believe me? There really is a hidden agenda for Mrs. Condition." And she also played with the florist's son before.
She wasn't in danger at that time either. Hearing this,
Elder Lu's face suddenly changed.
an invisible anger surged to his heart. Come on people, find me the florist. Chapter 48, it's just a cardboard box. At Elder Lu's command,
all the bodyguards within the Lu family mansion moved. Soon a loyal and honest middle-aged man was called over.
He was accompanied by the little boy that Lin Chen had seen before. The little boy obviously didn't know what was going on and was still looking around curiously. He even subconsciously waved at Lin Chen when he saw him. When Elder Lu saw such a move,
the frost on his face had been completely pressed.
You're looking for me, Elder?
The honest middle-aged man bowed. They, the peripheral servants, generally rarely entered the interior of the mansion. For Elder Lu to bring him here in such a hurry was obviously apart from something.
What is your name? My surname is Li called.
The honest middle-aged man paused for a moment and wanted to continue,
but Elder Lu had already raised his hand to interrupt him. Forget it, it doesn't matter. You're fired. Leave now, and take your son away as well.
Elder Lu's words caused the honest middle-aged man to freeze in place, thinking that he had done something wrong.
He immediately spoke. Master, where did I do wrong? I can change. Please don't fire me. Master.
The honest middle-aged man was alarmed. The job was not poorly paid.
Besides, at his age,
it would be very difficult to find a decent job again.
The Lu family had only one hand in Zhang'an City. If he was fired from here, no one else would take him in. Elder Lu didn't look like he wanted to explain at all, waving his hand and letting people keep them down.
The honest middle-aged man was still begging bitterly, but those words were worthless to Elder Lu. A florist was just a florist, not at all more important than his granddaughter. Not to mention the fact that this matter was said by Lin Chen.
If you want to blame it, you should also blame Lin Chen for talking too much.
And at this time, Lin Chen was also sweating profusely. He had originally wanted to remind Elder Lu of the evidence that Lu Xinyue could leave the sterile environment, but it ended up harming the florist and his son. Although they didn't hurt their lives, losing their jobs was impossible to find again in a short period of time.
What's more, looking at Elder Lu's attitude, he definitely wouldn't let it go.
He himself was doing a bad thing with good intentions.
Elder Lu, Lin Chen wanted to explain. Elder Lu raised his hand and interrupted him. You can leave as well. You are not welcome in our Lu family. Elder Lu's attitude was icy cold, not giving Lin Chen any chance to explain at all.
Lin Chen did have some skills,
and the matter of saving Tang Yuan's life was true,
but what he did had touched Elder Lu's bottom line.
His granddaughter was the only thing he valued.
Whether it was contact with outsiders or taking off his gloves in the sterile room, it was all a harm to his granddaughter.
Just in case,
if there really was that just in case, Lin Chen was the murderer. Elder Lu would never allow that to happen.
Just hire another doctor if you don't have one. Just find another florist if you don't have one. But there is only one granddaughter.
The two bodyguards immediately stopped in front of Lin Chuan and politely pointed towards the door with icy faces. Lin Chen's eyes subconsciously dodged, and the words on his lips were swallowed back.
Walking out of the Lu family mansion, he found that everyone else was busy. A few bodyguards, who were holding a suitcase, were walking out, followed by the florist's father and son.
The honest middle-aged man was holding his son tightly, with sadness on his face, but he could do nothing about what was happening in front of him.
Just then, two from the bodyguards walked out from the backyard, holding a wet and somewhat moldy paper box. Towards the door, the little boy immediately broke away from his father's hand and ran directly towards those two men. That's my secret base. Quickly let go. That's mine.
The little boy didn't understand why these people wanted to take away his secret base.
Even more so,
he didn't understand why his father wanted to take him away from the Lu family. Just when he saw that tattered paper box, it was as if he had lost something in his heart,
and immediately darted over to tear at the two bodyguards.
The two bodyguards were furious.
Originally, this kind of cleaning should be done by the servants, but now that Elder Lu personally ordered it, they had no choice but to clean it up. Especially seeing this dirty cardboard box, an inexplicable feeling of disgust arose, and along with it, disgust for the little boy. Go away! Get out of the way!
A bodyguard bumped the little boy with force. The little boy was short and not as long as the bodyguard's legs. It looked as if the bodyguard had kicked him.
Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately ran up and protected the little boy behind him. Don't hit anyone. Lin Dust hugged the struggling little boy tightly.
The little boy kept waving his hands, and his sad cries were ringing in his ears.
The bodyguard then piled the cardboard boxes into the corner, and a fire gave it a direct burn. Watching his secret base burn before his eyes, the little boy's cries grew louder and louder, a faint raspy sound. The bodyguards listened to the little boy's cries and howls, and each of them revealed a disturbed expression. Coldly, he said, "It's just a cardboard box." For some reason these words fell on Lin Chen's ears, causing him to tremble slightly. The hand holding the little boy tightened a bit more. The little boy's father, the honest middle-aged man, ran over quickly. Looking at what was burning in the distance, he sighed helplessly. Thanks,
The honest middle-aged man thanked Lin Chen at him, which gave Lin Chen a feeling of shame. It was clear that their current situation was caused by themselves, but the honest middle-aged man still said thank you to him. Looking at the back of that large and small group of people, Lin Dust had mixed feelings inside. Glancing in the direction of the Lu family mansion, perhaps everyone here didn't know what that paper box meant to the little boy. After all, in the eyes of the Lu family, it was just a paper box. After waiting to leave the Lu family, Lin Chen and the father and son walked together towards the bus stop. The Lu family was situated in the most luxurious villa area of Jiang'an City. It was at least about 5 kilometers away from the nearest bus stop. The honest middle-aged man held his child in one hand and dragged his suitcase with one hand as he walked with a firm yet heavy pace. Not knowing how far he had walked, Lin Duan heard the little boy's crying stop. Unconsciously, he looked up and realized that he had already fallen asleep on his father's shoulder, and the honest middle-aged man didn't seem to notice. Still walking in the direction of the bus stop, half a dozen times Lin Duan touched out a few red tickets and said, "This matter started because of me. These you take first. It might not be enough, but it's all I have right now. Contact me when you find a place to stay, and you can call me if you need help." With a guilty conscience, Lin Chen stuffed the red ticket into the hands of the honest middle-aged man. The honest middle-aged man waved his hand, revealing his naive smile with sincerity in it. "It's fine, no need to compensate." But the child. Lin Duan glanced at the little boy who still had tear stains in the corner of his eyes. The one who was hurt the most today should be this child. The honest middle-aged man smiled and switched the child to a different hand to hold. With a still calm attitude, he replied, "It's fine, it's just a box." Chapter 49, Zhang Xuanning being bullied. Witnessing the florist father and son leave, Lin Chen's heart was a little sad. It seemed that all those who came into contact with him or her were met with misfortune. He only wished to live his life peacefully. But why was the heavens so unjust? Empty of all his skills, he was never able to make a big impact. He could only allow others to use him over and over again. Lin Chen wanted to change the current situation, but it was such a small idea. But it can never be realized. Riding on the bus home, driving through the busy streets of the city, the street scene outside the window was so beautiful, but it couldn't illuminate the rags inside him. Gloom as that ray of light sinking in the west. It is very heavy and heavy, finally falling completely into the darkness. By the time he returned to Rongcheng, it was already nearly 8 o'clock. It was very cold around the streets, and there were hardly any people to be seen. Lin Chen dragged his tired body back to the Zhang family's villa. Although he had only been away for 4 or 5 short days, Lin Chen had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The wanderer who had left home had finally returned to a sheltered harbor. That mood was very different from the first time he left home. It was a kind of happiness that he was able to come back safely, and his entire body and mind unconsciously began to relax. Skillfully using the key to open the door, the lights inside the villa were still bright, and Zhang Xuanning's room was locked as usual. It was only at this time that a person walked out of the kitchen. A shocked expression appeared when she saw Lin Duan. "Xiao Dust, why are you back?" Li Junying was very surprised and quickly put down the fruit plate she was holding in her hand. Quickly stepping in front of Lin Chen, she looked him up and down, realizing that Lin Chen wasn't injured nor was he subjugated. Li Junying's heart finally relaxed. "Sister Junying, I'm fine. There was a new doctor on the Lu family side. Then I came back." Lin Chen didn't say anything about the florist. After all, what he said was also the truth. Elder Lu didn't want to see him anymore, so he kicked him out of the Lu family. Without a doctor, it was natural to replace him with another one. Li Junying secretly patted her own chest, originally thinking that Lin Chen had offended the Lu family and was afraid of retaliation to purposely run back. Now it seemed that the Lu family would no longer look for trouble from him. Without so many worries, a hanging heart was finally released. "It's good to be back. Have you eaten dinner yet? Quickly sit down. Let me see if you've lost weight. Did the Lu family bully you?" Li Junying pulled Lin Chen to ask questions. In this world, other than Jiang Ma Jiang Ruan, only Li Junying treated him the best. It was only in front of them that Lin Chen could completely let go of his exhaustion. The two of them sat on the sofa and chatted for a long time, and Li Junying also made dinner for Lin Duan. After hoofing it all the way back on public transportation, Lin Chen didn't even have time to eat. But it had to be said that Li Junying's cooking was really lousy. But Lin Chuan still ate all of it. It was only because he didn't want to disappoint Sister Junying's intentions, and even more so, he didn't want to waste it. In the dead of night, Lin Chen began to snort. Subconsciously, he walked towards his room, and as soon as he pushed open the door a faint fragrance hit his face. On the wooden plank bed that originally belonged to him was a pink and white quilt. Next to the quilt were 2 human-sized dolls that looked very cute. Lastly, there was his desk, piled high with various daily necessities and cosmetics. Seeing this kind of scene, Li Junying instantly blushed and said, "I thought you were going to stay at Lu's house for a long time. I'm worried that it's dangerous for Xuanning to be home alone." Just move over to live with her. Li Junying hurriedly hid the doll on the bed behind her, her cheeks reddening to the naked eye. I didn't think that someone as old as her would still like this kind of thing.
Lin Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Picking up his own quilt, he intended to go to the sofa to preach for the night, but Li Junying stopped him. You sleep in the room. I'll sleep on the sofa. It's better for me to sleep on the sofa. Li Junying didn't have the slightest bit there and folded the pink and white quilt in 3 tries. She quickly left Lin Chen's room. While walking, she also nagged. You should have a good rest after coming back from a trip out. Fortunately, I'm staying here temporarily anyway. After tonight, I'll move out. Li Junying didn't give Lin Chen a chance to refuse and directly pushed him into the room. Looking at Sister Junying's panicked expression just now, Lin Chen inexplicably felt amused. Lying on the bed by himself, a faint fragrance drilled into his nose. Tiredness hit him a little bit, and he eventually sank into dreamland. Early the next morning, Lin Chen had gotten up early. Perhaps it was because he had the habit of going to school. Lin Chen got up early every day. Only to his surprise, both Sister Junying and Zhang Ruoyan had already left. A note was left on the table, and a covered breakfast. Both were prepared for him by Li Junying. The note had a line written in a showy script. Remember to eat breakfast. I said hello to the teacher, so you can go back to school today, or rest for a few days is fine. Oh, a small heart was drawn on the back, followed by the words Li Junying stays. Seeing the top of the note, a wave of warmth gradually ingested into his heart. Lin Chen finally felt a trace of care from his family. Although the two of them were not related by blood, Li Junying's concern for him was real. Without failing Li Junying's instructions, Lin Chen ate his breakfast clean. He then returned directly to his school. Although because of the Lu family's matter, Lin Chen had taken a 3-month vacation from school, but now that he had returned, there was naturally no need for him to continue resting. Go to school and study well was what Jiang Ma had instructed him before she left. Naturally, Lin Chen would not forget it. First, he went to the teacher's office and cancelled his leave from his homeroom teacher, then returned to his classroom. When Xu Fei, who was at the same table, saw that Lin Duan had finally returned, she immediately revealed a bright smile. Lin Chen, where have you been these past few days? I thought you were sick. Did something happen at home? Xu Fei asked several questions with concern, and Lin Chen answered them all with a smile. Only when he inadvertently turned around did he realize Jiang Xuanning, who was sitting behind him, was surprisingly not there. Where is student Xuanning? Lin Chen subconsciously looked towards Jiang Xuanning's deskmate, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao leaned his head on the table and returned somewhat lazily. I don't know. I didn't see her all morning. When I entered the school gate, I seem to have been called away by a few girls. Called away by girls? Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Both he and Jiang Xuanning had just transferred to the school and were unfamiliar here. Why would someone call her away? At the thought of this, Lin Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Immediately leaving the classroom, he ran towards the location where Zhou Hao had first brought people to block him. As expected, when Lin Chen arrived there, from afar, he saw several girls cornering a person, and that girl who was surrounded was none other than Jiang Xuanning. Chapter 50 Angry Jiang Xuanning. Jiang Xuanning was in a bad situation. The girls who surrounded her were all vicious. According to her past character, she must have done something that made people hate her. Otherwise she wouldn't have been targeted by so many people. One of the fat girls with a big waist was the most aggressive and pressed Jiang Xuanning against the wall. Jiang Xuanning, what are you tugging for? Don't think that just because you're pretty, you think you're great. Do you think you're still some kind of big lady? The fat girl seemed to know Jiang Xuanning from each other. In particular, the way Jiang Xuanning viewed her eyes was permeated with a strong aversion. It was as if she had seen something dirty. The fat girl hated it when people looked at her with this kind of eyes, and immediately felt like giving Jiang Xuanning a slap. Who knows that Jiang Xuanning is also not vegetarian? A hand clasped the fat girl's wrist. The two even fought on the spot. This seen to the side of a few girls to see stunned, immediately went forward to pull the two apart. The fat girl's face was full of anger, pointing at Jiang Xuanning and cursing. Jiang Xuanning, you've always been condescending before. Do you think you're still the same Jiang family miss from back then? Your Jiang family is almost finished. It won't be long before you're kneeling in front of me like trash. The fat girl's words seemed to irritate Jiang Xuanning. The Jiang family's current situation was not because of faulty decision-making. Rather, it was caused by Lin Chen. If it wasn't for him, Jiang Ma wouldn't have dropped all her work to rush back. Those partners had abandoned their cooperation with the Jiang family, leaving the Jiang family's financial strength in tatters. If it wasn't for this, why would she be attending the same school as these people? Thinking of this, Jiang Xuanning's emotions were unusually agitated. Vermilion lips clenched as a nameless rage surged to her heart. Our Jiang family will definitely make a comeback. The fat girl clearly froze for a moment when Jiang Xuanning uttered these words. A gust of cold laughter followed. Make a comeback?
the Jiang family's current situation would only get worse and worse. With various competitors, there was no way they would let this opportunity go. Moreover, the Jiang family seemed to have given up one of the biggest projects in their hands. The opportunity to make a comeback had been tossed away. Today's Jiang family is in a state of flux, and it's already very difficult to maintain the status quo. Still want to make a comeback? Dream on. The fat girl pushed away her other companions, and this time her slap landed heavily on Jiang Xuanning's face. A red slap mark immediately surfaced on Jiang Xuanning's white cheek, but even so, Jiang Xuanning still didn't give in, staring with eyes that seemed to have endless anger. Just as the fat girl was planning to give Jiang Xuanning another slap, a person suddenly blocked in front of him. Lin Chen opened his arms to protect Jiang Xuanning behind him. The sudden appearance of the stranger made the other girls not dare to act rashly. Only Jiang Xuanning saw the person coming, and instead of being grateful, she heavily kicked him in the back. Lin Chen staggered 2 steps and looked at Jiang Xuanning with an aggrieved face. What are you doing here? Get the hell out of here. Jiang Xuanning's attitude towards Lin Chen was the same as always. That hatred and anger always lingered, and every time she saw his face, she would remember what happened that night. So much so that Jiang Xuanning felt that Lin Chen had become her nightmare. Lin Chen didn't listen to her. In any case, Jiang Ma had ordered before she left that she had to take care of Jiang Xuanning. Although Lin Duan knew that she didn't want to see herself, but when he met someone bullying her, Lin Dust would still unconsciously go up to protect her. Perhaps it was because of instinct, or perhaps it was because of a debt. Lin Chen resolutely blocked in front of Jiang Xuanning. The fat girl saw that the person who suddenly appeared knew Jiang Xuanning. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of malice flashed under her eyes. Jiang Xuanning, you're shameless. You've only transferred a few days ago and you're hooking up with a man so quickly. This is your date, isn't it? Looking so silly. I didn't expect you to actually like this type. The fat girl's words were like flirting, but in Jiang Xuanning's ears they were the ultimate insult. He's my boyfriend? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't look for a strong girl to her man. What's more, Lin Chen is nothing. A random piece of trash picked up on the side of the road. Really treating himself as a human being? Endless anger rose up in Jiang Xuanning's heart, and as soon as she pushed Lin Chen away, she directly pounced on the fat girl. Bang bang! Jiang Xuanning didn't know where the strength came from and pounced the fat girl on the ground. To that fat and strong face, she directly tore open her face skin with her nails. Ah! Miserable screams came out, and all the surrounding girls were startled. No one had expected the soft-looking Jiang Xuanning to have such a crazy side. The cold light that erupted from the bottom of her eyes just now was like a wild beast. It seemed as if she had exploded all of her accumulated grievances at once. That fierce and unusual appearance, surprisingly, made people not dare to approach for a moment. Immediately after that, Jiang Xuanning grabbed the fat girl's hair and thumped it to the ground. Now everyone was dumbfounded. Was she trying to kill someone? Don't fight. It's going to kill someone. One of the timid girls hurriedly shouted, but Jiang Xuanning acted as if she didn't hear her, still frantically smashing the fat girl's head into the ground. Seeing that things were getting worse, Lin Chen grabbed Jiang Xuanning's waist and tried to pull her away. Jiang Xuanning didn't know where the strength erupted from, but Lin Chen didn't pull her away with the first blow. He added a few more points of force, finally separating the two. But by this time, the fat girl's face had already left several deep scratches. Even the back of her head had knocked out a bit of blood. Just then, an angry roar came. Hey, what are you guys doing? A teacher noticed the situation here and immediately ran over this way. The other girls immediately turned their heads and ran when they saw this. Lin Chen subconsciously wanted to run away as well, but he realized that Jiang Xuanning wanted to continue hitting the fat girl a few more times. Only this time, Lin Chuan didn't let her wade into it. Tucking in her arm, he ran. A few people ran in front, and the teacher chased after them. After turning a corner, the teacher surprisingly didn't continue to chase after them. The fat girl's situation was a bit miserable, and the teacher sent the person to the infirmary at the first opportunity. And after Lin Che and Jiang Xuanning escaped, Jiang Xuanning shook off Lin Chen's arm, staring at him with an extremely disgusted expression. I don't need your help. From now on, I don't need you to care about any of my affairs. If you dare to touch me again, I'll immediately call the police to arrest you. Jiang Xuanning's attitude was resolute this time, and she was no longer as silent as before. Obviously, she was the victim. Why did she let Lin Chen get away with it? Thinking clearly about this point, Jiang Xuanning did not intend to continue running away, but stared at Lin Chen and said, kneel down, crawl over like a dog. Lin Chen froze slightly. A flash of embarrassment unexpectedly appeared on his face and said, Xuanning, can we talk about this at home? It's still at school. Jiang Xuanning sneered. Go home? Back to whose home? You're the dog my Jiang family raised. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. Chapter 51 Unexplained Relationships. Jiang Xuanning's words were like a muffled thunder. It made Lin Chen's heart tremble deeply. It turned out that the family he had always thought of was only treating him like a dog. Although Lin Chen could be certain that Jiang Ma would never say such words, but coming from Jiang Xuanning's mouth, Lin Chen had a feeling of being at a loss for words. It was as if the homecoming he had been expecting had completely gone up in smoke at this moment.
I am not a dog.
Lin Chen's weak and bottomless voice stated his stubbornness, but Jiang Xuanning revealed a few cold smiles and said, "Eat our Jiang families, live our Jiang families. If it wasn't for my mom bringing you back in the first place, you would have died by the side of the road long ago. What are you if not a dog? Dogs still wag their tails and beg for mercy, while you are just an animal." For some reason after saying these words, an inexplicable sense of euphoria welled up in Jiang Xuanning's heart. That night, she had struggled hard, but she had been crushed to death by Lin Chen. He was a beast. Taking away his first time, he had also ruthlessly defiled himself. Anger turned into endless hatred. She hated Lin Chen, hated him for bringing indelible memories to her, hated that he was just a piece of trash, yet he possessed her body, hated him for intruding into her world and messing up her life. If there was no Lin Chen, she would still be the carefree Jiang family miss. She still had a rich and superior life. She still had suitors waiting in line for her, but now there was nothing. All because of Lin Chen's appearance. "I said you're just a dog raised by my family. I'll let you crawl over." Jiang Xuanning's tone was calm, but there was a strong coldness in her words. It seemed that as long as Lin Chuan said a single word of no, she would immediately call the police and make the events of that night public. For a moment Lin Chen was somewhat at a loss for words. Instinct told him that he couldn't agree, but when he met Jiang Xuanning's ice-cold eyes, a sense of guilt that could not be defied surged within Lin Chen. It was as if he owed her and had to repay her in this way. After only a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen decided to listen to Jiang Xuanning's words. As long as this matter wasn't letting Jiang Ma know about it, it would be fine to pay any price. Bending his knees slightly, he made a motion of preparing to kneel. But just at this moment, a clear voice sounded beside his ears. "Lin Chen, Jiang Xuanning, why aren't you guys back in the classroom yet?" Zhu Feifei appeared behind the two at some point. Looking at Jiang Xuanning's messy hair and Lin Chen's ugly expression, Zhu Feifei seemed to have thought of something and said, "Did you two fight?" Lin Chen hastily shook his head, while Jiang Xuanning turned aside coldly. The matter of being bullied before was not said. After all, Jiang Xuanning had injured someone. In case it was brought to the teaching office, it would definitely not be able to eat it. As for whether or not the fat girl would backtrack and sue Jiang Xuanning, this point Jiang Xuanning does not care. Anyway, she does not want to stay in this school. The teaching office want to punish as much as possible. Thinking about this, Jiang Xuanning instead revealed a look of indifference. She seemed to be saying, "I just got into a fight. What can you do to me?" When Zhu Feifei saw Jiang Xuanning's expression, she frowned slightly. However, a smiling expression appeared on her face again when she faced Lin Chen. "Class will start soon. Quickly go back to the classroom." Zhu Feifei pulled up Lin Duan's hand and walked towards the classroom. I don't know if it was out of a girl's intuition, but she always felt that there was no benefit for Lin Chuan to follow Jiang Xuanning around. Besides, the two had shown strong hostility towards Jiang Xuanning since the first day they transferred over. As a kind-hearted girl, she couldn't see anyone being bullied, especially with a slightly cowardly character like Lin Chen. It was even easier to rise others' desire for protection. After only a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen followed Zhu Feifei away. He didn't know how to reject others, and was even more afraid of others getting angry because of him. Therefore, even though he met Jiang Xuanning's murderous eyes, Lin Chen still followed Zhu Feifei away. Jiang Xuanning snorted coldly and stepped back into the classroom. Only when the bell rang did the three of them happen to return to the classroom. After that, Jiang Xuanning never said a word to Lin Chen. She didn't even look at him. In this way the day passed quickly. By the time the two returned home it was nearly mealtime. Jiang Xuanning walked in front, and just after arriving at the door, she rushed at Lin Chuan and said, "I don't have my keys, give me your keys." Lin Chuan didn't even think about it and took the key out. Jiang Xuanning opened the door to her room. Who knew the next second? With a bang Jiang Xuanning directly closed Lin Dust outside. This time, Lin Chen froze. Never thought that Jiang Xuanning was still angry. Gently tapping on the door of the room, deafening music resounded inside. Even the curtains were drawn. For a moment Lin Chen stood outside the door not knowing what to do. Wanting to leave, he didn't know where he should go. Looking at the sky that had completely darkened, he helplessly walked towards a restaurant on the street. After eating a simple set meal, Lin Chen sat in the restaurant and was slow to leave. The boss's wife passed by him several times and couldn't help but look at him twice more. As more and more customers came into the store, the boss's wife finally couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Do you want to order anything else?" The boss lady's cold gaze made Lin Chen a little uncomfortable. One couldn't say that he had no place to go and wanted to sit here. It was just that the customers in the store turned their heads and left the restaurant when they saw that there was no place to sit. This made the boss's wife angry. "You
A person who doesn't order anything occupying a table. Want to mess with my business? Immediately, she slapped the table and said, "Finish eating and hurry up." Upon hearing this, the people around all looked over. Lin Chen's face was slightly red, and he could only resentfully get up and leave. When he stepped out of the restaurant and looked at the streets of traffic, his heart was still in a state of confusion. Walking aimlessly, Lin Chen even had the urge to go back under the bridge to sleep. Only last time, his luggage was still with him, and this time alone, with nothing. Just then, a message was sent over. It was a smiling emoji sent by Zhu Feifei. The two had just added their friends today. Only now, Lin Chen wasn't in that kind of mood. After thinking for a moment and returning a snickering emoji, immediately afterward, Zhu Feifei sent a message. "What's your relationship with Jiang Xuanning? Why does she dislike you so much? Are you two in conflict? Why don't I tell the teacher tomorrow and have you two switch seats?" Zhu Feifei's words made Lin Chen not know how to take it. The relationship between the two of them couldn't be explained in two simple sentences. Growing up as childhood sweethearts, it was reasonable to say that the two of them should have a good relationship, but Jiang Xuanning hadn't put Lin Chen in her eyes before, and after that, something like that had happened. Nowadays, the relationship between the two was more like enemies, only that Lin Chen was the one being hated, and Jiang Xuanning hated to get him killed. Thinking about this, Lin Chen wrote back, "No need to change, thanks." Saying thank you, Lin Chen continued to plan where to sleep tonight, but suddenly the cell phone rang. It was Elder Lu calling. Chapter 52, The Night of the Meteor. Elder Lu had driven Lin Chen out of the Lu family before. It was thought that the two would never meet again from now on. He just didn't expect that after only a few days, Elder Lu would personally call over. Lin Chen looked at his cell phone with some hesitation, and for a moment he didn't know whether to pick it up or not. After ringing several times, the ringing stopped, and after a while it rang again. It was still Elder Lu calling, only this time, Lin Chen felt a hint of urgency from the ringtone. When he answered the phone, Elder Lu's voice rang out. As if he had stayed up for 2 all-nighters, he asked in a tired and hoarse voice, "Is it Divine Dr. Lin?" Lin Chen answered, not knowing if it was an illusion. Elder Lu's attitude this time was much better than before. With a few moments of urgency there was a few moments of pleading, causing a bad premonition to arise in Lin Chuan's heart. "Divine Dr. Lin Yu's illness has gotten worse. I beg you, can you make another trip? It was me who did wrong before. You can scold me and beat me all you want, as long as you can save our family's little Yue." Elder Lu's voice was low, seemingly suppressing endless remorse. Perhaps driving Lin Chen away at that time was the most wrong decision he had ever made. It was just that it was no longer up to him to regret it now. Lu Xinyue's condition suddenly deteriorated and she was sent to the emergency room. All the experts and doctors were at their wits' end. Seeing Lu Xinyue's painful appearance, Elder Lu then remembered Lin Chen. With endless remorse and helplessness, he dialed Lin Chen's number. In theory, Lin Chen didn't have to care about this matter. After all, it was Elder Lu who personally drove him away. It was just that when Lin Chen remembered the smile on Lu Xinyue's face, his heart was inexplicably unable to bear it. With this in mind, Lin Chen asked some questions about Lu Xinyue's condition. Immediately, he called a cab and headed straight to Jiang'an City. The two cities were far apart, and even with the fastest speed, it would take 2 hours. While Lin Chen was rushing here, Lu Xinyue's condition gradually became more serious. Originally, she could only move around in a sterile environment. The sudden deterioration of her condition caused the Lu family to panic. The first aid process forgot which step was not sterilized, making Lu Xinyue's condition even more difficult to control. By the time the little girl was sent to the hospital, the entire skin had become red and swollen, and her breathing had begun to become extremely weak. The doctors at the hospital did their best, but the condition deteriorated too quickly. They didn't have any relevant cases to study. They could only look into the dark and were completely at a loss. The only thing they could do was to stabilize Lu Xinyue's vital signs and wait for Lin Chen to rush over. It was just that such maintenance would undoubtedly hurt the root cause. Even if Lu Xinyue was cured, it would still leave behind aftereffects. After another period of time, the Lu family had been waiting at the emergency room entrance for more than 2 hours, still not waiting for Lin Chen to appear. Elder Lu sat on a chair in the corridor, leaning his forehead against his cane. It was like he was contemplating with his eyes closed, but also like he was waiting hopelessly. Nowadays, he couldn't mention how much regret he had in his heart. If he hadn't driven Lin Chen away, wouldn't little Whisper be in danger? Every time he thought of this, Elder Lu hated to slap himself. It was himself who had driven away his granddaughter's only protector. Finally, just as the Lu family was getting impatient, the sound of hurried running came from the end of the corridor. Lin Dust ran over dripping with sweat, still carrying his backpack for school. He had rushed over as fast as he could. Nay, the traffic jam on the road had delayed him for a long time. Divine Dr. Lin. Seeing Lin Chen appear, a trace of clarity finally appeared in Elder Lu's cloudy eyes.
grasping Lin Chuan's hand.
His entire body was trembling.
This was his granddaughter's last chance. He absolutely could not let him go. Lin Chen was gripped with some pain and glanced around. The closest was a middle-aged couple.
The man was in a straight suit.
His hands clenched into fists trying to suppress his inner emotions. The woman was teary-eyed and was hugging each other with a slightly older woman. The woman was gently patting the middle-aged woman's back, and both of them had tears in their eyes. It was too late to explain more. Lin Chen wanted to enter to see how Lu Xinyue was doing. But just then the lights in the emergency room suddenly went out, and an old man in a white coat with white hair walked out. He slowly stepped in front of Elder Lu and silently saluted him. For a moment the hearts of the Lu family all missed half a beat. "I'm sorry, we tried our best." At these words, the middle-aged woman fainted on the spot. The middle-aged man even grabbed the old doctor's collar and shouted angrily, "What did you say? Tell me again. How is my family's language? You go back and treat me. We, the Lu family, can afford to spend any amount of money. Give me back my little Yue. Give it back to me." The middle-aged man's hysterical roar spread throughout the corridor. The Lu family's bodyguards quickly stepped forward to pull away the emotionally broken middle-aged man. Elder Lu was also pale and aged as if he was a dry corpse, just sitting frozen in his chair. For a long time, the old doctor's face was helpless. He had seen this kind of thing too many times. No one can avoid the pain of parting in life and death. Once again, with a deep salute towards Elder Lu, the silent Elder Lu finally came back to his senses. Trembling legs stood up from the chair, his hunched back straightening up all of a sudden, bowing slightly towards the old doctor. He then let the people take the old doctor away. When the people left, Elder Lu's figure obviously swayed slightly. Lin Chen was quick on his feet and immediately stepped forward to assist him. When he grabbed Elder Lu's wrist, Lin Chen's eyes stared. An uneasy feeling struck his heart. The 2 qi and blood deficits had depleted his heart, and he was approaching the end of his life. I'm afraid that the heavy blow was beyond what the old man could accept. Nowadays, he is still standing upright only because he is the pillar of the Lu family. He absolutely cannot fall at this time. "Let's go and meet Little Whisper one last time." Saying this, Elder Lu braced his spirit and took the lead in stepping into the resuscitation room. The resuscitation room was silent. This was the Lu family's territory. All the doctors and nurses were personally invited by the Lu family. It was just that no matter how much the Lu family paid, they were unable to salvage their granddaughter's life back. Looking at the child lying on the cold iron bed, Elder Lu was finally unable to control his emotions and flung himself down on his knees beside the bed. Heartbreaking cries spread throughout the entire resuscitation room. Lin Chen stood silently by the side, his heart also filled with sadness. He went up and touched Lu Xinyue's pulse. Her vitality had already disappeared. Only one step away. Really only one step away. But it was this small step that took away a person's life. If Lin Chen had rushed over faster, if he hadn't chosen to leave the Lu family in the first place, perhaps there would be a different ending now. But now, no matter what is said, everything has been finalized. The small Lu Cine is like a beam of light that cuts through the night, illuminating a corner of Lin Chen's heart, and like a meteor shower, it disappeared into the night in a flash. Chapter 53, A New Love. A few days later, the Lu family held a grand funeral. The death of the Lu family's most favored young granddaughter from an illness was undoubtedly the heaviest blow to the Lu family. Lin Duan was invited to attend today's funeral. Standing at the end of the procession, people of all shapes and sizes passed by in front of him. Every single one of them was one of the biggest names in Jiang'an City. Even the city lord himself had come to pay his respects. There was no doubt about the Lu family's heritage, only that the Lu family's bloodline ended there. Lin Chen fiddled with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. This was a relic left behind by Lu Xinyue. It was just that Lin Chen still didn't know how to restore it to its original state. Silently flipping the color blocks on it, the little girl he played with would always appear before his eyes. Just at this moment, Lu Xinyue's father walked over. As the de facto head of the Lu family nowadays, Lu's father was the saddest one. Only in front of so many outsiders, he always remained calm and strong. Slightly bowing towards Lin Chen, he said, "Divine Dr. Lin, my father has asked you to come over." Lu's father's words caused Lin Chen to freeze for a moment. Only now did he realize that there was no figure of Elder Lu at such an important funeral. Elder Lu was the one who loved this granddaughter the most. It was impossible not to send her on her last journey. Just as soon as this thought appeared, Lin Chen thought of something. Silently nodding with Lu father, he followed him to the 3rd floor of the Lu family mansion. This was Elder Lu's bedroom. Before he even entered, Lin Chuan smelled a very strong odor of medicine. I'm afraid that the old man's body had reached its limit long ago, and if it wasn't for his granddaughter's condition, he wouldn't have supported himself for so long. Now that the white hair was being sent to the black hair, it was instead the last straw that crushed him. Pushing the door in, a large bed was placed in the dimly lit room. The withered old man on the bed was struggling to breathe oxygen. Several instruments beside him were constantly recording his physical condition. One didn't need to look to know that Elder Lu's body was close to its limit.
Elder Li, I'm coming,
Lin Chen gently called out,
and Elder Lu opened his eyes with difficulty.
The original spiritual appearance had long since been lost, and his eyes looked at the ceiling listlessly.
Divine Dr. Lin, I have one last request.
Please tell me,
can Little Whisper's illness be saved or not?
Elder Lu's voice was tinged with a bit of weakness. His granddaughter's condition had become his obsession.
If Lin Chen couldn't solve his confusion,
perhaps he wouldn't rest in peace until his last moment.
Lin Chen fell into a short silence. When he first took Lu Xinyue's pulse, he must admit that there was an element of gambling. However, it was determined that Lu Xinyue wasn't suffering from a genetically induced bacterial allergy.
Lin Chen immediately realized that there should be a cure for her illness. It was just that now that he saw Elder Lu looking like he was blaming himself, if he really told him that he had a method to cure it, and he had kicked himself out of the Lu family before,
wouldn't Elder Lu think that he himself had cut off his granddaughter's life? Thinking about this, Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, without full certainty, I can only try. Hearing these words, Elder Lu's hanging heart finally relaxed.
The illness of his little granddaughter.
Even Lin Chen didn't have a solution. It seemed that everything was heaven's will.
Slowly closing his eyes and waving his hand at Lin Chen
exited the room.
3 days later, Elder Lu died of a serious illness. The Lu family was struck by disasters one after another, and the family's essence was like a flood that broke the dike.
Even the Lu family's industry was affected.
The Lu family fell from the first-class throne of Jiang'an City,
no longer having the elegance of the past.
Lin Chen was also saddened when he received this news. Elder Lu's situation had run out of gas. It was just that if he was still in the Lu family, he would have been able to save at least one of Lu Xinyue, and now everything was already too late. Lin Chen began to somewhat doubt himself, whether he was right to learn medicine in the first place. The master had once taught him that learning medicine was to cure the sick and save people, but the two patients were right in front of him, but Lin Chen could only watch them leave.
Learning medicine can't save everyone. Thinking about this, a sadness rose in Lin Chen's heart. Even in class, he began to lose focus. Zhu Fei, who was at the same table, kept an eye on Lin Duan at all times and quietly poked him and asked, what's wrong? I've seen you in bad spirits lately. Is Jiang Xuanning bullying you again?
No. Lin Chen hastily vetoed. His eyes peeked at Jiang Xuanning in the back seat. It was just that Jiang Xuanning didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to him,
and didn't even bother to listen to the conversation between the two. Zhu Fei curiously sized up Lin Chen.
He could always feel a sense of seeing through the world from Lin Chen. It was a look that only people who had experienced many things had.
Only how old was Lin Chen too?
Why would he give off this strange feeling?
Zhu Fei categorized this inexplicable feeling as maturity. Her father had once told her that a mature person would move to hold back sadness and move to suppress joy.
And Lin Chen seemed to be such a person.
This made Zhu Fei even more curious about what exactly Lin Chen had gone through. Ding bell. The bell rang for the end of class. The students' tense spirits were finally relaxed. Just then Jiang Xuanning walked towards the door on her own. Looking at her back, Lin Duan had the urge to chase after her. The relationship between the two of them had gotten too stiff, and there was absolutely no communication whatsoever.
This made Lin Chen extremely distressed. Even if he left the Jiang family on this, he had to resolve the conflict between the two. He hurriedly chased after them, but met Jiang Xuanning and a senior at the corner of the stairs.
The two were standing intimately in the corner, seemingly talking and laughing. That senior was about 1 meter 8, sunny and handsome, filled with the look that all little girls aspire to in their hearts. Like Prince Charming, he appeared in front of Jiang Xuanning. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other, and the senior whispered in Jiang Xuanning's ear from time to time, causing Jiang Xuanning to giggle. For some reason, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable emotion welling up in his heart. It was as if a certain beloved thing had suddenly been stolen. Quickly suppressing this agitation, Lin Chen slapped himself hard. One shouldn't have any extravagant expectations for Jiang Xuanning. It's me who's sorry for her. Not to mention that I shouldn't bind her behavior. Whoever Jiang Xuanning wanted to date was her freedom. What was one's self-worth? It's better not to disturb them. Lin Chen turned around to go back to the classroom, but just then Zhu Fei suddenly appeared. At a glance, she saw Jiang Xuanning standing at the corner of the building. I don't know if it was the natural hostility between girls, but Zhu Fei had an uncomfortable feeling as soon as she saw Jiang Xuanning. Lin Chen, are they in early love?
Don't worry, I'll go tell the teacher later.
Zhu Fei turned around and walked towards the teacher's office,
and Lin Chen hurriedly stopped her.
If this matter got out, Jiang Xuanning would definitely be punished.
At that time, if she knew that she was involved, I'm afraid that this knot wouldn't be untied for the rest of her life.
It's not early love, don't tell the teacher. Lin Chen pulled Zhu Fei's hand and walked towards the classroom.
The corner of his eyes,
however, always fell on Jiang Xuanning's body. Chapter 54, If You Are Well. Over the next few days, Lin Chen would often see Jiang Xuanning's back as she hurriedly left the classroom.
There were also some different rumors among the students. Some said that Jiang Xuanning was in love with a senior. Some said that she was walking with the next class. Others said that they had seen her hanging out with people outside the school.
All sorts of comments came out.
Lin Duan also just silently listened, not knowing how to respond. Every time they went home together,
they couldn't help but ask. But Jiang Xuanning's cold expression never allowed Lin Chen to get close. Until one day,
the door of the villa was knocked on. A tall, sunny and handsome boy appeared at the door that hadn't seen any guests for a long time. When the boy saw Lin Duan, he obviously froze for a moment. Looking at the contents of his cell phone, he also looked at the door number.
Only then did he ask with doubt, "Does Xuanning live here?"
The boy was very polite, and Lin Duan remembered that he was the senior that he had met in the building that day.
Just as he was about to speak,
Jiang Xuanning's icy voice came from behind him.
"Get out of the way," coldly pushing Lin Chen away.
A smile immediately appeared on Jiang Xuanning's disgruntled frosty face as she pulled her senior's hand towards the room.
This scene landed in Lin Chen's eyes with an inexplicable sourness. Obviously, the two of them were inseparable, but they ended up being as strangers. Instead, they were intimate with a senior. Lin Dust didn't know what kind of emotion that was, and only felt that this family increasingly had no place for himself. Listening to the sounds of giggling and talking with the senior from within the room, Lin Dust silently left the house. Looking at the familiar house behind him, a feeling of disappointment surfaced in his heart. In the next few days, as the relationship between Jiang Xuanning and that senior gradually warmed up,
Lin Chen instead became a light bulb in the middle.
Every time the senior had something to do, he would first seek out Lin Duan to help spread the word. Every time Lin Chen would see Jiang Xuanning's cold expression,
and then instantly return to smiling when he heard the words the senior brought her.
This extreme sense of discrepancy kept torturing Lin Chen's heart. It made him feel more and more that his continued stay in the Jiang family had instead become an obstacle between the two of them.
Thus, Lin Chen once again planned to leave home.
Only this time, before the plan could even begin to be implemented, he encountered a new accident. Jiang Ma had returned. This time, Jiang Ma's business trip was very short.
Perhaps it had something to do with the declining business of the Jiang family.
Seeing Jiang Ma again,
Lin Duan felt that she had emaciated a lot.
Bouncing from city to city every day, it was hard to have a stable rest time.
This time she came back like she had given herself a long vacation. She stayed at home lazily.
As for the company's affairs, it was left entirely to Li Junying to deal with. At this, Lin Chen was wondering why Jiang Ma, who was always keen on work, would suddenly choose to take a break. Until one day,
Mother Jiang called Lin Dust in front of her and said solemnly,
"Lin Dust, have you thought about going to study abroad? Going abroad?"
Just as soon as the positive thought popped out of his head, Lin Dust shook his head in a hurry. He was doing very well in his current school. There was no need to go abroad to study.
Moreover, going abroad would cost a lot of money, and with the Jiang family's situation today, it was natural to save as much as he could. He himself couldn't add any more trouble to Jiang Ma. "Jiang Mom, I'm doing well now. I don't want to go abroad."
Lin Chen lowered his head. His eyes kept wandering around. Jiang Ruoyan on the other hand looked at him very seriously and sighed heavily for a long time.
"I sold the Jiang group. Sold it to the Tang family. From now on you don't have to think about your family's situation. Also, it was the Tang family's intention to let you study abroad."
Jiang Ruoyan looked a little forlorn as she spoke of the things that had happened during this period of time. The Jiang family had been hit repeatedly,
and the funds in their hands had fallen again and again.
Seeing that it was about to reach the brink of bankruptcy, the Tang family stepped in to help her. Jiang Ruoyan was very grateful for this,
and originally wanted to deepen the cooperation between the two sides. It was just that the other side had put forward a condition,
letting Lin Chen go abroad to study the latest human medical science research.
The Tang family's idea was simple.
Lin Chuan was a makeable talent. His talent in medical arts made the Tang family very appreciative.
Not to mention that Tang Xiao Tang Yuan was still in a coma.
The only person who could revive him would be Lin Chuan. But the Tang family was worried that Lin Chuan was too young and his medical skills hadn't reached the peak of excellence. Therefore, the Tang family wanted to invest in his further training, and the price was to help the Jiang family get through this difficult time.
Hearing these words, Lin Chen's heart beat wildly. If the Jiang family didn't have a major difficulty, Jiang Ma definitely wouldn't have agreed to this kind of request. The fact that she had been giving herself a vacation for the past few days was actually a sign of inner hesitation. It was only that the final decision on this matter rested with Lin Chen. Therefore Lin Chen's attitude was the most crucial. Lin Chen thought carefully for half a day. He couldn't refuse such a generous offer. It wasn't just to repay Jiang Ma for her kindness over the years. More so, he wanted to get out of his current environment and go live in a new place. As for Jiang Xuanning, nowadays she couldn't wait to roll as far away as possible. Those previous sorts of things were best not brought up. "Jiang Ma, I want to go abroad. Lin Chen finally agreed to Zhang Ruoyan's conditions after a short hesitation.
Zhang Ruoyan was actually very reluctant to give up.
After all, going thousands of miles to an unfamiliar place would make it difficult for Lin Chen's character to live there. But she didn't have a better way nowadays.
On one side was the company that she had worked so hard to maintain, and on the other side was the child that she had raised since she was a child.
The palm of one's hand was meat. As a company leader, as a mother, Zhang Ruoyan does not want to give up both.
But the truth is always difficult to choose. The conditions put forward by the Tang family are difficult to refuse.
Zhang Ruoyan couldn't turn a blind eye, and neither could Lin Chen.
Therefore, this was the only path Lin Chen could take.
After a brief moment of hesitation,
Zhang Ruoyan took Lin Chen in her arms and gently stroked his head, murmuring,
"Take care of yourself after you go outside. Call me if you encounter any problems. Don't be afraid of trouble."
Although the Tang family can't afford to be offended, the big deal is that we'll start all over again. Zhang Ruoyan had watched Lin Chen grow up from a young age.
In her heart,
she couldn't bear to see this child suffer, now that his son was about to leave.
Zhang Ruoyan, like all parents in the world, was filled with unwillingness to let go.
Lin Chen hugged Zhang Ruoyan tightly, and the two of them snuggled up to each other. They told each other about their kindness over the years. This parting was not forever, but it was the end of the world.
From now on,
Lin Chen's path would be on his own, and no one would be able to give him any help, nor would anyone provide a harbor from the wind. Perhaps many years later, he would return to the Zhang family,
but by then things will be different, and there will no longer be the same feelings.
In his heart, he can only silently pray for those who care about him.
If you are well, it is a sunny day. Chapter 55, Farewell Meal.
Lin Chen agreed to the proposal of going abroad for further study.
For this reason, Zhang Ruoyan personally took him to the Tang family. When he met Elder Tang again,
Elder Tang's attitude had changed greatly.
There wasn't the same dispensable attitude as before. Instead, he very warmly invited the two to have tea. Come, all sit down. Little Jiang, it's hard for you to come to my place as well.
If it wasn't for this matter,
would you have never come to see me? Elder Tang joked, and Zhang Ruoyan's face stiffened,
but quickly accompanied with a smile. Elder, how dare I disturb your rest? The two men greeted each other in a pleasant manner, but Lin Chen was clear in his heart.
The Zhang family and the Tang family were actually not even close.
Elder Tang's words were nothing more than giving face to Jiang Ma and bringing the two families closer together. Not to mention that Sister Juning had warned him before not to get too close to the Tang family.
How could Jiang Ma,
who was familiar with all those twists and turns,
not know these things? After taking 2 sips of tea,
Elder Tang's words changed and he looked at Lin Chen and said,
"Child, you will go into the room later to see Tang Yuan. You guys kind of know each other. See him before you leave. He'll wake up when you come back."
Elder Tang's words completely arranged Lin Chen's future in a clear manner. His trip abroad was said to be for further study, but it was actually to sell his life for the Tang family. If there were other options,
Zhang Ruoyan definitely wouldn't agree to such a request.
It was just that the Zhang family situation today was already precarious.
Sacrificing the Zhang clan just to keep Lin Chen by his side wasn't beneficial. Besides,
Lin Chen had studied under his own senior brother. Zhang Ruoyan knew her senior brother's medical skills by heart. Since this child had this kind of talent, he naturally had to develop it properly.
Originally,
Zhang Ruoyan had thought about letting Lin Chen enroll in the medical university when he was in college.
The future development was also unlimited. Now that there was such an opportunity,
it was natural to go with the flow.
Besides, Lin Chen didn't choose to refuse.
The future path could only be walked down by himself. Giving a salute towards Elder Tang, Lin Chen silently walked towards the room inside.
Tang Yuan's room was still the same as before. Various medical instruments were placed everywhere.
Lines representing vital signs slowly danced on the screen.
He was still alive.
He had just been sleeping. It was a fluke that Lin Chen was able to save him from death. As for whether or not he could still wake up,
no one was sure.
But the Tang family seemed to have placed this expectation on themselves. That burden was inexplicably a bit suffocating. One could only hope that there was information on such cases abroad so that Lin Chen could learn more. Sitting on the chair beside the bed, dumbfounded, he didn't know how long had passed. The door to the room was pushed open. Zhang Ruoyan waved towards Lin Duan,
signaling that the two could leave.
The two of them said goodbye to Elder Tang and left the Tang family residence.
When they got into the car, Zhang Ruoyan exhaled deeply. The pressure in the Tang family was just too much. Zhang Ruoyan, who was always used to seeing big scenes, still felt a little breathless. "I've made a deal with the old man. The Tang family will be responsible for all your expenses abroad,
including taking the university entrance exam in a year, all the living expenses and so on.
When you go over there will be the Tang family to butt heads with you. You'll know by then." Zhang Ruoyan's expression was despondent, clearly boasting a better future for Lin Chen.
Yet there was always a feeling of having sold him out. In the beginning Zhang Ruoyan had thought of refusing. It was just that the conditions offered by the Tang family were so generous that one could not find any reason. The two people sitting in the car for a long time never said a word. Both were silently thinking about something in their minds. When they returned home, they specially asked the nanny to buy a few of Lin Chen's favorite dishes. Zhang Ruoyan personally cooked for him. After a table full of food was served, Zhang Ruoyan shouted towards Zhang Xuanning's room. "Xuanning, come out to eat." Zhang Xuanning answered, looking down at her cell phone with a smile on her face as she came out of her room. But when she saw a table of dishes that were all things that Lin Chen liked to eat, the expression on her face instantly pulled down. Why are all these dishes? As soon as Zhang Ruoyan heard this, the expression on her face began to look ugly as well. Originally, it was a farewell banquet prepared for Lin Chen, so the family could just finish the meal happily. As a result, Zhang Xuanning came up with this attitude. Even though Zhang Ruoyan had a good temper, she was a little angry at this moment. "It's not for you to eat, don't want to eat, don't eat." With these words, Zhang Ruoyan's expression instantly pulled down. Glaring viciously at Lin Chen, she turned around with a cold snort and left. As a result, Zhang Ruoyan's fire also came up and shouted at that back. "What kind of attitude do you have? Have I indulged you too much when I'm not usually at home? Sha Duan is going abroad in a while. What's wrong with me cooking him a good meal? And I heard that you fell in love early, didn't you? Come here right now." Zhang Ruoyan's voice was pulled up an octave, but Zhang Xuanning looked as if she hadn't heard it at all. She returned to her room and unlocked the door with the music turned up to maximum. Zhang Ruoyan angrily hammered twice at the door. As a result, there was not even a word of answer inside. Angry Zhang Ruoyan almost smashed the door and rushed in. Fortunately, Lin Chen stopped her in time, otherwise Zhang Ruoyan really could have made the move to smash the door. "Zhang Mom, forget it. Xuanning is not feeling well lately. Uncomfortable? I think she's usually just too comfortable." For some reason, Zhang Ruoyan treated the two children very differently. Perhaps it was because Lin Chen grew up alone. Zhang Ruoyan poured out more attention and affection, thus treating Lin Chen as if he were her own child. On the other hand, Zhang Xuanning had a put-upon attitude. This was what caused her kind of arrogant and domineering personality. But it was too late to say anything now. Lin Chuan pulled Zhang Ruoyan into a seat and personally gave her a piece of food. Only then did the look on Zhang Ruoyan's face gradually improve. "Alas, it's still you who understands. Remember to protect yourself when you go outside. It's easy for you to be bullied when your heart is too kind. Call me if you feel you can't stay anymore. Even if I fall out with the Tang family, I'll still pick you back up." Zhang Ruoyan spoke decisively, her heart having already made up its mind. As long as Lin Chen had a request for her, she would bring him back no matter how many miles apart. Lin Chen nodded non-committally. He believed that Zhang Ma would be able to do what she said. It was just that this would lead to bad blood with the Tang family. The consequences would likely not be something he could afford. Silently, he lowered his head and ate. As Zhang Ma kept pouring things into his bowl, the two of them had a pleasant meal, except that Zhang Ma kept talking about her parting words. Lin Chen, on the other hand, silently bowed his head. It wasn't until after the wine and food were finished that Zhang Ma personally cleaned up the dishes and sent Lin Chen back to his room to rest. Looking at the running water on the dishes, Zhang Ruoyan was a little lost in thought. The grown-up fledgling was finally leaving the nest. That kind of feeling could only be understood by a parent. Chapter 56, There will come a time when we meet. For the next few days, Lin Duan went to and from school on time every day. Although he had already greeted the school and the formalities were going through the process. However, Lin Chen didn't want to miss a single class, even if he hadn't been transferred to the school for long. But he wouldn't forget any place he had stayed. Whether that place gave him a good or bad impression, Lin Chen would remember it in his heart. Xu Feifei in the neighboring seat seemed to sense something, especially as a class representative. She could get more news from the teacher. Therefore, knowing that Lin Duan was about to leave, she was also very reluctant to leave. Finally, after a few struggles, Xu Feifei secretly handed something to Lin Chen. "This is a gift for you. I hope you don't forget me." Xu Feifei blinked her big eyes and stared tightly at Lin Chen. For some reason, as soon as the two of them met, Xu Feifei felt that he was different. It wasn't how handsome Lin Chen looked. Rather, it was the experience-filled aura he had that deeply attracted her. Perhaps some people felt that this was nothing, but Xu Feifei understood that only after experiencing a lot of things would one slowly grow. And Lin Chen was such a person. Saying a thank you, Lin Chen opened the gift box. Inside was a single folded 1,000 paper crane. 1,000 paper cranes represented blessings and thoughts, and each one was one that Xu Feifei had personally folded. This made Lin Chen very touched, and for a moment he didn't know how to return the gift. He could only silently nod his head towards Xu Feifei and said thank you. Xu Feifei smiled sweetly. Although the two of them had met for a very short period of time, Lin Chen had left an indelible memory in her mind. One day in the future, when recalling this youthful memory, Xu Feifei would smile, remembering the boy who had nodded his head coyly. A few more days passed.
It was finally the day to leave the country. The sky was fine, a sunny day.
Jiang Ruoyan had prepared Lin Chen's traveling gifts early,
silently organizing the old clothes in the box.
The corners of Jiang Ruoyan's eyes were unconsciously a little moist, taking the clothes out of the box and putting them back in.
So on and so forth, just hoping to make Lin Chen stay for a few more minutes, but it was not to be. Just when the time was almost up, Li Junying knocked on the door of the villa. Knock knock, like the sound of a last-minute center drum. It reminded Jiang Ruoyan that time was up.
Take care of yourself. In 1,000 words, Jiang Ruoyan only uttered these words. She couldn't bear to see Lin Chen leave and had to let him go.
Life on the other side of the ocean wasn't as good as it was now, but it was ultimately a way out. Perhaps one day in the future,
Lin Chen would learn something.
But Jiang Ruoyan would never regret her decision today.
Looking at the child who had already grown up, the reluctance and attachment in her heart grew stronger and stronger.
Mom Jiang, I'm leaving.
Lin Chen pulled the suitcase and waved goodbye.
Jiang Ruoyan didn't go to see him off,
but instead stood frozen by the door. Eyes watched as Lin Chen boarded the faraway car.
It seemed to wait for when he would return. Along the way,
Lin Chen was a little mesmerized as he looked at the scenery outside the car window. He was about to say goodbye to those familiar skyscrapers, and his heart was inexplicably a little reluctant, although he never knew the people who lived inside the buildings, much less what those buildings were called.
But when everyone leaves a familiar environment, they will always want to memorize the scene in front of them. The car passed by the entrance of Linyang Noble School. It also passed by the entrance of the Chen Family Medical Center.
A scene floated before his eyes. Lin Chen felt like he was dreaming. After walking around the intersection of a rambling life, he returned to his original place.
Only this time, he was going to a place far, far away. There was no telling when he would be able to come back here again. Almost there.
The car had been driving for a full hour or so when Li Junying broke the air of silence. Looking at the giant airport that was introduced to his eyes, Lin Chen's heart inexplicably sped up a few points.
Walking into the waiting hall where people came and went,
there was a feeling of being lost in the middle of a strange jungle. Everyone here had their own destination.
Only Lin Chen didn't know where he was going. Bewildered, he looked at the flight scrolling on the big screen, his mood like those rapidly flashing numbers. Li Junying led Lin Chen to check the tickets and check in his luggage. After doing all this, it was finally time to say goodbye. Li Junying stroked Lin Duan's head, an intimate smile flashing across her face, gently instructing, take care of yourself after you go. It's different over there from us here. Wear more clothes when it's cold. Remember to eat more, you see you're thin.
When you come back be sure to grow 30 pounds for me.
And if you have a favorite over there, remember to secretly call me. I definitely won't snitch to the chairman. Li Junying laughed brightly,
as if she was teasing her collared brother. Lin Chen immediately made a big red face and lowered his head,
not daring to look at Li Junying's appearance. Li Junying slapped Lin Chen's back fiercely.
In the gentlest of words, she said loudly, lift up your chest, raise your head. Boys have to take big steps forward.
It's no big deal.
Lin Chuan's back was in pain and gradually raised his lowered head. Only then did he realize that there were hidden tears hiding under Li Junying's eyes. Perhaps she kept saying that she didn't care on her lips, but in her heart, she always remembered this younger brother.
Lin Chen gently opened his arms and thanked Li Junying with the only thanks he could express. Li Junying smiled faintly and forcefully embraced him in her arms.
That embrace felt like she wanted to integrate him into her body and never let him leave. But reality was always short-lived. As the ticket check reminder came to his ears,
Li Junying finally let go of Lin Chen's arms.
Looking at the little boy who had already grown up a bit,
Li Junying broke into a smile.
Scratching his nose gently with her finger, she led him to the front of the gate.
Go on. Remember to call more often. Waving her hand, Li Junying didn't eyewitness Lin Chen's departure. Instead, she silently disappeared into the crowd.
Lin Chen took one step and turned back 3 times, and never saw Li Junying's figure again up to this point.
Looking at the queue full of people, he blindly walked forward. After going through check after check, all his thoughts drifted to other places. It wasn't until they got on the airplane that feeling of bewilderment gradually disappeared. Looking at the dust that gradually rolled up from the huge wings, the mood is like a roller coaster gradually pulling up. Everything has become so small, gradually could not see the scenery below, and then pulled farther and farther away until it disappeared. Those familiar, love him, those who care about him, people and friends, could never meet again.
Lin Chen was sitting upright, filled with confusion about the place he was about to reach. There was not a trace of excitement, nor was there a trace of excitement.
There was just nostalgia for everyone, nostalgia for those ordinary days, gradually being left behind as the air currents continued to climb, running towards a brand new journey.